Luo Feng began the 81 spirits forging the representatives that received the warning from Hong all became well-behaved. The countless regular civilians of China were all preparing for the upcoming New Year's Day. The entire earth was calm. 12:30-2058, 21:36 Earth, the Pacific Ocean depths of the sea a few hundred km away from the Hawaiian Islands. Cold, darkness. In this area of the sea, the black, oval-shaped egg that was around 12 meters in diameter has been here for around a year already. Weeds and dirt covered it. And it was quite inconspicuous. Quite a few monsters in this area have discovered this mysterious egg in the past year, but none of them were able to bite through the egg shell. As time passed, very few monsters bothered to deal with this mysterious egg. Crack, crack, crack. The mysterious black gigantic egg slightly shook, and a bit of the weeds and dirt on the egg fell off. Actually, since a month ago, this gigantic egg would occasionally shake a bit. The shaking slowly became more and more frequent. Yesterday, this mysterious gigantic egg shook around 10 times. Crack, crack, crack. The mysterious black gigantic egg shook again, and more weeds and dirt fell off. As they fell off, they revealed the mysterious golden markings on the surface of the black gigantic egg. Ring, ring, ring. The black gigantic egg started shaking violently. It shook more and more, and with a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the black gigantic egg. Soon after was pa, a few heavy sounds. The cracked area of the black gigantic egg broke, and an unidentified being covered in black slime appeared. Catchy, catchy. This unidentified being covered in slime started swallowing the egg shell as if it was starving for who knows how many years. It swallowed crazily. In just around 10 minutes, a third of the black oval-shaped egg that was 12 meters in diameter was eaten up, and the body of the black unidentified being was completely revealed. This was an unidentified reptile with 4 powerful legs that was covered in black scales. Its large, black body had a pair of wings that were covered in scales, and a tail that seemed to be that of a dragon's. On its head was a single horn that was pointed directly at the sky. However, its entire body had slime on it, so it was impossible to discern its true appearance. As it ate the black egg shell, the black monster's body started to become bigger and bigger. From a body size of 12 meters, it became longer. When it finished eating up the egg shell, its body became 16 meters long. As of now, all of its slime has been absorbed, and the black monster's body became clear. Woo! A sharp, joyful shriek rang from its throat. This was a 16-meter-long monster that has never been seen on Earth before. Its black scales all over its body were like sharp blades that sent chills down one's spine. The pressure from the odd aura emanating from its body was suffocating. Whether the scales all over its body or its terrifying wings, its powerful 4 legs, its tail, its horn, all of them were an ice-cold black. To be more specific, there were some hidden mysterious golden stripes on its sharp, black horn. However, it was extremely inconspicuous. One would have to look closely to be able to find them. The mysterious golden stripes went from its horn to the scales on its head, neck, and back, as if there was a layer of golden stripes merged into its back. Some of the densely packed golden stripes on its back even spread out to its wings and limbs. After finishing the black egg shell, the mysterious monster swam around the area under the sea. Ancient memories contained in its blood flowed into its mind. The mysterious monster's eyes ferociously brightened as they became a shining Golden color, the golden stripes on the scales of its horn, neck, and back. Also slightly lit up, and a golden color visible to the naked eye appeared. The water around it suddenly paused a bit, and the bedrock that the mysterious monster was laying on started trembling slightly. Power flowed into its body. But, in just a moment, it stopped absorbing energy. Woo! The mysterious monster stood up with a bit of anger as it looked around its surroundings, as if it was thinking. Finally, it let out a roar of dissatisfaction and slightly shook its tail. With a whoosh, it started moving forward in the water. It seemed like it was born without the need of oxygen, and could naturally move around the sea as if it was flat ground. Suddenly, a group of fish-type monsters appeared in front of it. The monsters had staggered teeth and red eyes. Each of them were over 5 meters long, and a few peculiar claws grew out of their abdomens. A shrieking sound came. The large group of fish-type monsters swiftly surrounded the mysterious monster. They have already treated this monster they have never seen before as their prey. There are way too many species of monsters in the sea, so monsters that live in the sea use their body sizes as an indicator of an unidentified monster's strength. Sea monsters are larger than land monsters. Emperor-level sea monsters are usually over 100 meters long. Horde leader-level sea monsters are usually over 20 meters long. And this mysterious monster in front of them was only 16 meters long, so it probably isn't at the horde leader level yet. Of course, this group of fish-type monsters wouldn't be scared if they worked together. They can even hunt a horde leader level monster. The command was given. Fish-type monster after fish-type monster ferociously charged out at the same time. Whoosh, 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 red beam after red beam shot out of the eyes of these fish-type monsters. The red beams shot out by the densely packed fish-type monsters swiftly formed a net, which covered the entire mysterious monster. The mysterious monster looked at the countless amount of fish-type monsters charging at it with its ice-cold eyes. Woo! A roar. Whoosh! The blade-like scales covering the mysterious monster's wings suddenly spread out. Its wingspan was at least 20 meters. It moved. The mysterious monster instantly transformed into a blurry image that carried a bit of golden light with it. The image instantly spread out across a 300-meter radius, and that 300-meter radius instantly became a zone of pure death. All the fish-type monster instantly died, and all the other sea monsters in that area were minced to death too. They were killed by the pair of wings. Catchy, catchy, the mysterious monster picked the corpses of the 3 strongest sea monsters. The size of the corpses of the 3 monsters were even larger than its own body size. Its bloody, large mouth easily ate them up in just around 10 seconds. Woo! The mysterious monster let out a roar of dissatisfaction, as if the 3 monster corpses couldn't satisfy it at all. Its body was still 16 meters long. No change at all. Whoosh! It shook its tail and continued forward. It didn't even stop for monsters lower than the horde leader level. 2 horde leader level mountain shaking whales appeared in front of it. It roared and spread out its wings again. Starting from tonight, the mysterious monster began a bloody hunt in the surrounding area. Its stomach was like a bottomless hole. Eat, eat. It ate a huge amount of horrifying sea monsters, each of them at the horde leader level. If you stack all of these sea monsters together, you could probably make a mountain. However, even though it ate so many monsters within a day, the length of its body didn't change much at all. For this area of the sea, this was a huge disaster. The death of large amounts of horde leaders finally brought about the attention of the king of this area, a large, powerful emperor-level monster, dragon turtle, to be able to occupy the core region of the Pacific Ocean. That was thousands of km large, this dragon turtle, even within the group of the emperor-level monsters, was an extremely horrifying existence. Before the Grand Nirvana period, it has already lived in some cave beneath the sea for 100 years. It was a turtle with a long lifespan. Hell! The gigantic dragon turtle was like a mountain as it swiftly moved forward on the seabed. Just the turtle shell's diameter was over 300 meters. If this dragon turtle floated above the surface of the sea, it would seem like an island. Sadly, because it's too large, it isn't able to enter land through a river. Otherwise, with the dragon turtle's famed defense, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for humanity. It dared to kill such a large amount of my subordinates. I will definitely kill it, kill it, the dragon turtle held in its heart. In terms of intelligence, some emperor-level monsters are even smarter and more cunning than humans. So it's there. Under the lead of a horde leader-level monster, the gigantic dragon turtle swiftly moved forward. It will definitely kill its opponent, who invaded its territory and slaughtered tons of its subordinates. If it doesn't fight, then it must admit defeat, leave, and allow the opponent to take over this land. This is the rule of the sea monsters. Woo! Woo! The mysterious monster, which was born almost a day ago, was unhappy. It ate up a large amount of sea monsters that seemed to be pretty good in this sea. According to its inherited memory, monsters of those size should be pretty powerful, and eating them would be beneficial. However, eating that much didn't prove to be of much help. Not even a 10,000th as satisfying as the eggshell. Woo! Dissatisfaction and exasperation made the mysterious monster decide to lay down and rest for a bit. After all, it was just a baby that has been born less than a day ago. Suddenly, the mysterious monster slightly raised its head and looked into the distance. Its pair of cold eyes slightly lit up with a bit of golden light. Its golden eyes seemed to be able to see quite a far distance in the deep, dark seabed. The mysterious monster swiftly got up and, after letting out a roar of excitement, its tail shook and it charged forward like lightning. The seabed. A black monster that was 16 meters long, and the gigantic being that had a turtle shell with a diameter of over 300 meters, the dragon turtle, have finally met. They were only a few hundred meters apart. The dragon turtle's gigantic eyes seemed to stare at this tiny thing from the third floor of an apartment building. 16 meters long. It was indeed a tiny thing. What species is this? I've never seen this before. 4 limbs. Is it a land monster? A pair of wings. Is it a flying monster? The dragon turtle was intelligent, but no matter how much it observed, it couldn't recognize which type of monster this tiny thing was. It seemed to move quite freely in the sea, which showed it was comfortable in water. It seemed like a land monster that had a flying monster's wings, and yet it was a monster that lived in the sea. What is this thing? Woo! The mysterious monster excitedly roared. Its pair of wings that were covered in scales ferociously spread out. Whoosh! Instantly, the mysterious monster transformed into a blurry image when faced with this. The dragon turtle simply stared at this tiny thing without any worry. With the dragon turtle's defense, even other emperor-level monsters we'll have trouble damaging it. Chi 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 chi. The gigantic dragon turtle, that seemed to be like an island on the seabed, suddenly shook. The mysterious monster's sharp wings flew past its turtle shell, which actually made it crack open. However, thankfully the turtle shell is extremely thick, so there was no problem. This tiny thing, the dragon turtle, looked at the mysterious monster, suspended in the water, with disbelief. The mysterious monster seemed to yell with joy. Whoosh! This time, the mysterious monster didn't spread its wings, it flew in a straight path and, as if teleportation, charged in front of the dragon turtle's gigantic head. After that, the mysterious monster stuck its two forward limbs out. Each of its 4 limbs had 5 toes, and now, shwa shwa, shwa shwa shwa, the claws that were normally hidden extended out like blades. Who? The claws drew past the dragon turtle's head. The dragon turtle's head, which was covered with tough scales, was instantly slashed open by the claws. Its cerebrospinal fluid shot out too fast. The dragon turtle only felt a bit of fear and shock, and then died. Fast. So fast that even an emperor-level dragon turtle couldn't dodge. Powerful. So powerful it killed an emperor-level monster, dragon turtle, in one hit with its claws. The mysterious monster excitedly started to eat up the entire dragon turtle. The mysterious monster seemed to have a much easier time eating the dragon turtle, which was as large as an island, than the eggshell. In just a few minutes, not even a speck was left of the gigantic dragon turtle, and the surrounding horde leader-level monsters have long fled in fear. There's no helping it, this mysterious monster was just too horrifying. After eating, the mysterious monster comfortably lay down and closed its eyes. It's finally a bit satisfied. And as of now, the length of its body finally increased by around 0.1 meters. The birth of the mysterious monster led to a bloody hunt in the Pacific Ocean. However, the humans on Earth did not realize that at all, and Luo Feng was still continuing his 81 spirits forging in his Emperor-level autojet. Time flowed, January 1, 2059. Mingyu Sector, Luo Feng's home. Sorry, Mr. Wang, my brother isn't home. Luo Hua smiled in the living room as he spoke to an elegant middle-aged man with glasses. Today is New Year's, and Representative Luo isn't home. This elegant middle-aged man was a bit shocked. Yes, very sorry, Luo Hua nodded. My family still has things to do, so we won't be keeping Mr. Wang. Next time I will personally welcome Mr. Wang. Okay, then I will be leaving now. Mr. Wang politely left. As he watched Mr. Wang leave, Luo Hua shook his head. This is already the 12th wave of invitations within the past few days to be confident enough to invite a representative-level fighter. This person must be an important figure. Powers like the Su family, if not for Su Xian, don't even have the right to go up to a representative's home. That Mr. Wang from before came on behalf of the top level in China's government. Where did bro go? Luo Hua stood in front of his home's door. People from the dojo of limits, army, government, and even HR Alliance are all inviting him. People from Europe and America have been sending their invitations too. It seems like nobody knows that my bro is busy. What is he doing? Luo Hua thought to himself. Barely anyone knew of Luo Feng's situation. On the night of New Year's Day, most people were watching the celebrations. And in an auto jet in Mingyu Sector, there was a bit of faint light in the cockpit, and Luo Feng sat cross-legged inside without moving at all. In his realm of consciousness, Huahua, the marvelous galaxy, transformed into a whirlpool. Water rotated like crazy inside, forming whirlpool after whirlpool. The whirlpool furiously spread out, and suddenly, the flowing water became much thinner, as if it became transparent. Contract. The originally spread-out transparent curtain of water furiously contracted, becoming a gigantic, rotating ball of water. The ball of water was half transparent and had some weird, shining light in it. An extremely small amount of shattered dark golden pieces were mixed inside too, as they clearly haven't dissolved yet. Expand, contract. Expand again, contract again. The spiritual force in the form of flowing water was like a heart. It contracted and expanded over and over again, as if it had its own life in this special rhythm. The dark golden, shattered pieces slowly dissolved, causing the flow of water to become more powerful. Expand, thin like a cicada's wings. Contract, transparent ball of water. 80th step complete. I can begin the 81st step now, the final step. Luo Feng was a bit excited. This 81st step was the most important and most difficult step of 81 spirits. Forging. In Luo Feng's realm of consciousness, a gigantic ball of water that was completely transparent continuously rotated. As if it was a rotating planet. There was no emanating mist, and the size of the ball of water didn't change at all. Begin. And then Luo Feng started controlling it. Rumble. In his infinite realm of consciousness, the hovering gigantic transparent ball of water started rumbling from its core. Spiritual force in the form of mist emanated out and eventually spread throughout the entire transparent ball of water. 10 portions of spiritual mist, 20 portions of spiritual mist, 30 portions. Gradually, the entire transparent ball of water was covered in spiritual mist. Time passed slowly. Under Luo Feng's extremely delicate and precise control, the transparent ball of water continued to change slightly. The mist surrounding its surface became more and more powerful, and even formed a gigantic ball of mist. You couldn't even see the ball of water inside the ball of mist. After who knows how long, the super gigantic ball of mist was 100 times bigger than the ball of water. Still hasn't separated yet. Now's the time. Explode. Luo Feng roared in his heart. Boom. The super gigantic ball of mist in the infinite realm of consciousness furiously expanded in an instant, as if a supernova at the end of a star's life. The gigantic ball of mist instantly exploded. Right when it exploded, it spread to every location in the entire realm of consciousness. Right after that, an extremely powerful suction power was born in the core of the realm of consciousness. Collapse. Hoo-hoo. Large amounts of mist and water, as if falling into a black hole, crazily gathered in the core. Buzz. The entire realm of consciousness trembled. Everything was empty. All the mist and water completely disappeared in the vast, limitless realm of consciousness. Only a point of light was left in the core, as if there was only one planet in this vast, limitless universe. On the surface of this planet was a layer of light, as if it was a ball of light. In the core of the realm of consciousness was just a single ball of light. This was a beautiful and dreamy ball of light, other than the layer of light. On its surface, the essence of this ball of light was large amounts of pyramid-shaped transparent crystals, the densely packed transparent crystals gathered together to become a planet. A shapeless, yet odd, wave continued to spread out from this ball of light. Hoo-hoo. In his realm of consciousness, only this ball of light continued to rotate. A formless energy spread out from it, filled Luo Feng's entire body, and then spread outside of his body. I succeeded. This is the Star Traveler level. This ball of light is the core of a Star Traveler level fighter with a thought from Luo Feng. Refined portions of spiritual force immediately spread out from the ball of light, covering his entire body. In the autojet. At the instant Luo Feng's Star Traveler level spiritual force spread throughout his body, his originally calm body started to dramatically change. The bones, bone marrow, arteries, muscles, tendons, skin, etc. of his body started to undergo an incredible transformation. His body's inherited genes also started to swiftly disassemble and reassemble. A transformation of life. This transformation was much larger than any change in the past. Back in Archaeological Ruin 9, the bald crystal person said that going from the student level to the Star Traveler level is the transition of a life form. After reaching the Star Traveler level, you don't need to breath and you can fly. Only having reached the Star Traveler level can fighters have the right to be called genetic fighters and spirit readers. Only having reaching the Star Traveler level can you wander around in the universe and have the right to live. Without reaching this level, you won't have the ability to wander around in the universe. This feeling is splendid. After his transformed spiritual force triggered the transformation in his body, Luo Feng felt like he has never been this amazed before. It's like his body was a gigantic brute who has reached his limit and was unable to grow anymore, instantly transformed into a baby. The essence of his muscles, bones, and organs have changed. A transformation of a life form. A student-level fighter, from the student level 1 stage beginner level warrior to the student level 9 stage advanced level war god, becomes stronger by building upon the genes that already exist. Once at the advanced level war god level, the limit has been reached. If you don't break past that limit, you will never become stronger. And once past it, I have stepped into the realm of a greater life form, the Star Traveler level 1 stage, and will gradually grow until the Star Traveler level 9 stage. Deep into the night, many families have already fell asleep in Mingyu sector. The hatch of the autojet that was parked on the lawn slowly opened. Whoosh! A human image soared into the sky and then hovered around 300 meters above ground. His black robe swayed in the wind. He wasn't standing on anything, he simply hovered. This is the Star Traveler level. Luo Feng looked at the city below him while he focused on the ball of light in his realm of consciousness. He finally realized the true power of the Star Traveler level. That ball of light wasn't just the core of his spiritual force, but it held a type of mysterious power. You could say it was a miniature planet. It rotated and had its own magnetic field. Because of this miniature planet in his realm of consciousness, Luo Feng no longer needed to breathe. And Luo Feng can even control the magnetic field around him according to his own will. If he can erase Earth's gravity, then naturally, he can hover. If he changes the magnetic field around him, he can swiftly fly forward. In other words, every Star Traveler level fighter has their own miniature planet. They are the masters of this miniature planet according to the Star Traveler level. Fighters will, they can change the strength and direction of their magnetic field this way, they can naturally fly at will. However, there is a limit as to how powerful the magnetic field of their miniature planet can become, so there are limits to a star traveler level. Fighter's flying speed. No wonder it was said that going from the student level to the star traveler level is a transition in life itself. There's no doubt about it, a star traveler level has their own miniature planet, which can rotate by itself and has its own magnetic field. Maybe this miniature planet is still weak, but as the miniature planet grows, it will naturally help its master, the star traveler level fighter, even more. Only powerful fighters with their own miniature planet can be counted as real people of the universe, thought Luo Feng to himself with amazement. The dark night. Luo Feng hovered above the city with both of his arms spread out. The spiritual force was combined into a tiny crystal planet. My mind strengthened quite a bit because of how densely packed the planet is. Luo Feng was extremely happy. A person with a weak body and mind could faint at any time, while someone with a powerful body will be able to stay awake. And after his spiritual force, which used to exist in the form of a flowing river, was forged into the miniature planet, Luo Feng's mind strengthened by quite a bit. However, chances like these are very rare. A transformation in life occurs when one goes from the student level 9 stage to the star traveler level. The star traveler level 9 stage to the star level 9 stage to the universe level. Only transformations like these are a transformation in life itself. Only transformations like these can strengthen the mind. Other than cases like these, you won't have a chance to strengthen your mind. Soaring shuttle. With a thought from Luo Feng, the 365 blade pieces merged into his black vest, swiftly flew out and assembled into the soaring shuttle. As it appeared below Luo Feng's feet, I'll form a magnetic field around my body and add my spiritual force for a force of propulsion. And I'll also step on the soaring shuttle. I wonder what level my flying speed will reach in the sky above Yangzhou City. Luo Feng, who was like a spirit in the night, instantly left behind an after image, as if teleportation, and directly disappeared from his original position. This is the first time that Luo Feng isn't restricted by the gravity of Earth. The feeling of being able to fly however he pleases was quite splendid. Night, wilderness. Luo Feng hovered in midair and then lowered his head as he looked at his mini quantum computer. Thankfully I have this mini quantum computer. I'll test my speed. The mini quantum computer was a necessity for members of UNMO planet. Its capabilities far surpass Earth's tactical communications watches. The mini quantum computer is able to evaluate the basic strength of fighters from the student level to the universe level. It can also scan the surroundings within a certain radius, test speed, test the power of an attack, etc. I'll test all of my flying speeds under different conditions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng, who was wearing black, flew across the sky like lightning over and over again, his speed differing each time. In just a few moments, he finished all of his testing. In the first situation, he didn't form a magnetic field and didn't use his soaring shuttle. He only used his spiritual force, and his speed reached 912 ms. In the second situation, he didn't use the soaring shuttle, but formed a magnetic field and used his spiritual force. Most spirit readers do this. Luo Feng's speed reached 1223 ms. In the third situation, which is Luo Feng's best, he let everything explode. The soaring shuttle, magnetic field, and spiritual force, his speed reached an astonishing 2,412 ms. The difference between using and not using the soaring shuttle is completely different. Luo Feng himself was shocked by the numbers. An average star Traveler Level 1 Stage Spirit Reader has an average speed of 1,200 ms. With the soaring shuttle, my speed was able to reach 2,400 ms. My speed was completely doubled. Luo Feng was clear that the faster you fly, the more resistance you encounter. So it would be extremely difficult to increase your speed starting from 1,200 ms, and don't even think about doubling your speed. Even Star Traveler level 4 stages or 5 stages wouldn't be able to reach such an astonishing level of speed. From this, we can see the power of the soaring shuttle. A spiritual weapon really does greatly increase the strength of a spirit reader. Luo Feng was amazed. Let me test my current attack power. With a thought, one of the blade pieces of the soaring shuttle came out and whoosh, under the effects of the spiritual force, instantly transformed into a flowing light and cruelly smashed into an old gas station on the ruined highway. The gas station was like tofu, as the blade piece directly created a hole by piercing through. A powerful shockwave exploded, causing most of the broken gas station to collapse. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the display of the mini quantum computer. Attack Power Star Traveler Level 1 Stage 28 Spirit Reader. This made Luo Feng smile. There was an introduction in the mini quantum computer, the highest value of a Star Traveler Level 1 stage's attack power is double the amount of the lowest value. The lowest attack power of a Star Traveler Level 1 stage Spirit Reader is about 1 million kg, and the highest value is 2 million kg. And Star Traveler Level 1 Stage 28 Spirit Reader means that Luo Feng's blade piece's attack was around 128 million kilograms. I just entered the Star Traveler Level 1 stage and my blade piece is already so powerful. Not bad. Luo Feng himself was quite satisfied. According to the introduction on the mini quantum computer, after stepping into the Star Traveler stage, spirit readers and genetic fighters differ greatly. Genetic fighters' power come from the power of their body and genetic energy. After stepping into the Star Traveler stage, their genetic energy can be released. Their genetic attacks can reach 1 million kg, and their physical attacks can reach 1 million kg too. So a Star Traveler Level 1 stage fighter has a range of 2 million kg, 4 million kg. Double the spirit reader's range. It seems like fighters are more powerful. However, keep in mind that in terms of battle ability amplifiers, it would be good for fighters to have an amplifier of 4 or 5. Thunder God, who has the highest battle ability amplifier on Earth, only has an amplifier of 7. And Luo Feng, after stepping into the Star Traveler stage, his battle ability amplifier is already 16. And the advantage in flying speed. Furthermore, spirit readers also train their genetic energy, since you need a powerful body to withstand spiritual force. Now, I'll test the power of my soaring shuttle's first form, Mountain Drill. In the dark night, a golden light drew past, which caused a series of rumbling explosions. Attack Power Star Traveler Level 1 Stage 28 Spirit Reader Battle Ability Amplifier 36. After reading the numbers on the display, Luo Feng felt great. An amplifier of 36. Thunder God is only at 7, and the other Star Traveler level on Earth is Only at 14, which is a huge difference from his own. Even though Luo Feng used 12 portions of spiritual force, which is equivalent to a battle ability amplifier of 12, to activate the mountain drill first stage, the mountain drill can triple the power of the spiritual force Luo Feng merges into it, so that's why the battle ability amplifier reached an astonishing 36 foot. According to what the bald crystal person said, most of the star travelers on Earth are at the Star Traveler Level 1 stage, a few of them are at the Star Traveler Level 2 stage, and there are 2 Star Traveler Level 3 stages. Only Hong and Thunder God are higher than that. 2 Star Traveler Level 3 stage fighters, they probably aren't that much more powerful than me, and my flying speed is probably faster than theirs. Now I'll see how many small weapons I can control with this times transformation. Luo Feng felt his mind become much stronger. He just doesn't know exactly how much stronger it has become. With a thought, whoosh whoosh whoosh, blade pieces left the soaring shuttle one by one as they circled Luo Feng at their maximum speed. Each blade piece held Luo Feng's maximum attack power. 1 blade piece, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18. I can't get the power of the 19th blade piece up. 18 blade pieces. The smile on Luo Feng's face became brighter and brighter. 18. Doesn't that mean I can start training the second stage of the first form in Soaring Sky? The first main form of the soaring shuttle has 3 stages. The first form requires one to be able to control 12 small weapons. To train the second stage requires control over 18 small weapons. The third stage requires control over 24 small weapons. It is extremely hard to strengthen the mind. Luo Feng had to rely on the Star Traveler's transformation to be able to strengthen his mind. In the future, he can only train one step at a time. The power of the first stage is already so great. What about the second stage? Even if it's also triple the power, 18 multiplied by 3, which is an amplifier of 54, besides Hong and Thunder God, I can beat everyone in one hit. Raising his throwing knife count from 16 to 18 is an extra reward from stepping into the Star Traveler level, and this reward allowed Luo Feng to directly start the first main form second stage in Soaring Sky. However, after he actually started practicing it, Luo Feng discovered that it was way too difficult. Back when he could control 16 throwing knives, the requirement of the first stage was merely 12 throwing knives, and just learning that took him a few hours and tens of thousands of failures. This time, Luo Feng barely met the requirement. January 2nd, failure. January 3rd, still failed. January 4th, once again, failure. Luo Feng finally realized the difficulty of practicing Soaring Sky. However, even though it's hard once he succeeds, Luo Feng's spot as the third most powerful fighter under Hong and Thunder God will be secured. As for now, even though Luo Feng has confidence in defeating the third and fourth chairman, he will have difficulty in killing them in one hit. It's just that his strength is near them. January 5th, the day that Luo Feng becomes an investigator. Dawn. Above the ocean, a blood-red-colored triangular fighter jet swiftly flew past. This fighter jet was indeed Hong's unique, prehistoric-level autojet. Inside the jet, the black-cloaked Hong and the white-robed Thunder God were both sitting on chairs. "Brother Hong, you better not fight over the good parts of the Misty Island with me," said Thunder God. "Good parts? If you want to talk about the good parts, how about we get rid of That Grand Emperor-level monster first glanced at Thunder God and then picked up a teacup and sipped a bit as he sighed. This Grand Emperor-level monster is the third Grand Emperor on Earth. Even though it just appeared, it can perform perfectly on land, water, and underground. Well, there are difficulties to deal with. This misty island definitely has some huge treasures, Thunder God said with dissatisfaction. Even if we ignore those spirits of nature, you discovered the cloud contact vine on this misty island. According to the data we've read in the archaeological ruins, this cloud contact vine, even in the vast universe, is an extremely rare treasure. With the cloud contact vine, Brother Hong's strength is probably going to increase by quite a bit. The cloud contact vine is still growing. Right now it can probably increase my strength by around 50. The black-clothed Hong let out a rare smile. 50. Brother Hong, you are already invincible in the Star Traveler level. With another 50, and the more the cloud contact vine grows, the more effective it becomes. Thunder God couldn't help but to say. A cloud contact vine appeared in the misty island, and an extremely powerful monster we've never seen before came out of nowhere. This must be because there are treasures in the misty island, which attracted so many monsters. Hong slightly nodded. Yeah. Back when Luo Feng discovered the misty island, there were large amounts of monsters in the surrounding lake. Back then, I was confused why were there so many monsters gathered in that lake. However, my thoughts were all on the cloud contact vine. After I took away the cloud contact vine, I quickly looked through the misty island. Since I didn't find anything, I left. Now that I look at it, not only are there tons of horde leader level monsters in that lake, a Grand Emperor appeared. Frowned Hong. It seems like it has an octopus-like shape, so it clearly belongs in the water or underground. Normally, monsters at the Grand Emperor level should enter the limitless sea, and yet, this monster is staying underground a few thousand meters below the misty island. Spirits of nature, cloud contact vine, Grand Emperor. This misty island is indeed special. Hong looked towards Thunder God and slightly smiled. However, everyone has a chance for the treasures in the misty island. Don't worry, I won't find over them with you, but you also know that things in places like archaeological ruins cannot be obtained with just strength alone. Luck is also a factor. Thunder God slightly smiled and then laughed. After I finish participating in your Dojo of Limits investigator ceremony, I'll be staying in the misty island. I don't believe that I won't be able to get any treasures. Even if you keep staying there, I'll be there too. We'll just have to see which of us brothers is luckier. Hong slightly smiled. Greedy. Thunder God only said that one word. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Dawn. The sun was rising. Dad, be careful, don't go so fast. Luo Feng held his father Luo Honghua, and Luo Honghua shakily walked on the path of the sector one step at a time. Hello, Representative Luo. A young fighter in the sector saw Luo Feng and let out a face of admiration as he greeted respectfully. However, he thought to himself in his heart with shock, Representative Luo is already in existence, surpassing the war god level, and is able to sit on an equal level with the leaders of the 5 countries. And yet, he's personally assisting his father. On the cobblestone path on the lawn, Luo Feng held his father. Feng, your identity is different from before. You don't need to be with me. Don't we have servants at home? Said Luo Honghua quietly. Look, quite a few old neighbors have already told me in secret. Feng, you're already a representative. Pay attention to your identity. I'm a representative, and you're a representative's father, so you're still bigger than me, laughed Luo Feng. Luo Hongwa couldn't help but to shake his head and laugh. Luo Feng felt a bit helpless inside after seeing how much trouble his father had with walking back when Li Yao and Benina was dealing with his family. His father almost lost his life even though he luckily escaped death. His father's waist and spine are heavily injured. He tried getting some medicines, but their effects weren't that great. And now, his father's legs are powerless. If that 1,000-year black crow root was still there, my dad would probably fully recover after consuming it a bit. Sadly, my brother sold the 1,000-year black crow root to other people. Luo Feng didn't blame his brother if his brother didn't rely on the 1,000-year black crow root to become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC. His family would probably be in even worse condition. Even if I'm a Star Traveler level fighter, getting a spirit of nature is no easy task. Luo Feng was in a bind. At the same time, he was amazed at his own luck back then, being able to get so many spirits of nature in one go. After that, he exchanged most of his stars for the soaring shuttle. Noon. Feng, can we see your investigator ceremony on this channel in the living room? Luo Feng's parents, his brother Luo Hua and Luo Hua's girlfriend Zhen Nan, and even Zhen Nan's parents were here. This specialized channel. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. The investigator ceremony begins at 2 p.m. today. Is the day that an investigator is appointed, which is something major for the Dojo of Limits. It is a public ceremony. However, even though we say it's public, it's only public to the higher-ups of each country. Regular fighters and citizens aren't too clear about the situation of existences surpassing the war god level. Dad, Mom, I'll be going first. At the same time, Luo Feng turned towards Zhen Nan's parents and smiled as he nodded. Zhen Nan's parents' hearts started beating faster. This young man in front of them is an existence surpassing the war god level, who has who knows how many more times authority than the CEO of the company they work at. 1/5/2059, 2 p.m. sharp in a huge conference room in the Dojo of Limits World headquarters. The investigator ceremony officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dojo of Limits World headquarters. Investigator ceremony. Today, participating in this ceremony is head of the Dojo of Limits World headquarters, Hong. The host on the stage introduced loudly. Instantly, the camera was faced towards the one sitting in the middle seat of the front row, Hong. Head of the Thunder Dojo World Headquarters, Thunder God. Third Chairman of the Palace of War Gods, M.O. Henderson. Fourth Chairman of the Palace of War Gods, Eastbourne. The major figures quietly sat on their seats, and now, the 3D hologram on the stage started displaying the images of each guest. The last one I will introduce is the one to receive the position of investigator at the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, Representative Luo Feng. Suddenly, the 3D hologram displayed Luo Feng's image. This is the first time I had to memorize so many representatives' names, said Luo Feng quietly. The investigator ceremony is a rare chance for representatives to gather together, smiled Lu He, who was sitting beside Luo Feng. Even the two heads will participate in this ceremony. The other three chairmen will participate. Two most representatives, unless they have something urgent to do, will all come. Luo Feng nodded. We have invited instructor Jiang Yin from the En region in Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou City, who is Luo Feng's first instructor, yelled the host. Suddenly, music started playing and instructor Jiang Yin, who was clearly a bit nervous, swiftly stood up from the back of the conference hall and quickly walked towards the stage. When he saw Jiang Yan, Luo Feng was a bit stunned. Even instructor Jiang Yan was invited. Lu He, what is this ceremony like? Asked Luo Feng quietly. In the past 2 days, Yangzhou City's chief instructor Wu Tong, and my brothers Qinggu and Zhang Ku have been invited here. Will they appear on stage today too? This ceremony will introduce your glorious feats starting from the beginning. Lu He smiled as he said softly, don't rush, it's just beginning. In the middle, some songs, dance performances, etc. will be mixed in. These are the world's best singers, dancers, etc. Indeed. This so-called ceremony is basically an introduction to an investigator's past. From Luo Feng living in a rental house and bitterly training in the dojo, Jiang Yan steps on stage, to his first fighter combat exam. Wu Tong steps on stage, to his first time into the wilderness with the Fire Hammer Squad. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad all come on stage, to his training in the elite training camp. Teacher Jiang Feng steps on stage. All of the things were positively introduced. The entire ceremony gave Luo Feng the image of a perfect genius fighter. Don't you think you're majestic? Laughed Lu He quietly. A bit, even I want to praise myself a bit, smiled Luo Feng. The various performances in the middle of the ceremony were the best on earth. The masters on stage would express their praise or respects to representative Luo Feng. Some female singers even secretly expressed their admiration and love. The entire ceremony was planned to go on for about 2 hours or so. The investigator ceremony was ending and entering the conclusion. Representative Luo, a voice carried from the seat behind. Luo Feng turned his head in confusion. An old man with white hair on the seat behind him smiled as he said, it's me, Lu Yan. Old Lu, this is Luo Feng, clearly remembered that the person sitting behind him wasn't Lu Yan. Back when the seating order was arranged, he clearly just swapped seats. Representative Luo, do you still remember that you wanted us to help find your parents' relatives before you entered archaeological ruin 9? Said Lu Yan. Oh, yeah. Luo Feng nodded. His father and mother's biggest wish is to find the various relatives and friends they lost back in the Grand Nirvana period. Right when Luo Feng received the title of examiner, he asked someone to help him. Who would have thought that the news would arrive after a year? Did you find something? Asked Luo Feng. We found a bit, said Lu Yan quietly. He apologized because of the formation of headquarter cities. Lots of data was lost. It was indeed hard to investigate. We spent quite a bit of energy to search back then, but during our investigations, Representative Luo seemed to be stuck in archaeological ruin 9, so the investigations were halted only until Representative Luo's massive increase in power recently were we able to mobilize more resources for the investigation. I understand, nodded Luo Feng. Of course there is no need to waste too much energy for a dead war god. And when Luo Feng became a representative-level fighter, the country's special forces immediately used more of their resources to investigate, which led to greatly increased efficiency. I want to know how many of my parents' relatives are still alive, continued Luo Feng. His parents were both born after the year of 2000. Both of them were orphans, so the friends his parents had were his parents' cousins. We have found 2 of them, said Lu Yan quietly. One of them is your father's cousin, Tangqing, and the other is your mother's cousin, Gong. Xian Hua, the mother of your father's cousin Tangqing, is still alive. Which is your father's aunt, Luo Hongqin, of course, she is representative. Luo's great-aunt. Luo Feng froze. When he was small, his parents frequently mentioned this great-aunt Luo Hong. Qin, when they talk about their relatives, his great-aunt is not much older. Then his father Luo Hongwa, she would frequently bring father Luo Hongwa around to play and even bought snacks for him. Who would have thought that she's still alive? As for mother's cousin Gong Xian Hua, Luo Feng heard his mother talk about her before, but mother didn't say much. As for the other relatives, we are still investigating, said Lu Yan. Thank you, nodded Luo Feng. I will transfer the data to Representative Luo later, smiled Lu Yan. Indeed. Even though many people died in the Grand Nirvana period back then, his parents had quite a few relatives, so it was highly unlikely for all of them to die, and now, 2 of them have been found after his parents know that. They will surely be overjoyed. Everyone. This is the most important part of this ceremony, Representative Luo. Please, yelled the host loudly. Luo Feng stood up and, while the music played, walked up the stage under the eyes of all the guests from all parts of the world. The host slightly bowed towards Luo Feng and then continued, below, we will have to invite the world's #1 person, the head of our dojo of limits, Hong, who shall personally name Mr. Luo Feng as the 6th investigator of the dojo of limits. Instantly, the applause started. The black-clothed Hong walked up the stage. Hong stood beside Luo Feng. Head Luo Feng looked towards Hong. Hong slightly moved his hand, and the limits investigation order, that symbolized the authority of an investigator, appeared out of thin air on his hand. When Hong looked at Luo Feng carefully, he couldn't help but to be a little surprised. Luo Feng, you broke through under the eyes of the various powerful fighters below the stage. The air between Hong and Luo Feng slightly curved, completely blocking all sound. I just broke through recently, smiled Luo Feng as he answered. A Star Traveler level spirit reader flies extremely quickly. You also have the soaring shuttle, so your flying speed should be even more amazing. What level has your speed reached? Hong's eyes were shining. Head, what Star Traveler level? Said Luo Feng curiously, on purpose. I'll tell you that later, followed Hong. What is your flying speed? Luo Feng didn't hide it. Over 2,400 ms. Wow, over 2,400 ms, that's way faster than the 4th chairman Eastbourne. In terms of flying speed, you now rank 3 on Earth, only slower than me and Thunder God. Hong slightly nodded his head. After this ceremony, prepare to go to the Misty Island with me. With your speed, your life will not be endangered. The Misty Island. Luo Feng became even more confused. Talk about that after the ceremony. As he said that, Hong passed over the limit investigation order in his hand to Luo Feng. Luo Feng accepted it seriously. As of now, Luo Feng has become one of the 6 investigators of the dojo of limits. After the ceremony ended, the dojo of limits headquarters, which was an enormous spaceship construct. Within it lay a metal passageway. The man in black, Hong, walked ahead, with Luo Feng following behind him. Ka. The metal door opened automatically for Hong and Luo Feng to enter, before closing by itself after. Luo Feng, this is your first time in my dojo of limits headquarters. Have you ever thought about whether this giant spaceship construct is really a flying ship, or just modeled after one, incapable of flight? Hong spoke. Luo Feng smiled a little before answering, I've had my guesses, but only a slight suspicion. I'm telling you, this is a real interstellar spaceship, Hong said. Really? Luo Feng couldn't help but be astonished as he surveyed the passageway. Hong proceeded to move into a secret room, and Luo Feng naturally followed. The room was empty except for a large display screen. This is a damaged interstellar warship. Hong's expression was quiet and calm. As he continued, when I discovered it many years ago, it was already damaged and unable to fly in the universe. However, while this warship seemed like an empty shell, its defensive capabilities still far exceed any of Earth's military constructs. In future, once I have the ability and resources, I will get it flying again. It will become an interstellar warship for the Dojo of Limit's headquarters. Even lasers would not be able to attack this interstellar warship. Hong gestured towards the display screen and it began to light up, displaying a shot of the universe. This universe isn't as simple as what we Earthlings and commoners think. We people of Earth can get so arrogant at times. Even on dry land, we have yet to discover every form of animals and plants. The sea has so much more to discover too. All of this means that we have not even fully explored our Earth yet. People can say with full confidence that there is no other intelligent life forms besides us in the universe. Isn't that just a joke? Hong looked towards Luo Feng as he speaked. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Indeed. Ancient civilizations of man thought that the Earth was flat, and only discovered later on that it was in fact round. Ancient civilizations of man thought that the Earth was the center, and that the sun revolved around it. Wasn't till later that they learned everything revolved around the sun. Man tended to believe that when he learned any new information, he understood and knew everything. It's not only till later, when he learns more, that he realizes how ridiculously wrong he was before. Without even a grasp of Earth's many species of life and principles, he bases on simple deductions that the whole universe and Milky Way, and even further, cannot have any other forms of intelligent life other than man. How dogmatic. What a joke. The endless seas have yet to be fully explored by man. What's more, the universe is so much bigger than the sea, 1,000,000,000,000 times. Maybe not even close. The limitless universe can't possibly be judged by the humans on Earth. Isn't this synonymous with the story of the frog in the well? Thinking that the world and sky is only as big as his well, Hong shook his head. The civilizations that exist in the universe, race and ethnicities, are complex and mysterious beyond compare. Luo Feng, look at the screen. These are the true ranks of the military, spiritual and scholarly level. Hong pointed at the screen. The screen displayed detailed analysis of the military, spiritual study ranks. Apprentice level, star traveler level, star level, universe rank. Every rank had 9 levels. In addition, the screen video even displayed the star traveler S champion, the star level S champion, and even the universe level S champions and strengths. My God! Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Even the bald-headed crystal people know that the universe-level champions are scary, but looking at the screen, it was clearly a different level altogether. A whole city turned to ashes, just like that. Meteorite. What is that white dwarf star? Luo Feng exclaimed as a white planet was displayed on the screen. The screen showed a recording of a white planet with 2 fighters landing on the planet to duel hand-to-hand. There was even an Introduction on the side stating that that land had a gravitational pull that was 300 million times of Earth. A gravitational pull of 300 million times. Luo Feng could get up to a 1,000 times normal gravity in the elite ancient civilization training room, yet this was in no way close to 300 million at all. 300 million, this wasn't simply just another number. Under such terrifying gravitational pull, even atoms will get pulled down and crushed. Going by human's law of physics, there was no way any human could live and battle on the white dwarf planet. Battling on the white dwarf planet. Unbelievable isn't it, however, the mystery behind the true limits of man's body. Can it really be measured by science? Can they even fathom that our bodies within can have a miniature planet, that they can generate magnetic fields? A body can only weigh as much as a few hundred kilograms, yet a punch can generate a few kilotons of strength. Does this adhere to Earth's physics or science? Hong spoke indifferently. The deeper one digs into research, the more he realizes he knows nothing. Luo Feng agreed strongly with that. The video left Luo Feng completely shocked. Regardless of what the bald crystal person said, this video alone was way more shocking. This is the video of the universe-level champions battling, the only record and video of universe-level champions fighting that I have. Hong watched the video, eyes filled with a sense of longing. Universe-level champions could cross the universe and fight barehanded with warships. They can even live on the white dwarf planet. Destroying Earth and man would be as easy as eating a bowl of rice to these champions. Star Traveler champions, in the universe, could at best be a bodyguard or lackey, just to get some pay and eat. Star-level champions are the important ones. Universe-level champions, those are the most important and revered champions. Almost like emperors and rulers, they could randomly join a universe army and instantly own large portions of space and land, commanding more than 1,000 troops and people. Hong spoke in a calm voice, but with a very slight shudder that was so subtle it was hard to detect. Hong turned and faced Luo Feng. Luo Feng was staring intensely at the screen, thinking how impossible it was to battle under 300 million times gravity. However, according to the bald crystal person, out of countless planets' geniuses, only one universe-level champion will be there. Luo Feng, Hong said with a deep voice. Head. Luo Feng looked towards Hong. Your brain vigor is really high, and even though I have no means to fully test your abilities, the special test you've experienced in archaeological Ruin 9 is enough proof of that. Hong said with a deep voice. You are a genius, and while at the universe level it may not seem like much, at least here on Earth, there is no doubt your genius level is the highest. Hong stared at Luo Feng. The Thunder God and I are the most talented fighters. We are the strongest on Earth. Your mental abilities are the Earth's greatest, but I hope you do not relax even for a minute. Don't ever get arrogant just because you've become the Earth's greatest. In the vast universe, we are but human, just inhabitants from another planet. The Earth's position and status relies on us to fight for. Even the future fate of Earth and man relies on us. Hong stared intensely at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded his head profusely. Understood, head. It was only then that Luo Feng truly understood why Hong and Thunder God were already so much stronger than everybody else. They never relaxed for a moment, and are constantly upgrading themselves. That day, Hong brought Luo Feng and both got on their respective auto jets to leave for Australia's Misty Island, even though he had received Liu Yan's relatives' information. His father's body was currently not fully recovered and unable to travel far for a visit. Once the information was known, there was no doubt his parents would rush over. This was why Luo Feng had yet to give the information to his parents. Just a little longer, the right time will come once my father's body recovers. I've already waited 20 over years, so another half a year won't make much of a difference. A red triangular battleship appeared, with a dark blue triangular battleship following behind. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all sitting in the red triangular battleship. We arrived at the Misty Island, Hong exclaimed. The projection within the cabin of the plane had already shown the image of the entire plains below. Luo Feng looked at the perimeters of the lake below. Surrounding the huge lake were large numbers of flying warships, triangular warships, etc. There were even several bases under construction. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Is this Misty Island? Of course it's Misty Island, Hong nodded. But Luo Feng looked at the 3 virtual projections on the screens. And it was indeed Misty Island. He was stunned. There was no mist anymore on Misty Island. In fact, even the island was gone. All that was left was a mist-covered lake. No mist, no island. Was this the same Misty Island from before? The coordinates are right. Luo Feng looked at his communicator watch's coordinates, and got an even bigger shock. Once the Misty Island's long vine was taken by me, the mist, naturally dissipated, Hong explained. As for the island in the big war not long ago, it got destroyed in the battle. The land got destroyed and everything was swallowed by the water. Destroyed an entire island, Luo Feng said, alarmed. What kind of battle could destroy an island that had a 10 kilometers radius? Afraid that it was the war on the level of the long vine. Luo Feng, dressed in white, the thunder god bellowed as he pointed into the fog towards the lake. This island's lake is strange. There's a huge amount of water. Creatures that are really strong. In fact, there's even one with 13 tentacles. It was us who discovered the Earth's 3rd monster king. Monster Emperor. Luo Feng couldn't believe it. That lake. If one were to ever get too close, one would definitely lose his life. If there was a monster higher than the king level, one would definitely be killed. This Misty Island is really special. Hong continued seriously. A small island like this could produce so many spirits of nature. It could even produce the long vine. What a scary existence. The lake's creatures were also far more fearsome and mysterious. Much more than the oceans, and there's also this monster emperor. The long vine, various spirits of nature, and the monster emperor, they are all gathered here. All the powers in the earth consider this place as a wonder. Previous discoveries by the ancient civilizations have never been so crazy or big. This discovery would shake the earth. Hong pointed to the lake's surroundings. Look at those spaceships and the bases. They all belong to the 5 great nations, each having their own base and some representative champions. The number of laser cannons exceed 20 around this lake, Hong said towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked. Lasers that could kill Emperor-level monsters, more than 20 just here. Whoever gets the treasure, depends all on luck, Hong ordered. If you have no interest, just go back. If you do, however, set up around Misty Island's surroundings. I do not, however, have any place to look after you. Go back to your autojet. All right. Luo Feng nodded his head, and proceeded in that direction. Remember, if you ever meet the monster emperor, do not rely on brawn against it. Use your speed to get further away, Hung ordered, before leaving the cabin. Jumping off the ship and landing on the endless wild plains, all that could be seen was a white mist. Compared to a year ago, the change was too drastic. Nothing of the old Misty Island remained. Misty Island, what exactly are you hiding, for which all the major powers of the world are here? Luo Feng sighed and turned towards his own dark blue auto jet. Hong and Thunder God are here. I hardly stand any chance of getting the treasure with them around. I'd be better off by the sidelines watching the show while practicing the first and second stages of the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng wasn't greedy. Man's gift was his self-awareness with the gathering of the 5 great countries, different bases, and the 2 great dojo heads, plus the monster emperor. What place did he have among all these? How can he, Luo Feng, compete with everybody present here for treasures? The auto-jet floated high above in the air. Luo Feng looked down from above. One after another, small fighter jets were spread out across the perimeters of the huge lake. Some were there to construct laser cannons, while others had special apparatus for exploration and to monitor the situation at the lake. Whatever the case, a large number of workers, under the protection of a group of warriors, had begun their work. Meanwhile, there wasn't a sight of a single living monster within a span of tenths of league close to the lake. Other than these small fighter jets, there were 6 other enormous spaceships. 4 passengers. The whole world and its countries have arranged for how many people and horses? Luo Feng sighed with emotion. A country's ability to command and rally was definitely on a different level. Just an order and all kinds of facilities and construction, along with talents and elites, were deployed and gathered over here. Command headquarters, I am number 03, I am number 03. Situation normal. Command headquarters, I am number 08, I am number 08. Directional adjustment is complete. A large number of news and reports were flowing into the command headquarters. An enormous blood-red disc-shaped passenger plane stopped at about 1,500 m away from the lake shores. This was the exact center of the whole Misty Island lake, where Huaxia's men and horses were stationed and based. This was the command headquarters. The 6 enormous disc-shaped passenger planes were spaced 1 centimeter apart, lined up majestically on the lake shores. They each came from different places: Xia, Soviet Russia, India, America, and even the European HR Alliance. The construction cost of each of these huge disc-shaped passenger planes were extremely expensive. Normal bases couldn't even afford it, or just couldn't spare the money to do so. There were even times where the 5 great nations and the HR Alliance picked and shared one of these huge disc-shaped passenger planes to land at the lake's shores, using it as a shared base of operations. With its great defensive capabilities and high mobility, it was indeed the optimum base of operations. I'd better get serious and finish the 2nd level of the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng was excited and curious, on one hand observing the course of events below, while preparing to begin his training on the other. Suddenly, the mini-quantum computer on his arm lit up and began to vibrate slightly. "Wei, how are you?" Luo Feng answered the call. "I am Jia Yi. May I have the honor of inviting Representative Luo Feng for a Meeting a prominent but gentle voice came through. "Jiayi, are you here now?" Luo Feng's emotions stirred. "Luo Feng, being up in the air, you should be able to see that misty islands. Shore has a total of 6 huge disc-shaped passenger planes, right? The blood red. One is exactly where our Huaxia's base of operations is located, and I'm in. That one I've already arranged for people to welcome you at the entrance of the base." Jiayi was very enthusiastic about the meeting. "I'll be there immediately." Luo Feng flew directly out of his autojet and headed towards the blood-red, disc-shaped passenger plane. Testing battle ability, student class 9th level and above. Display. Luo Feng turned the communicator straight towards the passenger spaceship. Suddenly, the screen from his arm's mini-quantum computer displayed a message. "Oh, for representatives as high as the 12 war gods. We at Huaxia have always been pretty strong." Luo Feng was secretly shocked. Luo Feng flew and landed at the entrance of the passenger spaceship. A pretty and girl with nice facial features humbly approached Representative Luo Feng. "Please follow me." Following the welcome girl into the walkways of the passenger spaceship, the girl explained this passageway has already been reconstructed to the laser path. If there were to be an intruder in here, he would be immediately shot to death. Please hold on a minute. D. The red security light originally shining above the passageway sounded 3 times before going off. "The commanders are all gathered at the top floor cabin of the ship." The welcoming girl pointed towards the stairs, of which Luo Feng looked up. Towards the metal door at the end of the stairs was close, and it was guarded by 2 war gods. "Even the guards are war gods." Luo Feng was secretly surprised. "Pleasure to see Representative Luo." The 2 guards humbly bowed. The metal door opened. Luo Feng walked directly in. This particular circular hall had already been completely remodeled. It didn't have a single passenger chair, but was fully equipped with the world's leading technological facilities. Even some of the ancient civilization's equipment was excavated and installed in here. In the middle of the circular room was a round, slightly protruding stage, and on this round metal stage stood 4 warriors in full battle armor. They were not young at all. One even had a full head of white hair. Luo Feng. Representative Luo. The 4 men were laughing excitedly as they walked over, led by the skinniest middle-aged man, who laughed. "Luo Feng, have you broken through?" "Oh, I broke through a few days ago." Luo Feng nodded, obviously directed to the fact that he flew over himself without his battle weapon, letting the 4 representatives know that he had officially broken through to the star traveler level. Immediately, the attitudes was drastically different. The representatives in the past didn't have that much respect for Luo Feng, but now that he had broken through, even before breaking through, he had the ability to kill Li Yao. Now that he had broken through, how powerful had he become? He definitely was a champion amongst the representatives. How could they not be passionate and friendly with him? "Mr. Jiayi, ever since I knew of Representative Jia's achievements, I've always wanted to meet you. When I was on patrol previously, I didn't get to meet Mr. Jiayi. Now it's finally happened." Luo Feng laughed. This was hardly a compliment. Ever since his status had risen, he had access to many people's files and records. Especially once he saw Jiayi's files, Luo Feng had since then respected this person. Jiayi was quite a legend. Jiayi's father's generation, grandfather's generation were all military men. Even Jiayi's old grandfather once fought in the 8-Year War, resisting the U.S. And assisting North Korea, this was a family of military personnel, and yet Jia was fraught with illness. When he was young, he had a poor constitution and was small and skinny. However, during the Great Nirvana, that was Jia's time. There were so many legendary stories of his rescues, saving over 10 million Huaxia people. During the Great Nirvana, warriors didn't have a proper training system. But because of this, Jia became the military's first existence to surpass the war god level. His contributions in the building of the base were even bigger. He took pride in his military background, especially having become the existence surpassing the war god. Jia didn't have the slightest hesitation and was still as loyal to his country. Over many decades, the number of people saved by him ranged more than 10 million. The ones he indirectly saved were even more. With his hard work and power, Jia was the current vice chairperson of the military commission, with authority and power ranking in the top 3 in Huaxia. He was considered in the Huaxia military to be a true and elite leader. Star Traveler Level 2. If Jia was living in my generation, with proper guidance and training, he'd be at a much higher level. Luo Feng had much respect for him, especially for the fact that he had saved tens of millions of people during the Great Nirvana. Haha, I would also like to see what Huaxia's new generation of geniuses can do. Jia smiled. Come, the 3 people beside me, you recognize them, don't you? Representative Zhu, Representative Tua Ba, Representative Deng. Luo Feng smiled. The 3 representatives smiled back. Luo Feng looked towards the circular hall. It was filled with many types of apparatus, many of which he had never seen before. He couldn't help but comment, looking at the types and construction. These are really unique apparatus, not like any of Earth's construction, I presume. Some were excavated from the ancient ruins. Jia pointed towards a large screen and commanded, send the readings from Misty Island's lake here. Yes, Commander. The screen immediately lighted up and displayed the Mist Island lake. There were countless complex figures around the lake. These figures, are they all water creatures? Luo Feng curiously looked at the screen. Amazing, the entire lake's population of creatures can all be scanned from here. It's not hard, the Great 5 countries can all do it. Jia walked to the front of the screen, pointing at it. Look, Misty Island's lake's average deepness is approximately 300 m. The deepest regions go close to 1000 m. However, the monster emperor is not in the lake. Scan 3500 m below, Jia ordered. The screen's diagram started to fluctuate irregularly, until it went 3500 m below ground level. This is Luo Feng's eyes opened wide with shock. This is the monster emperor, named by us as the tentacle monster. Jia pointed towards the blur figure. The figure was enormous. The screen depicted the whole island 3500 m below ground level, and yet this figure took up a good half of the screen, showing just how big this creature was. Monster Emperor Tentacle Monster has a total of 13 tentacles, each spanning approximately 1500 m. Jia pointed towards the figure. Look, it even carries a shell-like toy, able to hide all its tentacles in the shell in a flash. This isn't all. It even has a special feature unique to tentacle creatures. It can easily and quickly regrow any of its lost tentacles. Jia shook his head. We've already combed this island for many days, and we've yet to discover any trace of a treasure or secret. The main thing is that Monster Emperor is down there, and we do not dare to go down. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Enter the ground and kill the monster emperor in your dreams. A few days ago, Hong went down once and managed to cut off 2 of its tentacles. Before it got away, Jiayi looked at Luo Feng and smiled. It's usually very special when a treasure appears, and it usually relies heavily on luck when it comes to power. Hong alone was stronger than all the representatives together, however, when it comes to luck. Luo Feng, are you willing to join us? Give Huaxia a hand. Jiayi looked at Luo Feng. The other 3 were also looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was stumped. This Jiayi really knew how to pull at a tiger's skin, looking for treasure in Misty Island's lake, using the country and patriotism to rope in Luo Feng. If the country was really in trouble, Luo Feng would definitely help, but this was something else. Mr. Jiayi, I'm sorry, the head is here. I do not feel good going up against him. Luo Feng laughed embarrassedly. I've got other matters. I shall take my leave. After rejecting them, Luo Feng didn't feel too good staying around them. Jiayi noticed the situation and smiled. It's fine, we'll be here for a while. Do come and chat when you have the time. Yes. Luo Feng smiled, including Jiayi. All 4 of the representatives personally sent Luo Feng out, and once they saw him fly by himself, his position in their hearts had risen a great deal. Walking out the base's door, there was a squall going on. The wild leaves and weeds were leaning low. Attention all personnel. The dojo of Limit's head Hong have entered the Misty Island Lake in an attempt to kill the monster emperor in order to avoid dying from the crossfire. All personnel not at representative level should immediately enter their bases. Representatives near the lake should also be careful. A thunderous voice sounded throughout the lake's perimeter. Luo Feng looked up high in the sky. The black-clothed man that was shouting in the air was indeed Royal Guard Ice Mountain. The head wants to go kill the monster emperor. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What? Hong wants to kill the monster emperor? Jiayi and the 4 representatives behind Luo Feng were also shocked by the news. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the warriors began to fly and leave the scene. In the overcast sky above, 30 or so silhouettes hovered. They were all world-renowned warriors who stood at the peak of strength, existences that surpassed the war gods. Luo Feng, along with Jiayi and the 3 other representatives, were floating a few hundred meters in mid-air. The last time Hong attempted to kill the monster emperor, he failed and left. While he may have damaged the monster emperor, he himself was also injured. Jiayi used his remote control. From afar, the big auto jet stopped moving. It's only been a few days since you, Luo Feng, have had your big appointment ceremony, and he intends to immediately deal with the monster emperor. It is indeed strange. The other 3 representatives were also suspicious. Man cares a lot about their reputation. Hong's first attempt at the monster emperor was a failure, but everybody could understand. But without a solid plan of attack, he's attempting it a second time. This naturally led to suspicion and discussions behind his back. I reckon the head has confidence. Luo Feng's eyebrows cringed together. The confidence to kill the monster emperor? Jiayi and the other representatives shook their heads gently. If he had the confidence and guarantee, the other 2 monster emperors in the sea would have been settled long ago. A good number of representative warriors were all hovering in the air high above, waiting to watch the battle. The large number of small aircrafts and battleships by the shore were all flying back to their respective bases, all personnel below the level of representative had already returned straight into the bases. They had already witnessed plenty. The last time Hong battled the monster emperor, they knew that it was a huge deal and battle, and the moment the battle had any crossfire or leaked out, even the representatives had to be careful not to lose their lives. Look, Hong and Thunder God. Are the two of them teaming up this time? Up above, the representatives still had good vision and a good view. Retreat, retreat, don't ever get too close to the shore, get further away, Luo. Feng, the airspace above the lake is a really good spot to get caught in the crossfire, whether it's your head or the monster emperor. A single stray punch or blow isn't something we can handle. Do not get careless. Jiayi and the other representatives were moving away. Luo Feng followed suit and flew backwards. Misty Island's lake surroundings were quiet. The bases around were all monitoring every movement happening in the lake. The 30 representative warriors, who were almost all clad in black, were hovering high in the sky, focusing all their attention on Hong and Thunder God. The black-cloaked Hong and the white-robed bald monk Thunder God were flying close together towards the center of the lake. Thunder God looked at Hong, whispering softly, "Brother Hong, once that tentacle monster enters the lake, it will be like fish getting into water. On the other hand, we human warriors lose a lot of our power in water. You failed the last time. Just bringing the cloud contact vine along gives you the confidence to win this time." Man's every action and movements were affected by water resistance. The faster one was, the higher the resistance. Hong and Thunder God met with exceptionally high resistance and limitations underwater, yet the monster emperor was at its strongest there. With the cloud contact vine, I have 3 times the confidence to kill the tentacle monster. Even if it isn't killed, we'll be able to return safely. Unless it hides, otherwise, there's no way I'll get injured again. Hong was floating calmly towards the lake. What's more, this Misty Island's lake's strongest creature is that monster emperor. It is the biggest obstacle between us and the treasure. How can we not kill it if we want the treasure? Thunder God was stumped for words. Indeed, without killing this monster emperor, there was absolutely no safe way to go excavate below. Your actions will be helping the 5 countries, HR Alliance, Thunder God laughed, and also helping me. I've said before, attaining the treasure relies on fate and destiny. It's like the soaring shuttle. It was mine, and yet I couldn't and didn't know how to use it. The moment it landed in Luo Feng's hands, it became so powerful. The soaring shuttle and him were destined to be. Hong smiled. This cloud contact vine may not be of Earth's origins. I've never left Earth, and yet it landed in my hands. It can be said we were fated to be. Thunder God laughed. I look like a monk, because I'm bald. You however aren't bald, and yet you sound exactly like one. You baldy can stay here and watch how I deal with this tentacle monster. The black-cloaked Hong finished speaking and immediately became a black light, rushing fiercely into the surface of the lake. The middle of the lake gave a shake, and the black-clothed Hong was already 300 m or more below the surface, breaking in the mud and rock stratum. It was an extremely quick infiltration. The sky steadily grew darker. The lights in the 6 bases began to light up. The 30 silhouettes looked vaguely like gods and angels, hovering in the sky. Look, it's moving. Jiayi stared at his watch communicator screen. The 3 other representatives along with Luo Feng were all glued to the same screen. The screen displayed the figure of the enormous monster emperor. It had been still without movement for the longest time, and yet now it was moving frantically. 3 of its tentacles waving madly. At the same time, its whole body was quickly rising up. This red light represents Hong Jiayi was pointing towards a little light that was floating on one of the tentacles, a figure that was no taller than 2 m, while each tentacle was about 1500 m. The difference between the two was simply jarring. Hong is moving quickly. The monster emperor has to rely on its tentacles to retaliate. Look, the whole ground and wilderness is shaking. Luo Feng and company were a little afraid as they looked at the ground a few 100 meters below, as this monster emperor, tentacle monster, was violently retaliating. The whole surface was shaking from its attacks. A tentacle has been broken. Luo Feng and company were staring at the screen. One of the tentacles was 1-3. Cut off. Hong and the monster emperor were moving extremely fast. The monster emperor had already escaped into the lake, between the rock stratum and the lake. Its movements were faster by countless times. Hong also entered the lake, speed increasing by quite a lot too, but definitely nowhere close to the increase in speed by the monster emperor. A few representatives were nervously watching the battle, discussing the points of it. Not good, retreat, Jiayi roared in a deep voice. A tentacle was shown on the screen, rapidly heading to break the surface of the lake. Indeed. In the retreat of Luo Feng and company, a long 20 m or so tentacle that was covered on its surface totally by rocks and land rushed towards the sky. It rushed up to a length of about 1000 m, almost like a raging train linking its carriages together. One tentacle, that was about 1000 m long, had about 20 m or so of rock and earth. Yet, almost like the legendary Sun Wukong's golden staff, it moved swiftly and quickly engulfed everything within a kilometer. Explosions and rumbling filled the air. The air exploded and huge waves rose from the lake. A huge number of water creatures were rustled up into the air from the battle, or mashed into meat and dirt. Some just died pitifully, while others were crippled or injured heavily. Almost like a dance of tentacles, the monster emperor shook the heavens and earth. It's even crazier than the war against the long vine. Luo Feng could smell from the mad waving tentacle that seemed like it was about to puncture the sky, a really pungent fishy smell. It almost smelled like sea produce, and yet a little like earthworms. It was extremely pungent and made one nauseous. While pungent, the power of that tentacle was definitely shocking. Even if we have the black god sets, if we were to even touch the tentacle, 8 or 9 out of 10 of us would die. Jia looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I advise you to wear a SS-grade battle armor on top of your black god set. No wonder you are all wearing battle armor. Luo Feng nodded his head profusely. Jia and the representatives were all wearing a SS-grade battle armor on top of their black god sets. It wasn't just them wearing the 2 layers of protection. All the representatives and warriors in the sky were mostly all doing the same. With the monster emperor, this SS-grade armor definitely could save our lives. Luo Feng nodded. SS-grade armor, while unable to fully disperse damage to the entire body, was still able to reduce the amount of damage taken considerably. Luo Feng and the 4 representatives stared intensely at their watches. Screen. The monster emperor was huge and easy to spot, while Hong was only a small red light. Hong has rushed into the monster emperor's shell. What an intense attack. Rumble. A human silhouette rushed towards the sky from the lake. It was the black Clothed Hong, his hand was holding a silver spear, eyes filled with intensity. The surrounding 100 m area was enveloped in darkness, as though the god in this area, Hong gripping the spear, once again pierced into the water. The second tentacle is broken. Zhu from the side couldn't help but shout out. Hong is floating on the monster emperor's shell. Ah, what's going on? What's going on? Luo Feng and the 4 representatives were shocked, mainly because the light representing Hong had vanished. Luo Feng and company looked at Jia Yi. Jia Yi just shook his head, full of doubt. It's not clear, the device has never reacted this way before. Whatever is alive should be detected by it. Alive, does that mean that Hong has died? Representative Tua Ba said softly from the side. Look at the lake, Luo Feng shouted out. Immediately, everybody looked towards the lake, only to see the originally tumultuous waves exploding up. All that could be seen were tentacles rushing high up, piercing the sky. A good 7 or 8 of them were flailing violently about, without any proper motive or plan. It was just madly waving them. A large number of water creatures were caught in the crossfire, coloring the lake in red. Now an ear-piercing and mournful scream came from below, shaking the surface of the ground. How ear-piercing! The 30-plus star traveler-level warriors floating in mid-air couldn't help but cover their ears, face grimacing in pain. The tentacles, once filled with strength and power, were slowly, one by one, slowing down, falling lifelessly into the lake. A couple even fell on the wilderness land by the shore. The weight alone from the tentacles split 2 deep ditches in the land, water rapidly gushing in to fill them. It's dead. The monster emperor, tentacle monster, has died. Look at the screen. The monster emperor's silhouette is fading. His life signal is fading fast, really fast. It's gone. Under the close attention of Luo Feng and company, the silhouette of the enormous monster emperor vanished. A red light shone exceptionally bright. That's Hong. The lake's surface rippled once more. The 30-plus star traveler-leveled warriors floating in mid-air all turned towards the vast lake's surface, rippling until it covered in stone and earth. Tentacle flew out of the water, followed by the black-clothed man, Hong. Hong's right hand actually lifted a 10 m long tentacle wrapped in vine. Drag. The black-clothed man, Hong, flew towards the sky, including the tentacle, which was longer than 3,000 m, a monster material. They left the water's surface completely. It was almost as though a huge black floating island had appeared above the lake. The 30-plus star travelers, the Earth's 5 great countries, the HR Alliance, the commanders from each base, workers, etc., all stood there in shock as they witnessed this scene. At the same time, the scene and news were being broadcasted to the whole world and organizations. Everybody remained silent. The over 3,000 m long Grand Emperor's body was definitely a sight to behold. The strong personnel from every country had gathered around Misty Island's lake. These also included the strong, beyond compare star traveler warriors. Every one of them felt as though their heart had stopped beating, their blood stopped flowing as they saw this sight. It was too unbelievable, too exaggerated. In the air above the lake, Hong, who was dragging the corpse of the Grand Emperor, was heading towards the wilderness land, before descending slowly, allowing the corpse to rest on the land. Putong. Each of the rough 1,500 m long tentacles began to fall on the wilderness land, causing the entire land to rumble as though an earthquake has occurred. So strong. Luo Feng looked up towards the black-clothed Hong while his face was ghastly pale. His eyes were bright and shining, with a sense of glee and satisfaction floating high above. Hong surveyed his surroundings, almost like a king overlooking his territory. No one dared make eye contact with Hong. Invincible amongst the star travelers, even in the water, he was able to kill a water Grand Emperor. Luo Feng was really shocked. Invincible amongst the star travelers only meant that no other star traveler could be his match. It didn't mean that he had the ability to kill the star travelers at his level, like how the higher monster leaders were as strong and fast as the war god-leveled humans, because of their diversity and growths, had a natural advantage in power and strength. Grand Emperor, just its body strength, and everything else should be above Hong. It was even in its natural habitat, the water, when it battled. If it wasn't for Hong's own domain, any other level 6 star traveler would have instantly died. Because Hong had his own domain, he was invincible amongst the star travelers, be it on land or air. He was able to kill any enemy. However, in water, his power was greatly diminished, while the monster's power was greatly boosted. One diminished, while the other got stronger. That was why Hong was not guaranteed to kill the Grand Emperor in the water. This time, however, with the cloud contact vine, along with a few well-timed attacks and opportunities that he took advantage of, Hong succeeded. Grand Emperor, one day, I want to be able to kill one by myself. Luo Feng looked far at Hong, who seemed almost like a god, and his heart was filled with great longing. While Luo Feng and some of the other warriors were still in shock over Hong's battle accomplishment, the other governments from the countries of Earth began to feel an itch for the materials. Grand Emperor Corpse. This is the first the world's ever seen and acquired. Its price is immeasurable. My Prime Minister, we at the National Research Department have never gotten a piece of a Grand Emperor's body. I beseech you, Mr. Prime Minister, please talk with the Dojo of Limits to let us have a piece of the Grand Emperor's corpse. I suggest immediately buying a piece of the Grand Emperor's body, and the part we should research first should be the bone structure and skeleton, skin composition and more. We, the HR Alliance, are the world's leading weapon suppliers. We need this to research and create more powerful weapons and battle armors to continue to dominate the high-end market. The 5 great countries, HR Alliance, and more were all eyeing the corpse greatly. One has to know that when the first corpse of a king-level monster first came about, this allowed man to create the SS-grade battle armors and weapons. This ultimately led to the SSS-level grade battle armors and weapons. However, in comparison, the SSS-leveled items were too expensive as they were completed, made with high-grade and expensive materials. That was why almost no one bought the SSS-grade armors. With that kind of money, one would rather buy a Black God set. Now that the first Grand Emperor corpse was acquired, with intensive research and study, who knew what results and discoveries would be made? Night had come and it was dark. The Australian mainland, over the vast wilderness, had what seemed like a small mountain of a corpse lying on it. A black-clothed Hong was standing at the side. In comparison to the size of the Grand Emperor's corpse, was like an ant next to a giant. Lu He. Hong began to speak. Head Lu He, who was far in the Hong Ning base, immediately responded. Immediately dispatch a research team, along with 2 special small teams of war gods using the fastest speed. Get over here to Misty Island to meet me. Hong ordered. Yes, head. Lu He followed his orders. Not just that, Hong immediately ordered Beast of the Three Royal Guards to rush over with that. All of them would be gathered here in the most crucial moments. These were the people Hong trusted the most. Yes, Master. A low thick voice emanated from the phone's communicator. Brother Hong. A voice filled with ridicule sounded, face still pale without a hint of blood. Hong turned coldly towards the voice. It was from the white-robed Baldy. Thunder God was smiling, raising his head to look at the enormous corpse. Brother Hong, I really admire you. You actually killed the Grand Emperor. Hong just nodded his head a little. Damn, not in the least modest. Thunder God couldn't help but blink his eyes. Hong gave Thunder God a look with a sense of helplessness. They were both born right before the period of the Great Nirvana. Thunder God was a mixed blood, with a little Chinese and Indian lineage. Thunder God's father was a yoga master who once specially went to India to study yoga. That was where he met Thunder God's mother and subsequently returned to China. Thunder God's demeanor had always been fun and mischievous, but due to the influence of movies and television, grew to love Chinese martial arts. Having been trained under his father from a young age, his yoga was pretty good. Along with that, his hard work and study in Chinese martial arts gained him quite a reputation among the martial arts circles as the Thunder Madman. Within the Chinese martial arts circles, everybody knew there was a really competitive mixed-blood youngster. When the Great Nirvana period came, Thunder God combined his Chinese martial arts and yoga to create his powerful body's technique. Unlike Thunder God, before the Great Nirvana, Hong was an assassin, a killer and a buffoon. What a bizarre combination. While their characters were different, they did share a similarity, and that was their expectations of themselves were extremely high and strict. From knowing nothing to being strictly trained in yoga by his father, Thunder God could definitely do hard work. There was no need to even mention Hong. His background as an assassin led to his cold personality. During the Great Nirvana, the two's power levels suddenly soared. In addition to a few miracles plus their natural genius, the two mutually verified their strengths grew even faster with the basics of the body and a proper training regime from a young age. Thunder God naturally grew stronger than Hong also. With such a systematic form of training and learning, his improvement speed had always been shocking. Be it body strength, speed, sturdiness, and usage of the muscles and their limits, Thunder God was above Hong in all. Hong only had one thing: his perception and wits were extremely high. A star traveler having his own domain, naturally, he became the world's strongest. Of these two, one established the dojo of limits, while the other the Thunder dojo. While those under them were constantly fighting and competing, Hong and Thunder God never stopped or intervened. The two have been through countless life or death situations together and were on good terms. The competition between the warriors below them had their benefits. Brother Hong, you've already killed this Grand Emperor. There's still two more in the sea. Can't you kill them too? Thunder God asked. If you do that, our lives would be a lot easier and safer. It's not the same. Hong shook his head. This lake's depth is only 300 m, in spite of its large area. To the Grand Emperor, one tentacle alone is 1500 m. This means that in the lake, it is difficult for it to fully move. The shallow depth limits its full capabilities, not to mention it barely just evolved to the Grand Emperor level not long ago, not fully learning how to utilize its body and power its all these reasons put together that I was able to kill it. The two old bastards in the sea, however, evolved to the Emperor level during the Great Nirvana period, before growing to the Emperor level afterwards. Those two have fought countless battles in the sea before gaining the Emperor status. This tentacle monster seemed to have popped out of nowhere suddenly, with little experience and control of itself. It doesn't hold a candle to the other. Tu Hong shook his head. Thunder God nodded his head slightly. No rush, our strengths are greater than those two bastards, they will never dare to come on shore, Hong said, when we finally enter the star level, or my cloud contact vine grows more powerful, we will definitely stand a chance. The cloud contact vine is still very weak. Don't talk to me about the cloud contact vine, it makes me green with envy. Thunder God couldn't help but spit out, damn, to be able to find a cloud contact vine on Earth, your luck definitely is off the charts. Cloud contact vine. It was definitely an invaluable treasure in the vast universe, just one of them was indefinitely valuable. It was because of some universe knowledge passed on from previous generations that one knew what it is worth. Of Hong was extremely excited then from attaining this treasure, so much so that he gave the spiritual weapon to Luo Feng. That was because to Hong, the spiritual weapon couldn't compare to the cloud contact vine. Luo Feng, gather here with me. Luo Feng received his phone call. Yes, head. Luo Feng flew towards his dojo's head's location, overlooking the enormous Grand Emperor's corpse below. In his heart, he felt a little suspicious. If the head had enough power alone to kill the Grand Emperor, why did he need to gather him over to Hong? A few more helpers and representatives shouldn't make any difference. So Luo Feng descended. At the same time, Hong was standing at the side of the Grand Emperor's corpse. Beside him stood the Great Allure and Ice Mountain. Head Luo Feng landed. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng, slightly nodding his head. I've already killed the Grand Emperor. The biggest obstacle in our excavating of the Misty Island Lake is gone. The other countries, HR Alliance etc., and the representatives, some of them have already begun their excavation of the lake. There are many more who've begun to prepare to work. I've already arranged for many to come over. Right now, you three should immediately begin entering the lake and excavating for treasures. Hong ordered seriously. The moment you discover a treasure, if you can take it, take it. If it's not possible, let me know immediately. Yes, head. Donning a golden mask, Allure and Ice Mountain, along with Luo Feng, immediately followed his orders. Of course, once you've discovered a treasure, if we've successfully acquired it, the person who discovered it will too be rewarded. 30 rewards. The person who acquires it too will get 30, the remaining 40 will go to the dojo. Hong stated seriously. This means that once you discover a treasure and acquire it, you automatically get 60 of the rewards. Allure, Ice Mountain, and Luo Feng nodded their heads. To get 60 was not a bad deal. Also, once they acquired the treasures, they didn't have to worry about theft or fights from others, since they had Hong backing them. Good, you three can set off now, Hong ordered. Yes. Luo Feng, Allure, and Ice Mountain followed the order. They immediately became 3 bright lights rushing towards the lake. At the same time, countless other representatives and warriors, occasionally 1 or 2 at a time, flew towards Misty Island Lake. A big excavation that captured the attention of the whole world had just officially begun. Luo Feng, Allure, and Ice Mountain were wearing similar outfits, battle uniform sets on the outside and Black God sets on the inside. Allure and Ice Mountain both had an extra golden mask on Luo Feng put on his battle uniform. Set, etc. in the autojet after watching Hong's battle with the Grand Emperor. Monster. The three of them flew above the sky side by side. "We'll split up and search," said Royal Guard Allure. "Okay." Ice Mountain's voice was as cold as usual. "All right." Luo Feng nodded. The radius of this misty lake was over 100 km, which meant its area was huge. Furthermore, the place where that Grand Emperor was staying at was 3,500 meters below ground, while the lake itself is only 300 meters deep, so maybe the treasure is below the dirt of the bottom of the lake in some rocky layer. Underground the search will be quite hard. Luo Feng also agreed that splitting up was the right course of action. Compared to the larger layers of rock underground, I'll first check out this smaller lake. Luo Feng couldn't help but to glance at the distance and saw an image charge into the lake a few thousand meters away. This was clearly another representative level fighter. The appeal of the treasures in the misty lake are indeed big. Putong. Water splashed everywhere as Luo Feng directly charged into the lake. With his battle uniform set on the outside and his black god set on the inside, he stepped on his soaring shuttle and had 18 blade pieces circling around him, ready to attack at any time. Luo Feng was completely armed. Treasure? I don't even know what treasure it is, so how am I supposed to find it? Luo Feng was in a bind as of now. The various powers weren't even sure what the treasure was and how many of them there were. Everyone could only search like blind people. Good thing I'm a spirit reader. I'll spread my spiritual force within a 200-meter radius and search. The scanning from his spiritual force was more effective than radar. Just like this, Luo Feng started a bloody treasure hunt. Back when he came to this misty lake last time, he almost lost his life, and this time, those so-called high-level horde leader-level monsters were easily killed by Luo Feng's blade pieces extremely easily. After using up 32 minutes, Luo Feng scanned over 80 of the lake with his surprising speed on the way. He killed over 1,000 monsters and 13 horde leader monsters. Luo Feng used his spiritual force to collect the materials of 2 high-level horde leader level monsters into the backpack formed by the Black God set. Star Traveler level spirit readers sure make money easily on Earth, thought Luo Feng to himself after collecting the materials from 2 monsters and giving up the rest. Luo Feng, any discoveries in the lake? A sound carried from the tactical communications watch, which was Allure's voice. I have already scanned over 36 of the lake. Nothing. Nothing, said Luo Feng quietly. I scanned over 80 of the area. In terms of searching abilities, Star Traveler level fighters are definitely better than War Gods, because even Star Traveler level fighters can release their genetic energy outside of their bodies. For example, the flames surrounding Representative Far's body. For example, Lan Ranback in Jiangnan headquarter city caused the surrounding temperature to drop dramatically and the water fountain to freeze when he stopped Luo Feng from killing Li Yao. Star Traveler level fighters can control the energy in a certain radius and search for treasures like that. Of course, Star Traveler spirit readers are even better at searching. After that are the Star Traveler level fighters, and after that are the War God level spirit readers. Lastly are the War God level fighters. War God level fighters can only sadly use their 2 eyes to search, which is extremely inefficient. You scanned 80, I scanned 36, Ice Mountain scanned 41, and none of us found anything in total. we probably scanned over 95 of the lake I think. We should go underground, messaged Allure. I agree, replied Luo Feng. Whoosh. At the same time, the three powerful Star Traveler level fighters Allure, Ice, Mountain, and Luo Feng broke out the surface of the water and flew into the air. After that, they flew towards the misty island ruins in the center of the lake. Putong Putong. Luo Feng saw in the distance War God after War God leap into the lake from fighter jets. Even war gods have come to search for treasures, really. Luo Feng shook his head. Good thing they aren't dumb and are just searching among the island and dirt. If a war god encounters a horde leader in the lake, he's basically not taking his own life seriously. The lake area where those war gods leaped into was still part of the island in the center not too long ago. However, the huge battle shaved the sides off the island a bit, so the rest of the island is underwater. Those portions cannot be seen with the naked eye. Those war gods that leaped into the water can swiftly dig into the dirt and then search for treasures in the dirt and rocks. Monsters are rare in the rocky layer, and even if they do appear, they are usually quite weak. The dirt and rock layer underground has an even greater area than the lake, and searching there is harder than in water, said Allure, coldly. Same old way, we split up. I'll go ahead first. Luo Feng charged into the lake right away, and after just a few meters deep, drilled into the dirt and rock below. His head was above and his feet were below. As his 2 feet automatically extended into a drill, he easily pierced through the dirt and rock and drilled downwards. Underground, everything was dark. Searching for treasures underground is probably difficult for others. Luo Feng's spiritual force spread out. He didn't know what the shape of the treasure he was looking for was. Is it a plant, an ore, or is it life, or an archaeological ruin? Because he doesn't know and has no target, it took him a long time to search. 3 hours later, 2,000 to 3,000 meters below ground, an underground river was raging. With a pung, Luo Feng smashed through the rocks and fell into the dark river. It's here. I consumed the 1,000-year willow heart beside this river back then. How nostalgic. I'll dig a hole and rest here too. Luo Feng easily dug out a hole a bit above the dark river and sat cross-legged. As he closed his eyes, even if he had plenty of spiritual force, his mind was quite tired after searching for 3 hours non-stop with his spiritual force, searching the surrounding 200-meter radius with him at the center. What smell is that? Luo Feng, who was resting as he sat cross-legged, suddenly sniffed with his nose. A light scent slightly carried into his nose. The scent of rice. Luo Feng furiously opened his eyes. Treasure, it could be treasure. It is quite peculiar to smell rice 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the ground, and weird things could probably lead to the treasure of the misty island. Luo Feng sniffed with his nose and leaped into the dark river like a fish. At times, he would come out the river to sniff with his nose. It's this direction the smell is carrying, from this direction. Once he confirmed the direction, Luo Feng immediately headed towards that direction as he swam along the dark river. As he got closer, the scent of rice became easier and easier to smell. Rumbled. Luo Feng went along this dark river and appeared in an even wider river, as if the dark river from before was merely a branch of this wider river. There are sea monsters. Luo Feng's spiritual force discovered after a single scan. There aren't many of them, but most of them are quite powerful. Luo Feng didn't think this was weird at all. Back then, Luo Feng saw from the screen at the Chinese base that the lake had an average depth of 300 meters, and its deepest part was 1,000 meters. However, these diagrams only pointed out the main parts. In reality, there are still quite a few tunnels connecting the lake to the underground area. For example, the Grand Emperor from before managed to charge up to the lake from a distance of 3,500 meters underground. Sometimes it would go to the lake and sometimes it would return underground. Because of the Grand Emperor's movements, tunnel after tunnel was formed. At that time, the display showed that it discovered an area formed by many tunnels, and quite a few sea monsters were there. So Luo Feng wasn't surprised at all right now. The smell is coming from there. Luo Feng swiftly flew up. Whoosh! As if teleportation, Luo Feng appeared 50 meters away, 3 meters above the wide underground river. He stepped on the surface of the river and looked in front of him. Above the dark river was a white transparent crystal that hovered in midair. Because of it, the originally dark river had a tiny bit of weak light. This white transparent crystal was also emanating the scent of rice, which caused one to feel like drooling. However, large amounts of sea monsters in the underground river were all staring at this white crystal, and one of them even instantly leaped up to swallow it. Right when Luo Feng saw the white crystal, it was swallowed by a sea monster. In basically a blink of an eye. Not right. Luo Feng ignored his grief as he watched the scene in front of him with confusion. How come the other sea monsters didn't leap up to fight over it? Quite a few of these monsters are horde leader level monsters with intelligence comparable to humans. They aren't dumb, so there must be some reason. Chi-Chi. The entire body of the crustacean-type sea monster that leaped up and swallowed the white crystal started shining in the river. Its entire body seemed to be expanding. Roars and screams of pain rang, pung, with a sound. The crustacean-type monster exploded. Pieces of its corpse and blood flew around everywhere, and the extremely alluring white crystal continued to hover above the lake in midair. A bunch of sea monsters surrounded this white crystal. Each of them wanted to eat it so badly, but none of them dared to swallow it. Luo Feng took in a breath after seeing this. That white crystal seemed extremely marvelous, and its scent caused one to drool naturally. But who would have thought that it was poison? Death awaits after eating it. There are so many pieces of blown-up corpses in this lake, discovered Luo Feng with a scan with his spiritual force. Looks like quite a few monsters died because they swallowed this. And at this time, it's treasure. Treasure of the Misty Island. Gasps in English arose, and two images flew over from different directions. It's mine. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, and with a thought, his spiritual force formed a gigantic formless hand which directly grabbed towards the crystal. Luo Feng didn't dare to use his real hand to grab this peculiar thing. Pung! A huge white hand as large as a sink appeared and also grabbed towards the crystal. It collided with Luo Feng's spiritual force, and both of the hands disintegrated. Luo Feng, this is mine. M.O. Henderson swiftly leave a roar in twisted Chinese rang. The third chairman, Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson. Luo Feng swiftly recalled this person's data. Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson is one of the 2-star traveler level 3-stage fighters on Earth. He was born in America, and as of now, is the most powerful fighter the American government has, because his ability to control ice has reached an extremely high level. People nicknamed him Ice Emperor. He's a super powerful fighter only below Hong and Thunder God. This belongs to the dojo of limits, and you dare to steal it, do you want to? Die, roared Luo Feng as his soaring shuttle hovered beside him, ready to unleash his ultimate move any time. Deep in the underground lake, 3-star traveler warriors were hovering defensively. Luo Feng, who do you think you are talking to? A thick voice sounded, a tall and sturdy body built almost like a male lion, with the condescending tone of an emperor who was vastly superior. He stared coldly at Luo Feng. M.O. Henderson, I discovered this first, please give way. Luo Feng's expression was just as cold and unrelenting. Very well. The Ice Emperor began to smile instead, a smile out of rage. It's been a long time since anyone has had the nerve to talk to me like that. You are nothing but a 20-year-old youngster. How dare you talk to me this way on behalf of your head? I shall teach you a good lesson today. Following that, he shot a glance at the other person hovering not too far away. That other representative looked at M.O. Henderson and then to Luo Feng, before forcing out a smile. Two gentlemen, harmony is most important to me. I shall not partake in the contest for this treasure. So he retreated in a flash of lightning. I'll allow you to strike first. We'll settle this in 3 seconds. That old man will definitely inform others about this. We shall settle this quickly. The Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson said indifferently. Arrogant indeed. 3 seconds, even 30 seconds, will not be enough. Luo Feng raised his hand and pointed to M.O. Henderson. I hope you won't lose after one attack. Humph. M.O. Henderson snorted in disbelief. He was the third chairman, and he didn't get there by sucking up and relying on others. Even the Star Traveler level 2 Spirit Reader Eastbourne lost to him. Why would he be afraid of a Spirit Reader who had just stepped into the Star Traveler level? He was the strongest in America, not one to be trifled with. Mountain Drill. Luo Feng's expression was cold. In an instant, the soaring shuttle separated into 365 blades, and just as quickly regrouped together, it became cone-shaped, circling around it in a spiral pattern weapon. This was the Mountain Drill from the soaring shuttle's first form. The speed in which it separated and reassembled was so fast that even a Star Traveler warrior wouldn't be able to fully see it. This was the Soaring Sky's basic attack. 12 golden threads immediately spiraled around the cone. Attack. Ong. A deafening explosion occurred, almost as though the whole space was blasted. In disarray, a golden light penetrated the distance of 50 m in a blink of an eye, piercing through with a violent spiraling wave of pressure. The Ice Emperor's expression changed greatly, using his right hand to punch as quickly as lightning. The special design of his glove had sharp thorns. However, the Mountain Drill was too fast. The Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson's punch brushed the Mountain Drill, causing it to stir slightly, before directly piercing straight into the Ice Emperor's body. Armor. Ong. The Mountain Drill resumed its mad drilling. With the piercing power of the Mountain Drill, it easily broke through the Ice Emperor's SS-grade battle armor, tearing it apart. The backlash of the attack went on to hit the Ice Emperor's Black God set, penetrating strongly to weaken 9 layers of the set until finally the last layer scattered throughout the Ice Emperor's body. Humph, the Ice Emperor groaned, unconsciously backing 70 to 80 m away, face pale as ever. What a sturdy body! Luo Feng was slightly alarmed. However, this was all still within his calculations. A Star Traveler level 3 without a Black God set would have been dead by now. With the Black God set, however, makes things a lot more difficult. Very good. You've injured me, the Ice Emperor Mo Henderson's stare was cold, now You are too slow, you cannot hit me, Luo Feng smiled. Become a target. Luo Feng coldly sneered. Immediately, the mountain drill in front of Luo Feng became a golden light. A deafening sound boomed again, spiraling with winds almost like a tornado. Mo Henderson didn't dare arrogantly stand his ground again, instead. He quickly backed away and raised his fists. A deep impact rang. The mountain drill actually collided with one of Mo Henderson's fists, causing his face to go white and backing away a few more meters. The mountain drill's speed, it seems even a Star Traveler level 3 can barely block it. Luo Feng quickly had a thought. It's a good thing the mountain drill's penetrative force relies not on its speed but on the golden thread that creates the amazing drilling force. The mountain drill, which was about 20 m to the left of Mo Henderson, once again began generating the sound which causes panic. Xiao. The golden light once again attacked towards Mo Henderson. Pooh. This third attack once again caused Mo Henderson to unconsciously back away. At the same time, blood began to trickle from his mouth. How can this Luo Feng's attacking power be so strong? Even Eastbourne doesn't differ too much from him in strength, but what's different is that his weapon is too fast, way faster than Eastbourne's concealed weapon. Ong. 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 The mountain drill attacked Mo Henderson time and again. Because of its fearsome power and speed, Mo Henderson couldn't escape it or dodge, causing him to get hit over and over again and forcing him back a few meters every time. Within the short time he uses to back away, the mountain drill would once again start spiraling again and attack. This forced Mo Henderson into a corner with no time to attack. It was indeed as Luo Feng had said. Mo Henderson had become a target. What should I do? What can I do? Mo Henderson thought as quickly as he could. The world's third strongest hadn't been caught in such a predicament in a very long time. This little brat Luo Feng had an attacking power that was similar to Eastbourne. Even if it broke through the Black God set, it would only injure him slightly. The speed, however, was way faster. He could barely use his hands to defend against it. His body was all the more unable to move freely and out of the way. If I can't dodge it, then I'll be attacked. After impact, he would naturally be knocked back by the force, and within the short time, the mountain drill's attack came once again. If this goes on, it'll exhaust him in an endless circle. Will you give up? Luo Feng shouted loudly. The sound Mo Henderson hated more than any other had begun again. I'll give it my all. Within the short span of 10 seconds, Mo Henderson had been attacked 12 times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and used the stupidest and yet the most effective method. The 13th time the mountain drill became a golden light. It once again headed towards the poor target Ice Emperor Mo Henderson. However, this time, he didn't use his fists to block. He used his open palms. Both black palms of his seemed to have stored up some power for a while between the attacks. Chi-chi, the black hands exploded violently. Pung. The golden light attacked the black palms, and within that moment, the black skin in the palm closed together like a black case, trapping the soaring shuttle in it. Mo Henderson couldn't help but spit out fresh blood, staining the lake below. Using the Black God set's defensive ability to trap the soaring shuttle during Its attack was possible, however, there was a reason he didn't want to use. This was due to the fact that every attack before had caused him to retreat a little. It was a natural instinct to reduce the attacking power and damage to the body. And within the time he was retreating, M.O. Henderson would step sidewards to disperse some of the attacking power from the soaring shuttle, trapping the soaring shuttle, however. This was akin to taking on the full damage, even though the damage barely increased fivefold. However, once at the critical point, every point increase in damage would mean a huge difference in damage to the body. This one time was akin to the 10 times before. Luo Feng spitting out blood while trapping the soaring shuttle. M.O. Henderson's eyes were raging with fire, his mouth was filled with fresh blood. Suddenly, he stepped towards the mountains beside, rumbling, the explosive power of a star. Traveler Level 3's legs allowed M.O. Henderson to rise quickly and cover over 2,000 m every second. Within that time, he let go of the trapped soaring shuttle. If he didn't, the soaring shuttle would begin its movement again and he would be in a pinch. Its speed is too fast. Luo Feng rushed upwards in an instant, which was all rock. Chi. The rock was split open almost as though it was tofu, and Luo Feng rushed into the rock stratum. A spirit reader once in the rock stratum, be it flexibility, speed, a fighter could never match up. Luo Feng, if you have the ability, come out. Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson was steaming mad. It had been long since he had such trouble to be attacked so many times. Finally, it was only from brute force and taking heavy damage did he get an opportunity. If you have the capabilities, come in. Luo Feng's voice resounded. So, from a few hundred meters outside, Luo Feng's body had broken through the rock stratum, a stunned expression on his face as he looked towards white crystal floating above the lake. During that time, it had been swallowed by a water creature. Before he ran, Luo Feng had already noticed this earth dragon heading to swallow the crystal. He, however, did not think much of it, as he had believed that it would explode and the white crystal would return. However, with his spirit reading spread around, had noticed that earth dragon did not die. What's going on? M.O. Henderson's expression also changed. Not even knowing the treasure was eaten by a monster, Luo Feng snorted, maintaining his observation on that earth dragon. The earth dragon was a mutation from earthworms, one of the many fearsome types. These were usually the Horde leader's level creatures. Within the Monster Emperor level, there was also an Earth Dragon King. Humph. M.O. Henderson stared coldly at Luo Feng. After being attacked 10 over times by him, it was almost like a normal person being kicked over 10 times. How could there be no resentment? What's more, he was the Ice Emperor. People had to speak to him with respect, not to mention this disgrace. A warrior could take disgrace, but definitely won't forget it. However, Luo Feng's weapon made him helpless and fearful. At that time, both of them were observing that earth dragon which was in the lake. Its body was lengthening constantly, with a white light glowing from within. The fragrant rice smell was exceedingly strong, emanating from the earth dragon. The white crystal should have been eaten by this earth dragon. M.O. Henderson wasn't a spirit reader. How could he have kept track of treasure? The creatures before all did not dare swallow the crystal, hence, he never worried about the creatures stealing the treasure. He believed that if they had wanted to, they would have long ago swallowed it even before they had come. His only competitor was thus Luo Feng. Suddenly, this 50 or so earth dragon raised its head and roared. Chi-chi. A horn grew from its forehead, its body which was originally glowing from the white crystal within began to twitch around, before expanding and growing. Suddenly, Horn Mo Henderson was shocked. Emperor-level Luo Feng was shocked too. A medium-level horde leader became an emperor-level creature immediately. After eating the white crystal, Luo Feng was completed shocked. His mind was immediately filled with a thought, without any prior warning. An emperor-level monster appeared. Did it too eat the white crystal to evolve? Luo Feng was very clear, between Hong, Thunder God, and the others, those with strengths above the emperor-level monsters were already recorded in files. The birth of an emperor-level monster was also a long and arduous process of growth, yet, within this little underground cave, an emperor-level monster just suddenly appeared. It was unbelievable. This was also the reason why Hong, Thunder God, and the rest of the world started observing this place. My God, Mo Henderson's gaze was alert and he was totally shocked. Luo Feng too was carefully observing the currently evolving Earth Dragon King, only to see its body rapidly expanding in length, width, and its skin colors changing fast. Roar! This newborn Dragon Emperor let out a roar of pain, the horn on its forehead growing almost a meter every second. Its strength was flying off the charts at a rapid rate. The speed of evolution, to Luo Feng, who took the 1,000-year willow heart and dragon blood, was still extremely shocking. It was basically reaching the heavens in one step. Head, I'm Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew this matter was of utmost importance. Luo Feng, what's the matter? Hong's voice was as usual, cold and calm. The place where I'm at currently had an unique white crystal that was eaten by a horde leader Earth Dragon monster. Now, that monster, within 10 seconds, has grown to the level of an emperor monster, and it's still evolving. Luo Feng was serious and reported swiftly. Stay there, I'm coming immediately. Hong's voice was a little urgent. At the same time, within Huaxia's base on Misty Island, lay an enormous passenger spaceship. The other representatives were already excavating, only Jia Yi was left in command headquarters. Attention, a life force that's rapidly evolving has been detected. Attention. Within the circular cabin, an alarm went off, the usually quiet and calm. Almost like a rock, Jia Yi was shocked. Display the location, Jia Yi ordered. D. The screen on the wall quickly enlarged, displaying a spot within a 500 m area. At the same time, a worker said, Commander, there are 2 representative level life forms here. And during that time, a life form that wasn't that strong suddenly evolved, becoming stronger than all of Misty Island's other monsters. We are sure it is an emperor-level monster. That means, within 10 seconds, a horde leader-level monster became an emperor-level monster. The worker's voice was trembling. Your small group has confirmed this theory. Jia Yi's expression showed a big change. 90 confirmed, the worker replied. Continue investigating. Upon issuing the order, Jia Yi immediately controlled his tactical communications watch. Zhu, Old Dang, Tua Ba, immediately head to the coordinates I sent. I'll be there immediately. It wasn't just Huaxia who had the monitoring devices and apparatus. These devices were discovered in large numbers back then in one of the archaeological ruins. All the 5 countries had it, hence, at about the same time, everyone noticed the anomaly. It wasn't long before all the people who hadn't had any success so far began to gather. 2000 m below the ground, what was once an underground lake was now in chaos. Hong hong hong. It was as though a level 20 hurricane core was passing through, under the immense, painful struggling from the Earth Dragon King. The whole lake was shaking violently, splashing water everywhere onto the sides of the caves. It had grown to 50-60 m wide, about a 100 m long, and every time it rolled and tumbled around, the walls of the mountains cracked and split open. Luo Feng and Ice Emperor were both floating in mid-air. The walls and ceilings of the caves were falling, violently crashing around. And the waves were splashing all over. To the two-star traveler warriors, it was like a spring's breeze. Absolutely nothing could get within 1 meter of these two Luo Fengs surrounding. Spiritual powers were easily defending him. Ice Emperor's surroundings were covered in cold air, almost like a white cover, protecting him well. Luo Feng and Ice Emperor were closely watching that Earth Dragon Emperor. Even after evolving, so what? Ice Emperor was a level 3-star traveler. Luo Feng, while only a level 1-star traveler spirit reader, had a high battle amplifier, and his spirit weapon, the soaring shuttle, had strength no less than the Ice Emperor's. If the two wanted to deal with the newly evolved King-level Earth Dragon King, a simple move and it'll be over at that moment. To the two, killing the Earth Dragon King wasn't important. The important thing was to clearly observe what powers that white crystal had, and to what extent will the monster evolve. Hong. A black light filled the cavern, at the speed of Luo Feng and Ice Emperor's heartbeat. A black-cloaked Hong appeared within the place. Head Luo Feng flew over. Hong slightly nodded his head, glancing over to Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson. The once cocky and arrogant M.O. Henderson, under his glare, couldn't help but bow. His body at that moment on Earth, the only person capable of speaking on equal terms with Hong was Thunder God. Everybody else was too far away. Luo Feng, this is that Earth Dragon King. Hong looked at the monster that was nearing its completion. That's it. 20 seconds ago, he was only a middle horde leader. Earth Dragon. Luo Feng confirmed. M.O. Henderson. Hong looked at the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor slightly bowed. First Chairman, it is as Luo Feng has stated. Just a simple crystal allowed a medium-level horde leader to rise to an Emperor-level monster. Hong arched his eyebrows in disbelief. Keep in mind that from a high-level horde leader to rise to the Emperor level, the difficulty was no easier than for an advanced-level war god to rise to a star traveler. Yet the number of Emperor-level monsters were much more than the population of Earth Star Traveler war gods. This was due to the number of monsters being much more. There are only so few human warriors. With greater numbers, the number of Emperor-level monsters were naturally more. This idea of more was in comparison to Earth Star Travelers. Compared to the large numbers of monsters in total, the number of Emperor-level monsters were actually few. Yet this small crystal allowed a medium-level horde leader to rise to the king level. It was akin to a middle-level war god rising straight to the representative level. Is it possible? Every war god on Earth had trained till they became an advanced-level war god before realizing how hard it was to break through to the Star Traveler level. Hong, you discovered treasure, and yet you didn't call me. A loud voice sounded. A white-robed silhouette appeared in the air beside them. Thunder God. Luo Feng slightly bowed. Second Chairman Ice Emperor bowed too. Luo Feng, you sure are the head's lucky star. Thunder God smiled. What a pity, this Earth Dragon became an Earth Dragon King. Its life energy suddenly became tens to 100 times stronger. Everybody's devices detected it. I calculate that all the other countries are coming soon. The moment he finished, a silhouette broke into the mountain, followed by one after another. Star Traveler silhouettes appeared in the air in that underground lake. Earth Dragon King, there is actually a Dragon King. The rapidly increasing life force that became so strong, that's it from a horde leader, he became an emperor-level monster. Many representative warriors arrived, floating above the lake, observing the Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King had already finished its evolution, its eyes as big as. Its face looked up in fear as it realized long ago that man's elite and strongest were all floating above it, warriors capable of matching the Emperor level monsters, even though it had finally become an Emperor-level monster. But the enemy was too numerous. Chi-Chi, the Earth Dragon King, immediately dug towards the bottom of the lake, trying its best to get as deep as possible into the rock stratum. Thinking of escaping, Hong waved his hands. A black domain immediately spread open, trapping the Earth Dragon King within it. Caught within his panic-inducing domain, the Earth Dragon King began to violently struggle. However, it felt as though its whole body was bound tightly by countless ropes. Unable to struggle, it could only painfully roar. Tear-open Hong waved his hand. A black laser shot towards the Earth Dragon King's head. Pung! Its head split open and his brains and other matter were flung all over. Hong, Thunder God, and the others examined the open head. No abnormalities. Hong scowled. It's like a normally evolved Earth Dragon King. Thunder God also frowned. In the air above the underground lake, where many representatives were floating, everyone witnessed how a newly evolved king-level Earth Dragon King was so easily like a small white mouse being killed and dissected. America, Europe, India, Russia, and the HR Alliance, its strongest warriors, were all fearful and in awe of the Hong, who easily killed the Emperor monster with a wave of his hand. They all knew of his strength, but every time they witnessed it firsthand, it led to a sense of helplessness and fear. Luo Feng, can you explain in detail once more about that crystal from before? Hong ordered. Yes, head. Luo Feng carefully recapped, replying, it was a white crystal. It was previously floating above the lake over there. It was as though it was lighter than everything, strangely floating in mid-air. The light that came from this crystal even illuminated this dark underground place. Also there was a fragrant rice smell emanating from it. Rice smell. White crystal floating. Eaten, evolved a monster. Hong was deep in thought. Thunder God too was thinking deeply. Right, there was a monster leader before who ate the white crystal, but the moment it swallowed it, its body exploded and the white crystal came back out unscathed. Luo Feng added a line. Body exploded after eating. Among Hong, Thunder God, and the other representatives, 3 people's eyes lit up. Number 5 Archaeological ruins. A black representative couldn't help but shout out, his body trembling with excitement. It's the Muya crystal, it's the Muya crystal. A Chinese representative also chimed in. It's the Muya crystal. Hong and Thunder God's gaze met, a sense of excitement and madness in their eyes. The cloud contact vine appeared on Earth. Even the universe's valuable Muya crystal appeared on Earth. Thunder God couldn't help but mumble softly. Muya crystal. On the side, Luo Feng was confused, repeating these words over in his mind. What does the Muya crystal represent? Looking at Hong and Thunder God, these Two were the pinnacle of Earth's strongest, yet at that moment they couldn't hide the madness in their eyes, while he didn't know the usage of the Muya crystal. Luo Feng could guess. The Muya crystal was definitely infinitely more valuable than the spirit of nature. Even in the vast universe, the Muya crystal could count as a treasure. Muya crystal. Luo Feng and the other representatives were filled with suspicion. What exactly was this Muya crystal? Everyone looked towards Hong and Thunder God. Everyone here was an elite, even without saying a word, just judging from their reactions, one could guess. This Muya crystal was a treasure. It's called Muya crystal. A blonde, curly-haired representative from the European Union said, after eating one of the crystals, a horde leader monster was able to evolve straight to an emperor-level monster if he ate more. Wouldn't he get even stronger? Don't tell me that monster emperor came to be because it ate a crystal. Silence. The Earth's strongest fighters floating in that underground cavern were all silent. Hong and a few others knew that the Muya crystal was special and were extremely frustrated with the blonde representative that voiced it out. The blonde representative purposefully looked puzzled and suspicious. The five who knew of the crystal's special abilities all understood the monster emperor only evolved to that stage because of the crystal. Yet, those who knew the secret did not want to divulge this, as chaos would break loose the moment they did. Monster Emperor. Right, this little lake definitely doesn't have the right environment to produce a monster emperor. It must be the Muya crystal. The monster emperor ate the crystal. The Earth Dragon King also ate that crystal. There must be plenty around. This misty island lake underground should still have more Muya crystals. Hurry up and find them. All kinds of quiet discussions had broken out amongst them. A great many of them even glanced from the side towards Hong, Thunder God, the five people who knew just to watch their reactions. Quickly, we have to go find the Muya crystals. Let's head out. Whether it was in English or in other various languages, the representatives were all calling out to their teammates or contacting their headquarters. Within a short amount of time, a large number of representatives were combing the underground lake or breaking through the rock stratum, beginning a mad search underground for the crystals, totally different from before. Before, they were searching aimlessly without a solid target. Now their eyes were all lit with motive. Looking at those who represented the other powers leaving quickly, Hong and Thunder God shot each other a gaze. I bet that bastard intentionally said that. Thunder God said softly. Nobody is an idiot. Hong was calm. Aren't you anxious? You need the crystal more than I do. Thunder God smiled. However, Hong turned straight to look at the three people behind him, Luo Feng, Allure, and Ice Mountain, ordering, there must be more Muya crystals in this underground lake. You all hurry and search. Yes, head. Luo Feng and the other two complied. Go Hong slightly nodded his head, before he himself rushed towards the underground lake, heading deeper down below. Luo Feng expanded his spiritual energy to cover the underground city and rushed quickly deeper below. Head and Thunder God, and the others who know of the crystal's powers, never mentioned exactly what it does. Luo Feng's expression was cold. Their silence only proves one thing: this Muya crystal definitely has the capability to drive people mad. To be able to get a universe treasure down on Earth was an extremely rare opportunity. Luo Feng didn't dare to relax at all. Swiftly searching, about 25 minutes later. Luo Feng, a voice came from his tactical communications watch. Jia Luo Feng responded. Congratulations, your head has just acquired a Muya crystal. It was, however, seen by 7 or 8 other people, Jia said. Oh. Luo Feng was a little shocked. It was barely half an hour and the second crystal was discovered, and acquired by Hong no less. After breaking the transmission, Luo Feng focused harder on the search. The first crystal was eaten by a monster, the second was acquired by Hong. This underground place must have many more crystals. Another 16 minutes passed. Within the darkness of the rock stratum, the lake water flowed between the cracks of the rock stratum. A nauseous smell suddenly emanated from the rocks. Luo Feng habitually took another whiff. Star travelers had a developed sense of smell, and this allowed Luo Feng to detect within that nauseous smell a sense of that familiar rice smell from before. That's it. With the experience from before, Luo Feng came to a conclusion. Over there. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Whoosh. The black helmet on his head became a drill, and the soaring shuttle below him took off. Chi-chi, the rock broke apart as though it was tofu, splitting apart away as Luo Feng drilled through with amazing speed towards the fragrant smell. A loud mix of voices resounded with curse and swears in them. There were already a few Star Traveler warriors who had battled there. Leaving big holes in the underground cave, Luo Feng had rushed straight in, only to be rudely shocked when he discovered at the side a seemingly South Asian fighter had had his body split into two, lying on the rock floor while his body was cleanly broken into 2 portions. With his big and small intestines lying outside, his upper half was still struggling. A short while after, all movement stopped. A silhouette scuttled over and kneeled beside him. Maha, Maha. You actually killed Maha. Representative Far, you people were too much. The 3 Indians were staring at the others in rage. On the other side stood 4 Star Travelers from the European Union. One single war god should obediently give up the Muya crystal. We would have spare his life that way. If you resist, you are looking for death. One of the 4 representatives from the European Union laughed coldly. All 4 were representatives, while the Indian side had only 2 representatives out of the 3 remaining. Luo Feng. Let's go. The European Union's 4 members noticed Luo Feng's arrival, immediately turning and drilling into the rock stratum, leaving swiftly. Bastard, the Indians gritted their teeth. They actually killed someone. Luo Feng looked at the corpse on the floor before using his watch communicator to contact his head. This is Luo Feng, where I'm at. A European group just snatched a Muya crystal away from an Indian group, killing one of the Indian war gods in the process. They finally started killing. Hong's voice sounded through the communicator. Luo Feng, within such a short time, each country's men have brushed against each other in this search. This is the first murder. You'd better be careful. This is a war between countries, not just one between the dojos. It can be cruel beyond comparison. Understood, Luo Feng answered softly. Representing each country's fighters, fighting for the crystals. Even if they killed others, who was going to judge them? No one could. Luo Feng gazed at the group collecting the body with insufficient power. Getting the treasure would only mean disaster. With that, he left. Late at night, 10:56, the first crystal was swallowed by the Earth Dragon, evolving it to the Earth Dragon King before being killed by Hong. Late night, 11:31, the second crystal was discovered and acquired by Hong. Late night, 11:47, the third crystal is discovered, acquired by a group from the European Union. also the first death has occurred as such, whatever reservations everybody had before were now gone, and the search became more violent with more bloodshed. Late night 012, the fourth crystal is discovered and acquired by the American group. The American and Russian groups had a big battle for the crystal, resulting in 3 representatives being heavily injured. One of them had his internal organs destroyed. Luckily, he used the life water in time, or the team would have lost a representative. As time passed, every side got crazier. Late night 156, almost 2 hours since it began, the 5th and 6th crystals were discovered and acquired by Thunder God, while the other star travelers looked on with envy. They didn't dare challenge him. The 6th crystal has been acquired, excluding the one eaten by the Earth dragon. Earth's gathered forces of star travelers had already acquired a total of 5 crystals. What good luck, getting 2 crystals in one go. The underground cavern had been blasted open, with over 10 star travelers gazing at Thunder God and the 2 crystals emitting light from within his left hand. They were all green with envy, but even Hong, who was at the side, didn't attack. How could the rest of them attack? Head Hong, I'll be taking the lead. Thunder God laughed at Hong, who was rushing over. 2 of them. Hong shook his head helplessly. Go, continue the search. Hong turned and left. Beast and Luo Feng from the dojo of limits all left to continue their hunt. Beast, the most powerful royal guard, had only just arrived an hour ago. 5 crystals have been found. 1 for the head, 1 for the European Union, 1 for America, and 2 for Thunder God. Luo Feng immediately drilled downwards. With one breath, he dug about 4,000 m deep, beginning his search at that level. Searching wise, I, Luo Feng, and the 4th representative Eastbourne are star traveler spirit readers. We should be the most adept at scanning, yet the both of us have yet to get a crystal. Luo Feng felt a sense of longing after seeing Thunder God and his 2 crystals. He began to focus and search more seriously. About half an hour later. Luo Feng's nose picked up a smell. Smelling again. Yes, it's the smell of rice. Luo Feng grew excited, rushing straight to where the smell emanated from. The search for the crystals had to be quick. The moment one hesitated, others would grab it away. Pooh! Breaking through a layer of rock, the sound of water gurgling could be heard. This was a place where water was flowing thinly through cracks, and when Luo Feng smashed through, the fragrant smell of rice emanated over. He turned. His pupils contracted from shock. My God! Luo Feng could feel his own heartbeat stop for a moment, blood rushing to his brain. Through the thin stream within the darkness, 3 white crystals were glowing faintly, floating and emanating a fragrant rice smell. 3 crystals. 3 Muya crystals. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked, and reached for the crystals immediately. The shapeless spirit energy became like a shapeless big hand, swiftly grabbing the crystals from 20 m away and keeping them. Pung! A loud rumble sounded. 3 silhouettes crashed through one after another through the rock stratum. One of them was the Ice Emperor Mo Henderson, and 2 other representatives from the European Union. 3 Muya crystals. 3 of them. The 3 could barely see the shape of the 3 crystals as they landed in Luo Feng's grasp. Its mine. Luo Feng's glare was firm and apprehensive. Come! Luo Feng immediately took the 3 crystals into his black god set. Unless he was killed, they would never obtain the crystals. Luo Feng's directed an icy cold stare towards the two European Union representatives and then to the target from before, the third chairman Ice Emperor Mo Henderson. "I'll be going first," Luo Feng transformed into a black light, drilling into the rock stratum. "They didn't chase me. That Mo Henderson is probably worrying about the last time he became my target." Luo Feng swiftly flew through the rock stratum, his anxiousness relaxing a little. He initially thought Mo Henderson and the other two would attack, but he met no obstruction even after he left into the rock layers. The three thought that even if they tried, they didn't have the power to stop him. The European Union's two representative warriors watched wide-eyed as Luo Feng left. They couldn't help but feel urgent and helpless, turning towards Mo Henderson. One of them, a middle-aged man with brown curly hair, said, "Third representative, that was 3 whole crystals. How could you just stand by and watch as Luo Feng take them away?" "3 crystals," the other chimed in urgently. "Hang." The Ice Emperor looked coldly at the two. He had known of these two's intentions from the start, laughing coldly. "Bo and I Te, if you two want the crystal, go get it yourselves. If you think you can use me, Mo Henderson, you must be dreaming." Once finished, the Ice Emperor became a silhouette and dug into the rock stratum, breaking apart huge chunks of the rock. Only the two from the European Union remained. Their bodies began to emit a burning flame and a green light, causing all the rocks around them to float up. "That's weird. What caused this Mo Henderson's temperament to change?" The two representatives from the European Union looked at each other, feeling helpless. Watching Luo Feng get away with 3 Muya crystals, they were definitely envious. However, Luo Feng killed Li Yao even before he broke through to the Star Traveler level. Now that he was one, he was definitely stronger, and not something the two of them could deal with. They had hoped Mo Henderson would have attacked. They had calculated that if the third representative had attacked as they hoped, the two would have been able to at least snatch away one of the crystals in the scuffle. This Ice Emperor had such a bad temper before his tyranny. Who doesn't? No. He is overbearing. I really thought he'd attack just now, not just stand there without doing anything. Bo and I Te, I heard that the Ice Emperor had a fight with Luo Feng during the appearance of the first crystal. The blonde curly-haired white man spoke softly. "I thought it was just rumors before, but at the looks of it, I would say that news is 8 or 9 out of 10 true. In fact, during the fight, the Ice Emperor might have been losing, or just unable to gain an advantage." "Oh," the brown-haired, middle-aged man stared blankly. "Unless Luo Feng's power made him worry, otherwise how could he not attack? Do you remember, just for 1 crystal earlier, the Ice Emperor brought backup to fight with the Soviet Russia's side, resulting in a huge battle? If he did that just for 1, how could he do nothing for 3? The blonde's eyes were lit brightly. "Makes sense. That's right. We should quickly spread the news of Luo Feng's 3 crystals. Yes, we cannot let him just get them too comfortably." These two representatives, along with the Ice Emperor Mo Henderson, swiftly spread the news of Luo Feng attaining the 3 crystals. Deep in the darkness of the underground, a decayed smell permeated the air. "Luo Feng." A message tone came from his watch's communicator. Luo Feng immediately responded. "Head. You acquired 3 Muya crystals." Hong's voice came through the communicator. Luo Feng was a little shocked. The news sure spread quickly. He had just obtained the 3 crystals not a minute ago, and the head already knew Several thoughts quickly formed in his head. Luo Feng answered, yes, head. Very good, stay there, I'm coming immediately, Hong said. A while later. Hong. A black light broke through the rock stratum, appearing beside Luo Feng. It was a black-clothed Hong. Head Luo Feng bowed his body slightly. Luo Feng, your luck is really good. Hong couldn't help but laugh and compliment. You obtained 3 Muya crystals, as per our earlier agreement. 60 belongs to you, which means 18 crystals, to round it off. You've obtained 2 crystals, the last one goes to the Dojo of Limits. Yes, head Luo Feng didn't hesitate and handed 1 crystal over. Hong raised his hand and kept the crystal that emanated a fragrant rice smell. Rumble. 2 silhouettes immediately appeared beside them, drawn in by the fragrant rice smell. Jia Yi and Zhu Xing noticed that it was actually Hong and Luo Feng. Jia Yi was surprised and couldn't help but laugh. First representative has obtained yet another crystal, congratulations. It's nothing, it's just that Luo Feng just obtained 3 crystals and passed me 1, that's all, Hong replied. Oh. Jia Yi looked at Luo Feng, then truly congratulations. Following that, he took Zhu Xi along with him and left. After watching the two leave, Hong turned over to Luo Feng, smiling. Luo Feng, these crystals are extremely dangerous. If you meet anybody else, tell them you passed all of them to me, they won't give you any trouble then. While you may be pretty strong right now, if several other representatives teamed up, you'll be in danger. Luo Feng nodded his head slightly. Indeed. The soaring shuttle could only attack 1 person at a time. If several representatives teamed up and attacked him with his weaker physical body, compared to them, he would definitely be in danger. Continue. This misty island seems to be hiding many more Muya crystals. Hong let out a rare smile, before turning and digging into the rock stratum. What powers did these crystals have? Luo Feng watched as his head left, heart filled with suspicion. The fact that the head and the others have refused to say anything, I shall not question. Then forget it, I'll work hard to collect more of them. There can only be good, no bad from collecting more. Remembering how he couldn't even attain the spirits of nature, he knew that attaining these treasures were extremely difficult. While he may be a star traveler, this did not guarantee he could get the spirits of nature. He definitely had to take advantage of this opportunity and get more crystals. Since 230, Luo Feng alone acquired 3 crystals, making man's total 7 to 9 crystals. It seemed Earth's warriors had run out of luck right after. With a solid 3 hours of no yield. Early morning 608, Huaxia finally obtained their first crystal, making the total yield to man 10 crystals. Afternoon 8:36, India obtained 1, making it 11 crystals in total. At about the same time, the 12th was obtained by Hong. This was an excavation that shook the entire earth. Before long, it was the second day's dusk. 5:31. It had been a total of nearly 20 hours since the beginning of the search. A total of 18 crystals were discovered by man, excluding the one eaten by the Earth Dragon King. The other 17 had all been acquired. Of course, the 18 crystals news was openly broadcasted. Several countries' powers, individuals had discovered and acquired some of the crystals alone and kept them, without letting anybody know. That means to say, while the official count was 18 discovered, acquired 17, the truth remained that the total count should have exceeded 20 crystals. It was at dusk. 5:31, the biggest haul was to be welcomed by man's warriors. A total of 8 crystals together, had appeared the first to discover these. 8 crystals were none other than Luo Feng and the European Unions. Eastbourne and a few others, however the 8 had emanated such a strong, fragrant smell that many more would come. Within a few seconds, the number of star travelers caught in the battle grew to 10. 2,000 m underground. In that expansive underground river, 10 star travelers were engaged in battle. Careful, Luo Feng. Get out of the way. 2 representatives from the American side nervously shouted. Ong. It was as though the sound of space and time had been ripped apart, a golden light, almost like an invitation from the King of Hell, violently smashed into a black representative's abdomen region, smashing his SS-grade battle armor. Immediately, the dreaded golden light later went on to heavily attack the black god set within, causing the black man to violently smash into the side rocks, shaking the entire area. Following a quick silence, a large number of cracks were seen and rubble began to fall. Pooh! The black representative spit out fresh blood, body sprawled against the wall and sliding down life water. While falling, he took out a test tube and threw it into his mouth. Ka-cha! Biting straight into the test tube, he quickly absorbed the life water. Pooh! The black representative spit out the broken glass pieces, mixed with traces of blood. Move out of the way. Luo Feng roared, directing his attention to another fighter Eastbourne. Ong. Transforming into the mountain drill, the soaring shuttle became a golden light and charged straight towards the 4th representative Eastbourne. Eastbourne hardly managed to use his spirit energy to control his concealed weapons to withstand Luo Feng's attacks and to luckily dodge. Good job. A totally blonde man who resembled a lion's big physique punched heavily, sending star travelers one after another flying, roared excitedly, grabbing one of the crystals. Wild beast, beautiful, Luo Feng shouted. Be careful, Allure Ice Mountain shouted from the side. A white-silver sword was heading in Allure's direction, sneakily. This was a messy battle. Within a short 10 seconds, the thick fragrant smell emanating from the crystals had attracted 18 star travelers. It was by good fortune that Ice Mountain, Allure, and Wild Beast, all 3 were present, giving a big help. To Luo Feng, this allowed the Dojo of Limits to have a great advantage in power over the battle, giving them the opportunities to grab the crystals. It's too crazy, 8 crystals appearing together. Luo Feng couldn't believe it. This underground lake, the first crystal appeared upstream even after careful searching. One would never expect 8 to pop out like that. Luo Feng had realized that these floating crystals were moving about on their own. Why isn't the head here yet? Allure shouted. The head will be here soon, Wild Beast roared. Make way. Luo Feng fiercely roared. Ong. The familiar spiraling began again. The European Union, America, India, and the HR Alliance members were all painfully suffering in the big battle for the sudden appearance of 8 crystals. Luo Feng's special attack has really made a name for itself, that golden light. Extremely fast attack speed and crazy amounts of power. Even the 3rd chairman Ice Emperor cannot dodge it. Even the 4th chairman Eastbourne, who was similarly a spirit reader, couldn't totally dodge it. Weird, too weird. The moment my spiritual energy tries to exert any force on his golden light weapon, the moment it gets close, the golden energy actually rips it apart. Eastbourne was troubled over the mysterious power of the soaring shuttle. Such strong penetrative powers, even my spirit energy gets ripped apart when It gets close. Hong. The surrounding air shook, a black silhouette appeared amidst the battlefield. And the star travelers. It was as though time had stopped. The black domain quickly engulfed the area, almost as though it was a god's domain, spreading swiftly to a 100 m area, placing Luo Feng and the 20-star travelers within it. What? Luo Feng felt as though he was an average person being pushed down by several 100 kgs of force, unable to walk or lift his arms properly, as though there were countless plants and vines wrapped around his arms. He couldn't move at all in Hong's domain, no one could resist at all, everyone fell silent. In the air above the underground lake, everybody stopped their battles. Hong reached and acquired the last available crystal before going over to Luo Feng and Company's side. Allure immediately reporting to head. The four of us acquired a total of 4 crystals. The main thing is Luo Feng discovered them, and even in the battle he was the decisive factor, stopping both the third and the fourth representative. Hong nodded his head slightly, before turning to Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Head. Luo Feng replied. Hong nodded his head. Not bad. The battle had barely lasted 30 seconds, and the Dojo of Limits was the biggest winner, acquiring 4 Muya crystals. America got 1, the European Union got 1, the HR Alliance got 2, and the Indian group got none. Watching Hong and his crew leave, the other star travelers began their discussions. For crystals, the Dojo of Limits have gotten quite a reward. It was mostly Luo Feng who held down the third and fourth representative. Luo Feng's attacks are scary. Such power, if not for the life water, there would be at least 3 dead representatives from him. Even the third and fourth representative couldn't do anything about him. The representatives were all softly discussing, they had previously respected Luo Feng but had not cared or worried too much about him, but they had never seen such power from Luo Feng, or the extent at which he was on par with both. The third and fourth representative, they made a mental note to themselves never to cross paths with Luo Feng. They believed in their hearts. The Earth's strongest were Hong and Thunder God. The next level would be Luo Feng, the 3 RD, 4 TH and 5th representatives. Jia Yi, Yan Hai, and a few other level 2 star travelers, along with level 1 star travelers with special skills, a little over 10 people. These formed the third level. The remaining 40 plus level 1 star travelers formed the fourth level of strength. Let's go seize the time and look for more crystals. The Indian representatives started shouting out. Quickly, 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 Ice Emperor shouted, clearly anxious, and rushed. Immediately, a large number of star travelers flew swiftly and separated. The Muya crystal feast had yet to end. China, year 2059, January 8, night 11:36, the continent of Australia, where the misty island stood, was, however, afternoon. Peng. From the vast surface of the lake, Luo Feng broke through from below, floating in mid-air. It's been 3 days since I've seen sunlight. Luo Feng raised his head towards the blue sky, watching as several monsters flew past, before looking back down at the lake. Within 3 days, the excavation of the Muya crystals have almost finished. The biggest haul was done on the first day, the second had a lot less, and the third, so far, there's only been 2. However, just by comparison, his haul over the 3 days have been pretty good. Firstly, his luck has always been good, coming across 3 crystals in one go. Secondly, as a Star Traveler level spirit reader, his searching ability was originally amongst the top 3, with these two factors together, Luo Feng on his own found another crystal, making it his 5th if he included the ones he worked together with Ice Mountain, Allure, and the other royal guards. There would be many more. Luo Feng, the head's voice, transmitted from his watch's communicator, Luo Feng's watch had been in constant contact with the head and a few others these 3 days. Head Luo Feng replied. Come to where I'm at. Yes. Luo Feng followed the coordinates in his watch and locked in. He was actually 2000 m underground at one of that underground lake's bends. So Luo Feng immediately dug down, breaking through the surface of the water and swiftly underground. At a particular point at the vast underground lake, the black-clothed Hong, along with the 3 royal guards wearing their golden masks, Allure, Beast and Ice Mountain, plus the other investigators from the Dojo of Limits, all of them were gathered together. Luo Feng, the ceiling broke apart and Luo Feng came down, floating back up the moment he touched the surface of the lake below. Head Luo Feng shouted. We'll begin in a moment, others haven't arrived. Hong nodded his head, looking at Luo Feng with a sense of accomplishment. From the Dojo of Limits, Hong, being the strongest on Earth, had acquired the biggest returns. Next in line would be Luo Feng. Luo Feng, in this Crystal Feast battle, had made a name for himself. All of Earth's star travelers were clear. With his current power, he was already able to break into the 2nd tier of strength, to be able to compete with the 3rd, 4th and 5th chairmen on the same level. This was truly a frightening power. Out of those 3 chairmen, the 3rd and 5th were level 3 star travelers. The 4th was Eastborn, a level 2 star traveler spirit reader. With such a general under the Dojo of Limits, Hong was indeed happy. Who? Another silhouette flew in. This was one of the dojo's investigators, Lu He. Head Lu He paid respects to the head before flying towards Luo Feng and the others, laughing. Luo Feng, you've earned big this time. We 4 other investigators have yet to even come close to your earnings. Luck, just luck. Luo Feng politely laughed. Hong initially only brought Luo Feng, Allure, and Ice Mountain. Later on, bringing Beast. The other 5 investigators weren't brought along. However, when the news of the Muya crystal spread out, the Dojo of Limits' other 5 investigators knew of the crystal's worth, and that a good number of Earth's star travelers were all gathered there at Mist Island. Immediately, Lu He, Vladimir, and the others took a fighter jet over. However, those that missed the initial excavation chance naturally had lesser returns. All right, everyone is here. Hong looked towards the 3 royal guards and the 6 investigators and immediately secluded the surrounding space. This time our Dojo of Limits have had a bountiful return. Hong couldn't help but smile, following our agreement, discovering the crystal and finally acquiring it. The discoverer gets 30 while the person who battled for it gets 30. Finally the remaining 40 goes to the dojo. Beast, you discovered 1 on your own, so you get 60. 06, you also helped in battle 3 times, considering you had different contributions for all 3 battles. They add up to 1-2 crystals, so ultimately, you get 1-8 Muya crystals. Hong reported. Yes, Head Royal Guard Beast respectfully replied. Allure, in total, you get 1-6 crystals. Ice Mountain, in total, you get 2-2 crystals. Lu He, in total, you get 0-3 crystals. Going through their efforts and calculations, everybody's returns were calculated. Finally, Luo Feng, who earned the most this time, he single-handedly acquired. For crystals, following the 60 rule, this equals 2-4 crystals joining forces in battle 4 times, with different contributions, these add up to 2-1. Crystals finally, they come up to 4-5 crystals. Hong finished and began distributing the crystals. Luo Feng first handed in the Muya crystals he had and then received 4 Ya crystals. Allure received 1. Ice Mountain received 2. For each crystal, I can give you 20 stars worth, Hong commanded. 4. Example, Luo Feng, you currently have 4 in your hand, in your account you still have 0.5, this means, just from your account you have 10 stars of course you can use the crystals to trade. It's the same for everyone else. Once we return to base, you can use your crystals to trade for stars, which can be further used to buy items and goods, Hong said. Hearing Hong's words, the 3 royal guards and 6 investigators smiled. Luo Feng, you earned so much, this time 1 crystal gives you 20 stars. You have 4-5, that equates to 90 stars, you can even buy a prehistoric level auto jet. Lu Ha laughed, I'm so poor, with just 0.3 crystals, that equates to 6 stars only, nothing compared to you. Just luck, Luo Feng humbly laughed. In actual fact, he had actually acquired 5 crystals, not just 4. During the excavation, most of the news of discoveries were official and public. However, there were times when crystals were discovered without anybody else around. Luo Feng's 4 out of 5 crystals were discovered with others around. One an exception was in secret, so he naturally hid it. This was actually an unspoken rule. To be able to acquire one without anybody else finding out, just hide it. Hong too knew about this rule. If no one realized one's wrongdoing, one would have no enemies. Hong wouldn't be too strict. What's more, the returns to the dojo were already 40 crystals, it was definitely enough. Right now, Misty Island's underground lake, not much of the crystals are left. Hong looked towards his people, our search shall officially end here. Those who want to return can go, while those who want to further try their luck can stay and search. Whoever finds anything from here can keep 100 of it. However, almost the entire area has been searched, so don't get your hopes too high. Yes, head. Luo Feng and others exchanged a few more words before separating. Lu Ha, who came later, was determined to get more, thus continuing their search. Beast, on the other hand, was getting ready to return to the main base. You guys go ahead and search, I'm fine. Luo Feng, you've already gotten so many, naturally you are fine. I'll head on first to search. Luo Feng and Lu Ha parted ways, before digging fiercely 3,000 m below the lake, gathering his spirit energy to create a cave using his mini quantum computer. Hello. Luo Feng contacted Su Xian's phone. Earth's communication systems were far more advanced, other than special areas like Archaeological Ruin 9, even in the deep underground or in the rock stratum, one could easily get a signal. This was a great discovery from the archaeological ruins. Luo Feng, you are only calling me now, what be you been doing? The screen display lit up. Su Xian was wrapped in a bathrobe, hair still dripping wet. I've been at the continent of Australia these few days. Luo Feng laughed. Oh, I heard that the whole world, HR Alliance, all went over there, right? What have you all been doing exactly? Even my grandfather hasn't been granted access to the information. The HR Alliance say it's SSS grade news, and we are not allowed to it. Su Xian was filled with curiosity. Getting treasures, they are called Muya crystals, Luo Feng answered. Muya crystals, what are they for? Su Xian was curious. I'm not sure either, I just know they are infinitely valuable, converted to money. A huge passenger plane's price doesn't even come close to one crystal. Luo Feng paced around in the cave as he talked. What, that's not possible, right? Su Xian was alarmed. Right, your entire Su family's wealth added together can't even buy one crystal. Luo Feng nodded his head. Oh my god, Su Xian finally understood why even her family didn't have the authority to receive the news. Luo Feng wasn't lying. The price Hong put on the crystals was 20 stars, one must know that. Dragon's blood was only worth 1 star. One portion of dragon's blood was worth 80 billion, one could only imagine the crystals' worth, not to mention the crystals were worth more than weapons and armies to the countries. It wasn't something that could be measured with gold or money. No one would trade the crystals for money. Its worth far surpassed the world's currency. In truth, the 20-star price that Hong put one, it was pretty low, but since more than 10 crystals appeared in the world suddenly, he couldn't give too high a price. One crystal alone is worth more than my family's fortune. Su Xian was shocked. Surprised. In this battle for the crystals, the number of war gods who died was more than 20. The number of representatives who died was 3. If it wasn't for the elixir of life, I'm afraid more than 10 representatives would have died. Luo Feng initial news didn't seem to shake Su Xian much, hence he reported something more shocking. Representatives, beings that have surpassed the war god level 3, died. Su Xian was deeply shocked by this news. Luo Feng was still in the deep underground cave, pacing step by step while looking at the quantum computer screen. Seeing Su Xian's shocked expression was interesting to him. Pacing around the cave, Luo Feng suddenly felt pain at his soles. What's going on? Luo Feng stepped back, cold sweat dripping from his head. Moving his body about 10 m away, he was a star traveler spirit reader, donning a SS grade battle armor along with a black god set with this kind of defense. What kind of attack could let his leg feel pain? He didn't even realize it happened. Just what could it be? Luo Feng used his spirit energy to sweep the area. His spirit energy swept the area. The place where he felt pain before lay a piece of rock that had an item stuck in it. This is Luo Feng controlled his breathing and walked over. Reaching out to the rock, which held a blood-red broken shard, he realized it was really heavy, laying as big as his palm. Luo Feng felt it weighed about a ton, far surpassing the density of any known material on Earth. A broken blood-red shard. One side was a sharp knife's edge. This shard should have come from a battle knife or sword. Who knew how long this shard had been stuck in this rock, and all he did was step on it, and it hurt. My leg. Luo Feng lifted his right leg to check. The SS grad battle armor was slit open. There was an open slit as though the armor was sliced open like tofu. My god. Luo Feng stared at the slit, shocked. This Luo Feng was stuttering, face flushed. This is a SS grade battle armor. What exactly was the SS grade battle armor? It could withstand an attack by a king-level monster, only after repeated attacks by a king-level monster would it break apart, just like the mountain drill, only with Luo Feng's 12 blades joining forces, can it break apart an SS grade battle armor. Otherwise, even with the mountain drill, even if it was a war god, one couldn't break the SS grade battle armor. My god. I didn't use any strength, just walking, and just by stepping on it, it cut through the SS-grade battle armor. Luo Feng's hand held the blood-red knife shard, just grasping it, and he could feel an indescribable fear, almost as though that shard could cut through anything or material. It, just how sharp is it? Luo Feng immediately took off his battle armor, right hand holding the shard. Xiao. He easily swung it around. Poo, almost like cutting tofu, the SS-grade armor was immediately cut into small pieces, falling on the floor, with hardly any resistance. I haven't even used much of my strength, about 10 maybe, and it easily cut through the SS material. If I use my full strength, cutting through the Monster Emperor's defense should be easy too. With that thought, Luo Feng's heart pounded, almost like seeing a ghost while he stared at the shard. This was a divine weapon, stronger by who knows how much than his soaring shuttle. With just a shard, it can cut through the SS armor like tofu. This weapon was too powerful. This weapon was scary enough to threaten the Monster Emperor, maybe even Hong or Thunder God. No. This weapon is too scary. I cannot reveal it at the moment. Once it's out, no matter how much they respect me, Hong or Thunder God would never allow such a powerful weapon to stay in my hands. Luo Feng was clear on this point, that this was the most powerful weapon on Earth, an unbelievably powerful weapon. Just who does it belong to? How did it even break? Luo Feng carefully analyzed the blood-red shard in his hands as he felt the ancient powers it held within it. Who knew just how old these powers were? Grasping the blood-red shard in his palm, Luo Feng was nervous and trembling. There was no way he wouldn't be nervous. This was such a miraculous discovery. Almost as though a beggar suddenly discovered in an abandoned factory 10 piles of gold, piles as tall as 2 people. This discovery was extremely shocking. With just a little strength, he could cut through the SS-grade armor. This would drive anyone on Earth crazy. Who? Calm down. This kind of excitement persisted for some time before he started calming down, taking his time to carefully sort out the situation. Obviously, this is a shard from a knife. I am a spirit reader. I can use my spirit energy to control it, using it as one of my flying blades to attack the enemy. However, for Hong and Thunder God, this shard's abilities shouldn't be as attractive to them as I thought. Calm down. Luo Feng understood. Hong and Thunder God are fighters. Hong uses a spear while Thunder God uses a battle sword. This shard is practically useless to them. Smelting weapon with this kind of special material, smelting it would definitely be too difficult and impossible. While Luo Feng didn't understand much about the blood-red shard in his hand, within the short amount of time he had with it, he understood that this was an extremely scary weapon, a weapon shard. That weapon shard, how could it withstand extreme high and low temperatures? Hong and Thunder God wouldn't be able to use it effectively. This little shard was meant for a spirit reader to control and use. No matter, without a 100 guarantee of a way to protect myself, I'll be better off not using this shard. Yet Luo Feng made a quick decision. From today, I'll keep this shard on myself at all times, never ever taking it out. Unless a situation arises where I have to deal with an enemy, it shall remain hidden. However, once it's out, I have to kill the enemy no matter what. In his heart, Luo Feng had decided the shard would be his trump card. Even with the full strength of the mountain drill, it took power and effort to break through the SS armor. This shard, however, was way more powerful. Go. Luo Feng's intentions moved, surrounding the shard with spirit energy, at the same time taking off the armor from his left foot and right foot using his spirit energy to hover them in mid-air. Break. The knife shard, under the control of his spirit energy, became a red light. Pu, very light sounds, the two battle boots, under the red lights. Attack, quickly got slashed apart. This led Luo Feng to pause as the two boots became a large number of torn bits, falling from mid-air. It's really powerful. Even the speed of flight is amazingly fast, more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Without any sonic booms, Luo Feng took a deep cold breath. Normal war gods used weapons that weighed a few hundred kg and could travel several times the speed of sound. Luo Feng, a level 1-star traveler spirit reader, controlling a weapon shard that weighed a ton. This speed was normal, however, going by theory, the speed shouldn't be that fast as he was using light knife blades, flying knives. It was only through experiment that he realized something weird. This weapon shard, traveling 10 times the speed of sound, slicing through the air, never actually caused any sonic booms. Under the pressure of the weapon shard, it was as though even the air was sliced apart easily. The air resistance was extremely low. One must know, the faster something was, the higher the air resistance, yet, this weapon shard was extremely fast and met with very little air resistance. While it may be heavier than the flying blades he normally used, it wasn't slower by much. Such low air resistance, if a battle sword was made with this, its speed would be frighteningly faster by many times. Luo Feng was liking this weapon shard more and more. Luo Feng looked at his Black God set. Black God set. The Black God set is well known for its defensive capabilities, extremely durable and sturdy. I wonder if this weapon shard can break through the Black God set. Luo Feng's head was filled with this thought, unable to resist the temptation. With a thought, the arm on the Black God set extended to 3 m long. The blood-red shard floated not too far away. Is this weapon shard's attack power stronger, or the Black God set's defensive powers? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Go. With a thought, the blood-red shard increased its speed in an instant to become a red flash owing to its own specially built properties, with very low air resistance. One could barely hear a faint sound of wind from its movements. At that moment, the red weapon shard had already cut into the Black God set's thumb. Pooh. Almost like cutting tree root, with large amounts of plants and vegetation wrapping around the shard. It was obviously difficult. Pooh. With extreme difficulty, the shard finally cut through. The Black God set's thumb swayed for a moment, before naturally, like water, flowing, swiftly joining back together, as though it had never been damaged. It actually broke through. My God! Luo Feng's heart was really excited. He knew no matter how powerful the defensive capabilities of the Black God set was, it should have its limits. There couldn't be no attack that could penetrate its 9 layers. However, he, just a level 1-star traveler spirit leader, with the help of the miraculous weapon shard, actually had the power to cut through the Black God set. While it was for only a brief moment, the Black God set repaired itself perfectly after. But Luo Feng remembered it very clearly. Great, but this Black God set's defensive capabilities are definitely formidable. I cut through the SS Amor like tofu, and yet it was so difficult to cut through the Black God set. No wonder even at full strength, my mountain drill couldn't break the Black God set. Luo Feng was delighted. He knew from today if he was caught in a real deathmatch. Even if the third, fourth or fifth representative faced himself, would be courting death. However, against Thunder God or Hong, he didn't have such guarantee. Finding both the Muya crystals and this weapon shard Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Will there be other treasures, like other pieces of this weapon shard? With this thought, Luo Feng apologized to Su Xian, who was still on the line, and continued his search. About 15,600 m underground, deep in the thick rock stratum. Locked on target. Acquired the shard of the outer layer. Change suggestion, begin luring. A small ripple of change undetectable by the naked eyes had begun, from the deepest parts of the underground in a straight line along the rock stratum reaching the currently excavating Luo Feng. This thing, which was invisible to the naked eye, apparatuses, and spiritual force traveled straight into Luo Feng's thoughts. Luo Feng was gradually heading deeper. Luo Feng looked at his communicator. He was receiving a call. Hello, Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, it's me Lu Ha. Have you found anything, any more crystals? Countless representatives have been searching but have yet to even discover a strand of hair. Lu Ha was unresigned. I haven't found any crystals myself, it's all based on luck. Luo Feng laughed. I've discussed with the others, we intend to search for another 6 hours. If we find nothing, we'll head back. Lu Ha said, we can go back together. Then. Okay. Luo Feng was all smiles. He ended the call. I've been searching for so long and have yet to discover another shard piece. I'll have to dig deeper after such a long time, with the transformations of the world and the movement of the earth, etc. Such a mysterious weapon should have sunk to the deepest parts of the earth. Luo Feng proceeded to go deeper, until he reached 9,000 m underground. 9,000 m, 10,000 m, 11,000, 12,000. Deeper and deeper. Finally, 15,000 m. Arrived at the destination. Hide the cabin door, close. This deep underground, there was a huge accumulation of rock stratum, and at that moment, a particular rock began to shake and rumble, before who, like a bubbly bursting, that rock just vanished, revealing behind it a half-opened cabin door, covered in dust. Luo Feng was heading deeper without a destination, just following a hunch that if there were any other shards around, they would be here. I'll head this way. Luo Feng was moving purely on instinct, heading deeper to follow that path. However, the strange thing was every move he made to follow that path was leading him closer and closer to that ancient cabin door, until finally, rumble. Breaking through the rock stratum, Luo Feng turned around while it was dark. A star traveler's eyesight allowed Luo Feng to see clearly through the narrow cracks that there was metal. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to clear a large amount of the rocks surrounding the doorway, at the same time making a path big enough only for two to pass. At the end of path lay a dust-covered bizarre silver-white metal door, and this door was similar to the intelligent battleship doors, left half open. What is this door? Luo Feng was shocked. Deep underground, over 1,000 m below, appears a dust-covered door. Is this an ancient ruin on Earth that has yet to be discovered? Luo Feng was excited, as he knew Earth had already discovered many ancient ruins, and Hong and Thunder God had received knowledge from these ruins, possibly the reason why Hong and Thunder God managed to stay so high above everybody else in power. What door is this? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, immediately deploying 18 blades from his soaring shuttle. The blades quickly became blurred light, smashing away the rocks surrounding the door. Chi. Once the rocks were cleared, piece by piece falling off, it revealed a similar silver-white metal. This ancient ruin might just be dangerous. Luo Feng was like a curious monkey, wanting to eat the peach, but worried about the traps that may lie around, taking one step at a time till he was just 20 m away. Spirit energy sweep. 20 m away from the door, Luo Feng focused his spirit energy along the door and permeated the surface, checking just what lay behind this mysterious door. That is. Luo Feng was dumbfounded, eyes bloodshot from the excitement and shock. It's no wonder so many Muya crystals have appeared on Misty Island. Historical remains. Discovering historical remains was the quickest way to make a name in the world. Hong discovered quite a few remains, thus becoming the Earth's richest, giving him the ability to build his own unique autojet. Luo Feng's black god set started to move, enveloping his whole body. This ancient ruin seems really big. One needed to walk in himself before he could examine the whole place. One needed to make sacrifices to get results. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. His soaring shuttle immediately took the form of the mountain bulwark, floating his blades along with the blade shard in mid-air surrounding him. Luo Feng squinted his eyes, taking one step at a time towards the cabin door. The cabin door was about 20 m wide, with a 8 m deep path, one that was spacious and forked left and right. Muya crystals. Luo Feng lowered his head, looking straight ahead. In the ground along the path, small white glowing crystals were all gathered together, 10, 20, 30, a white blur, the thick fragrance of rice as he stepped in through the cabin door suffocated him. Luo Feng bent down, quickly collecting all the floating Muya crystals, putting them into the black bag on his bag. As he collected them, he counted each one of them. 289 crystals. As he put the last crystal into his back, Luo Feng could feel his heart racing, almost as though someone was beating a big drum inside. The combined forces from Earth managed to acquire a total of 42 crystals. Officially adding on those that weren't reported, I'd estimate the total to be about 60. Luo Feng came up with the rough estimate. Every one of those crystals were worth a fortune to man. Hong may have acquired 10 and felt beyond satisfied. He even proposed to Luo Feng and the others every crystal is worth 20 star points. Now, Luo Feng, just in that cabin, had acquired 289 crystals, much more than all of Earth's forces combined. This must be the real resting place of the crystals. The ones outside can't be that many. Just the door entrance, and there's 289. I wonder what else is in there. Luo Feng was anticipating much more. An archaeological ruin can't just have Ya crystals. In fact, just the entrance to it had so many crystals. This proved that this ruin was holding a much bigger treasure inside it, much bigger and more bountiful than any of Earth's other discovered ruins. Following the pathway, Luo Feng was careful as he stepped in through the dust-covered floor. Once through the door, the path broke into two paths, left and right. The moment he stepped to the crossroads, looking left and right, stunned that on Luo Feng's left down the path, the walls were made of a unique metal. However, the walls had huge dents and fist marks, a total of 9 huge fist prints. The path itself had a huge corpse leaning on the pathway. Mini quantum computer. Scan. Luo Feng aimed the mini quantum computer straight at the body. The target has no life force, deceased, the mini quantum computer displayed. The words through its screen. Yes, a corpse. Luo Feng held his breath, carefully examining the corpse. This corpse's skin was totally dark, body strong and sturdy. He even donned a special battle armor that was covered in unique patterns that were much more complicated than those on the soaring shuttle. Both his fists were covered in a special glove, one red pupil still open and looking determined. My God! The moment Luo Feng made eye contact with the corpse, his heart began trembling, almost like an ant against a giant dragon. No. Correctly put, it was like a normal person facing Pangu, the creator of the universe. Even though it was a corpse, that one eye alone hadn't lost its light. Who knows how long since has that person been dead, yet that one look made Luo Feng tremble, cold sweat running from his head and back. What kind of level has this powerful fighter reached? Too frightening. Luo Feng drew a big cold breath. Calm down. Calm down. He realized he couldn't manage eye contact with the corpse. The moment he did, even if he tried to calm himself down, he would still uncontrollably be filled with fear, the kind of fear for his life, no matter how strong his willpower was. Don't look at its eyes. Luo Feng gradually calmed down, avoiding the corpse's eyes, carefully examining. Its height was about 8 m. It was fairly similar to a large black gorilla, but its skin was totally hairless, shiny, and smooth. Judging from its surroundings, it should have died many years ago, yet its skin, hair, hasn't decayed or dried up at all, almost like it's alive. If the corpse wasn't covered in a layer of dust, Luo Feng would have assumed this mysterious being may have died not too long ago. The body seems undamaged. How did it die? Luo Feng thought for a while. Shaking his head, he didn't have an answer at all. Let's see what's inside. Luo Feng was in no rush to further examine the body, walking past through the side of the corpse, following down the spacious path. One road was unblocked, with little side roads along the way, but Luo Feng continued following down the big, spacious path. After about 300 m, the path began to wind, until a big door appeared. This door was more than 10 m wide, and more than 10 m tall. It was half open. This is... Luo Feng tried not to make any sounds as he stepped through the door. My God! Luo Feng unconsciously gasped cold air. This was at least 10 m tall, 200 m wide, semicircular, gorgeous hall. What shocked Luo Feng the most was the hall had a total of 5 oddly shaped bodies. No, it was 6 in total. Luo Feng used the mini quantum computer to scan once. There was indeed no life force or energy coming from any of them. None of the 5 bodies still looked very alive, without any form of decay whatsoever. The 6th body, however, was left with nothing but bones that glowed golden, skin and hair long turned to ash. This 6th body, Luo Feng carefully examined. One of the odd-shaped corpses was very similar to the one he discovered at the entrance, slightly smaller, but akin to that of a black gorilla with a height of about 6 m. This body collapsed half, kneeling on the ground. His battle armor was broken, body riddled with injuries, yet none of the injuries had a trace of decay. The 2nd body was more similar to that of man, about 4 m tall, covered in black scales with a horn on his forehead and a tail covered in scales. The 3rd body was also similar in shape to man, about 6 m tall. Its skin looked almost like tortoise shells. This was like one of the American old films. Luo Feng was familiar with, where one of the characters was like a stone man. This body, however, was much better looking. The shell was smooth and shiny, gathered together almost like an exquisite battle armor. The fourth body was almost identical to a human's body. Yellow skin, black hair, and a scar on its face, yet he looked calm as he sat cross-legged on the floor, body covered in dust. From Earth, Chinese Luo Feng stared at the fourth body, curious but regretful. Luo Feng could feel that while these things had been dead for a very long time, every corpse emanated a power that made one tremble helplessly. These were all exceptional warriors, way stronger than Hong and Thunder God by many times, countless times stronger than Luo Feng himself. And this one actually looked like a Chinese man, making Luo Feng even more regretful that he was dead. This fifth body. Luo Feng was suspicious as he looked. The four bodies he had examined had injuries, but non-lethal injuries. This fifth body was 5 m tall. Its body was a copper color, almost like it was molded in copper, and his chest had a huge cavity, like it was pierced with a hand. The strange thing was the cavity in its chest was actually filled with copper-colored weird materials, not organs. Is this a person? Luo Feng shook his head. This sixth body is the most normal. Luo Feng looked at the body, about 2 m tall, left with nothing but bones, glowing golden. The most unique thing was that there was a small curved horn on his skull's forehead, almost like it was proving it was different from Earth's man. With that 6 bodies in the hall, including the one at the entrance path, a total of 7 corpses. These 7 corpses, only one had decayed until only gold bones were left. The other 6 were almost undamaged, vividly lifelike. If they all died at the same time, why has this one decayed till only its bones are left, obviously dying a long time ago, while the others haven't decomposed at all? Luo Feng was suspicious. Time was a very powerful weapon. Under time's movement, what kind of body could not decompose? He surveyed the surroundings of the hall. The hall was most empty, only the floor and ceilings had dents here and there, as though a battle had occurred before. D. A sound came through. Luo Feng was startled. The dark hall suddenly lit up, a blinding light shot down from the ceiling of the hall, enveloping the entire hall at the same time. The peculiar light concentrated in the middle of the hall, forming a black silhouette figure of a man. This figure was about 1.4 or 1.5 m tall, small like a child, 2 horns growing from its forehead, pupils red, and dressed in a black robe. Luo Feng, you've finally come. The black-robed child stared at Luo Feng, red pupils shining with glee. You are Luo Feng, cautiously looked at the black-robed child. The child was actually speaking one of Earth's language, Chinese. It even knew his name. I've waited for you for 50,000 years. The child shook his head. The knowledge you Earthlings possess is really too little and lousy. 50,000 years before I finally get a suitable candidate. 50,000 years, Luo Feng trembled. You are saying, this archaeological ruin has been here for 50,000 years. Have they been dead for 50,000 years? Luo Feng pointed towards the 6 uniquely shaped bodies in the hall. Yes. They've been dead for 50,000 years. The black-rocked child glanced at the 6 bodies in the hall, shaking his head and sighing. They were all unmatched, powerful and important figures in the vast universe. Immortal beings. Time itself lost its splendor in front of these beings. Even in death, their bodies stay forever immortal. However, once the master dies, they must follow, and be buried along with him. The black-robed child looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, follow me to pay respects to the master. In the marvelous, semicircular-shaped hall, the black-robed child's small white hand pointed at the center of the ground. Suddenly, a shishi sound rang, and the metallic floor suddenly split open, revealing a tunnel. Come with me. The black-robed child walked in front, while Luo Feng followed behind. He wants me to go pay my respects to what master? The master that died 50,000 years ago. Luo Feng was filled with confusion, but one thing was clear: with what the archaeological ruin has displayed so far, it really wouldn't take any special trick to kill him, so Luo Feng could only forcefully suppress his curiosity and follow one step at a time. At the end of the tunnel, the black-robed child leaped down, while Luo Feng also leaped after him. The depth of the passage was around 30 meters when the black-robed child and Luo Feng landed on the ground below. The dark hall lit up with a glance. Luo Feng saw that this dark hall was empty. The walls formed an octagonal shape, but there was nothing inside the hall. Open. The black-robed child pointed towards the ground. Crack. The ground slightly shook and slowly started to split open. Master's corpse was placed in an extremely secure location. You'll have to wait a bit to see it. The black-robed child looked towards Luo Feng. His blood red pupils caused one to freeze. Luo Feng, you must be full of confusion now. Right. Yes, Luo Feng didn't deny it. Let me introduce myself. I'm Babata. You can call me Demon Babata. Of course, this is how it sounds when translated into Earth's Chinese language. It should be called XXXX in the common language of the universe. Even though Luo Feng heard what the black-robed child said, he couldn't understand him at all. Luo Feng froze. Demon Babata. The word demon here is a title I gave to myself, continued the black-robed child. In essence, I'm an AI. AI. Luo Feng was confused. An AI like the bald crystal person in archaeological ruin 9. However, AIs have different levels. Your simple logic programs on Earth have no right to be called an AI. To be able to be called AI, it cannot be inferior to a human in critical thinking, like the AI in archaeological ruin 9. Only that can be called a true AI, said the black-robed child. As for me, even though I'm an AI at my core, after following Master for countless years, I have already surpassed an AI. I can be called a living AI. I'm a life form. Like you humans, and animals, plants, etc. The tone of the black-robed child was a bit excited. I also have various emotions like joy, anger, sadness, etc. And I also have the ability to train myself. And back then, my master prepared a body for me. With that body, I let the name Demon Babata spread across many galaxies in the vast universe. A bit of pride was on the black-robed child's face. Luo Feng was secretly shocked as he heard this. Joy, anger, and sadness, the ability to train. How is this an AI system at all? It indeed has the right to be called living AI. According to what he said, there are 4 levels logic programs AI, comparable to the logic of a real human AI, with emotions living AI. In the battle that involved countless galaxies and destroyed countless things in its wake, my body was destroyed and I once again returned to the virtual existence of an AI, said the black-robed child with a bit of sadness. I can still go back to being a virtual AI, but Master, he turned his head to the slowly appearing crystal coffin. A transparent crystal coffin slowly floated up from the ground. Luo Feng also looked carefully. The crystal coffin was 6 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters tall. The completely transparent crystal coffin emanated horrifyingly cold air. Luo Feng, who was wearing his black god set and was a spirit reader at the Star Traveler 1 stage, couldn't help but to shiver. It was too cold with temperatures this low. This crystal coffin probably wasn't made out of crystal, but Luo Feng didn't know what material this was either, so he'll call it the crystal coffin for now. Inside the crystal coffin lay a corpse. This corpse was around 3 meters long and had 2 flexible antennae on its forehead. Other than its large body and its antennae, it looked exactly like a human on Earth. It wore a black robe that was shining dimly. Its long hair was spread out as it silently lay in the crystal coffin, as if it was asleep. Its face was extremely handsome, and its 2 narrow, long eyes were quite feminine even. Though it's just a corpse now, it had a peculiar beauty to it that could shake one's spirit. Master. The black-robed child held onto the crystal coffin, his tiny white hands grasped tightly while he had a fierce expression on. Pa. 2 tears dropped. Living AIs can even cry. Luo Feng was a bit shocked. Kneel down. The black-robed child furiously turned his head towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng froze. I told you to kneel down because you are a member of Mo planet, and my master is the master of Mo planet. You should be kneeling down, roared the black-robed child. A bit of insanity could be seen in his eyes, however. Soon after, the black-robed child closed his eyes and then opened them again. He calmed down quite a bit as he laughed bitterly. I haven't talked to anyone for 50,000 years, so my emotions are kinda in disarray. Without joy, anger, or sadness, I would just be a simple AI. 50,000 years of solitude wouldn't be much, but after developing emotions, 50,000 years was grueling to endure. Really, my temper was quite good in the past. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Babada, you said this corpse is the master of Mo planet. Could he be who? Yanbo. Luo Feng was a bit nervous. Yes, when translated into Earth's Chinese language, it could be translated into Hu Yanbo. The black-robed child's emotions seemed to gradually relax. Hu Yanbo, Mo planet's master. Hu Yanbo. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Just because of the inheritance I received from him, I should pay my respects. Luo Feng directly kneeled down and tapped his head on the ground 3 times consecutively to this person called Hu Yanbo. Even though Luo Feng has never seen him before, ever since he started practicing soaring sky, he has always praised this senior to be able to create so many spiritual weapons. How amazing must he be, and the soaring shuttle is just one of those weapons. Since he uses the soaring shuttle and is practicing soaring sky, he should pay his respects to this senior. Luo Feng. The black-robed child looked towards Luo Feng. Let me ask you, are you willing to become a student of my master and become the future master of Mo planet? Of course, Mo planet has already been destroyed. This power has already been eradicated. Become his student. Luo Feng froze. Becoming a student of a dead person, could it be that this super powerful master of Mo planet has some sort of treasure to be inherited? When the black-robed child Babada saw Luo Feng hesitate, he started to get a bit nervous since this was the first suitable person he encountered in 50,000 years. He quickly said, Luo Feng, my master Hu Yanbo is an eternal existence. In the roughly 6,000 eras he was alive, he ventured across the universe and became one of the truly powerful fighters in the universe. Around 6,000 eras followed Luo Feng. One era is equivalent to Earth's 10,081 years, said Babata. Senior Hu Yenbo was alive for around 60 million years, Luo Feng stared at Babata. Babata widened his eyes and said with anger, Master was an undying existence. An eternal existence if it wasn't for the final battle Master could live on forever in the vast universe. There are many who have lived over 100 million years. There are even some undying existences who have existed longer than the Earth has. Luo Feng blinked twice. The time of Earth's existence. The time of some powerful fighter's existence. Luo Feng, using a phrase from your Earth, you're a frog in a well. Babata's face was filled with anger. However, his tiny white face seemed to be quite cute. You have been to Archaeological Ruin 9, but that so-called Archaeological Ruin 9 is just one of the large amounts of monitoring bases under Yunmo planet, and it has very, very little information. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and let you understand the wonders and vastness of the universe. Babata raised his tiny head. According to what you Earthlings say, the galaxy you reside in is called the Milky Way, but do you know how many galaxies there are in the vast universe? Luo Feng remembered learning in school that Earth has discovered over 10 billion galaxies. The universe is indeed vast and limitless. A galaxy is already supergigantic, and 10 billion galaxies is an astronomical number. And this is only the portion that humanity has discovered. A few dozen billion galaxies. Luo Feng was a bit hesitant and gave a rough number without any confidence. Babata frowned and then said, I guess it's good enough for you to give such an answer. There are a countless number of life forms in the countless amount of species growing in the universe. Out of those species, humans are one of the most powerful races in the universe. When I'm talking about humans, I'm not talking about what you know on Earth. Like in the little games on your planet, orcs, elves, etc. are mentioned. Those all count as a branch of the human race. Luo Feng could only listen carefully. The Milky Way galaxy, in which your Earth resides in, has a total of around 200 billion stars. The amount of planets are so high that it's shocking. However, out of the countless planets, only about 210,000 of them have large amounts of people living on them, said Babata. The Milky Way galaxy, Beta Galaxy, etc. These neighboring 8 large galaxies form the Silver Blue Empire, a low-level, civilized nation in the universe. 8 galaxies, 1 empire. Luo Feng was in disbelief. And also, you said that there are around 210,000 planets, with large amounts of life on them in the Milky Way galaxy. Holy! And Earth hasn't even discovered a single one so far. Startling. Even though the Silver Blue Empire is a low-level nation, it's still a low-level civilized nation in the universe. Their civilization greatly surpasses yours. Even if they send a fleet of starships to the space surrounding your Earth, you probably wouldn't even be able to discover them, said Babata with disdain. Normally, if a galaxy as large as the Milky Way galaxy develops, normally one universe-level fighter will be born. Of course, with the guidance from a powerful teacher, efficiency could be higher. However, my guess is that in the 8 large galaxies under the control of the Silver Blue Empire, it would be pretty good for the number of universe-level fighters to surpass 10. Of course, a low-level, civilized nation is like an ant in front of my master, spoke Babata non-stop. TL note, this beta galaxy is not within the list of the 100 nearest galaxies. So it's probably a new nearby galaxy that humans have discovered with their new technology or something like that. A low-level, civilized nation is like an ant in front of UNMO planets. Master. Luo Feng was shocked by this sentence. This silver blue empire is a vast empire that controls the Milky Way galaxy, the Beta Galaxy, and 6 other galaxies. Just the Milky Way galaxy has over 210,000 planets with large amounts of life on them, so how vast must this empire be? Earth is like a grain of sand in the ocean compared to this empire. But such a powerful empire seems to be nothing in Babada's mind. Don't doubt. You cannot even begin to imagine the might of my master. There was a bit of praise in Babada's eyes. I've already said that the Milky Way galaxy, Beta Galaxy, and the other 6 galaxies come together to form the Silver Blue Empire, a low-level, civilized nation in the universe. According to what the map of the universe describes, your galaxy is part of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, which contains a total of 8,000 galaxies, and the one that controls the Black Dragon Mountain starfield is a pretty decent medium-level, civilized nation in the universe, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire has direct control of over 6,000 galaxies and over 500 low-level civilized nations, and the Silver Blue Empire is just one of the nations that belongs to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Babada spoke fluently. Luo Feng was a bit flabbergasted. The Black Dragon Mountain starfield contains around 8,000 galaxies, has control of over 500 nations. The Silver Blue Empire is just one of the nations under its control. Don't give me that look. Even though the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is a bit more powerful, they still have to be polite in front of my master, said Babada. As for powerful fighters, if they develop normally, around 1,000 galaxies will give birth to one sector lord level fighter. Stop! Yelled Luo Feng. What? Babada looked towards Luo Feng. What sector lord level? I only learned from archaeological ruin 9 that fighters are categorized into the student level, star traveler level, star level, universe level, and the level above the universe level, asked Luo Feng. As he listened to Babada speak, he felt like he was looking up to an extremely high mountain, and then realized that there were even taller mountains behind that mountain. The limitless universe contains an uncountable number of powerful fighters. Oh, let me develop your common sense a bit, said Babada. The fighter and spirit reader categories can be split into and don't mention students too. Students do not have the right to be called fighters, spirit readers. They are mainly split into the star traveler level, star level, universe level, domain lord, and sector lord. These 5 major levels. Once you surpass sector lord, you become undying. The star traveler level can only wander around in the universe. They can be guards for hire, servants, or cannon fodder, said Babada with quite a bit of disdain. The star level can count as a major figure on some insignificant star in the universe. However, on some more important stars, they should keep a low profile. The universe level, yeah, they can count as a powerful fighter. After all, a galaxy usually only gives birth to one universe-level fighter. They can easily earn a few dozen stars as territory after joining a civilized nation. The domain lord can count as the king of an area. Low-level civilized nations wouldn't mess with domain lords, and they can build up their own powers and Organizations in the vast universe, any civilized nation fights over domain. Lord-level fighters. The sector lord, they have authority, it's extremely easily for them to earn an entire galaxy as their territory. Sector lord-level fighters have definitely reached the inner world state where they control an entire world. Luo Feng, if you can become a sector-level fighter and have no ambitions, you can wander the universe, said Babata seemingly jokingly as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng listened carefully. According to what he heard in Archaeological Ruin 9, a countless amount of planets only give birth to one universe-level fighter, so it seemed hopeless for Luo Feng, and now he heard that above the universe level is the domain lord, and there's even a sector lord above the domain lord. One can imagine how difficult it would be to reach such a level. Only above the sector level can you become undying. Babata's expression became serious. Whether the star traveler level, universe level, domain lord, or sector lord, they are all under the restraints of life. Star level fighters can live for one era at most. Universe level fighters can live for 10 eras at most. Domain lord level fighters can live for 100 eras, and sector lord can live for 1,000 eras. Of course, using the time of your Earth, sector lords can live for a bit more than 10 million years. Sector lord existences will still fall with time. Only those surpassing the sector level become undying fighters, also called eternal fighters, also called deities. Babata's eyes were shining. Once you become an undying fighter, you can enjoy eternal life. Master was an undying fighter. Luo Feng held his breath. Undying fighter. Star traveler, star, universe, domain lord, sector lord, undying. Undying fighters have a countless number of special abilities. Even a star railgun that can instantly vaporize a galaxy cannot injure an undying fighter, smiled Babata. Now you should understand why I said that. A low-level, civilized nation is like an ant in front of my master. Luo Feng's blood was boiling. An attack that can instantly vaporize a galaxy cannot even harm an undying fighter. Don't think so far ahead. 1,000 normally developing galaxies give birth to only one sector lord. Luo Feng, even with my master's inheritance and my help, you can probably barely become a sector lord in 100,000 years. However, to become undying, the possibility is basically zero. Babata slightly shook his head. Sigh, you humans aren't talented at all. If you lose to everyone else at the starting line, then it will be extremely difficult to achieve greater heights. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, come on Babata, you don't have to say it like that. Hee. Babata grinned, revealing two little fangs. I just said basically zero. There's actually a way to speed up your training by 10 times, 100 times. What way? Said Luo Feng curiously. Soul transfer. Babata smiled mysteriously. Soul transfer. Of course Luo Feng knew what this meant. Babata smiled. You probably have realized that the descendants of the so-called fighters on your Earth clearly have a higher chance of becoming fighters. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. The descendants of a fighter have a higher chance of becoming a fighter. That's because their parents' genes are already splendid, so their genes won't be deficient. This is a type of evolution, said Babata. If your Earth had another 10,000 years or another 100,000 years, every single person on Earth can become a student-level fighter. And in the vast universe, there are some human races that have evolved quite Perfectly sighed Babada, for example, the human race that ranks in the top 10 in terms of lineage Manka planet people. Even though Manka planet people are few in number, each one of them is born as a Star Traveler level fighter. As children, they are usually at the star level. When they are young adults, they are usually at the universe level, and when they are adults, they are at the Domain Lord level. They have one of the best lineages out of the human race. Luo Feng was flabbergasted. Holy! The difference is just infuriating. All the humans on Earth put their lives on the line to bitterly train. They tried everything they could, got lucky, found a good teacher, and finally in absolute genius finally stepped into the Star Traveler level. And them? They just drink and play, and when they become adults, they are at the Domain Lord level, able to destroy a planet with a flip of the hand. Isn't this too unfair? Luo Feng didn't even know what to say anymore. Unfair? That's because the ancestors of the Manka planet people trained bitterly to constantly improve and perfect their race. Only after that could their race stabilize at that level, said Babada with dissatisfaction. If Earth doesn't give birth to large amounts of powerful fighters, the people on Earth will never become powerful. Luo Feng slightly nodded, the anger in his chest dissipated. Yeah, only because of the work of a race's ancestors can the genes of that race become more and more perfect, which leads to more and more talented descendants. How much faster can a Manka planet person train compared to someone from your Earth? Can you imagine it? Scoffed Babada. In the entire Milky Way galaxy, there are 210,000 planets, with large amounts of people living on them. The total population is uncountable, but even from that, it would be nice for one universe-level fighter to be born. As for Manka planet people, once they become adults, they become Domain Lords. So, if you want to become an undying fighter, one way is to wait for yourself to become a bit stronger and then steal a more powerful race's body. Babada turned towards the crystal coffin. Do you see that even though Master's original body was a bit better than you Earthlings, it wasn't better by much. Afterwards, under chance and luck, Master used the soul transfer technique and took over a youth's body from the Lonka tribe. The Lonka tribe can rank in the top 30 in terms of the lineage ranking of humans. When they become adults, they can reach the universe level. With this body, Master's training speed soared at an astonishing rate, but even with that, Master went through trial after trial to become an undying fighter. Since it is extremely, extremely, extremely difficult for a Manka planet person or someone from the Lonka tribe to become undying. Babada grinned towards Luo Feng. What, you have something against soul transferring? Can't give up your own body? Luo Feng admits that he wasn't really willing to give up his own body. How stupid! Babada curled his lips helplessly, his blood-red eyes looked towards Luo Feng with disdain. And you're a spirit reader, don't you know that the essence of one's self is the soul? Oh well. Soul transferring isn't that easy anyway. You can only soul transfer a target with a soul weaker than yours. If you meet someone with a stronger soul, you'll end up getting eradicated by them. Babada shook his head. Too bad you humans just don't have the talent. Since one with a brain vigor of 22 finally appeared, I can't be too picky. Shouldn't it be 21? Said Luo Feng. Babada smacked his little head. Holy, you are as innocent as a white piece of paper. Do you think that if you keep training as a spirit reader, your brain vigor will never increase? When you were at the student level 9 stage, your brain vigor was 21. However, breaking through to the Star Traveler level is a Transformation in life itself, so your brain vigor increased to 22. However, don't get cocky, these numbers can only be said out loud in the Milky Way galaxy. Babata shook his head with disdain. In some more powerful planets or core planets in a nation, there are people with brain vigor reaching 30 or even 40 at the student level. Too bad I don't have a choice, or more accurately, I can only pick on Earth. Gotta pick a tall one out of these dwarves. I guess the majestic demon Babata has to graciously help a little star traveler kiddo like you. Babata lifted his head up. I must admit I had a very late start, Luo Feng said, his heart heavy, and yet he couldn't deny that on Earth, within the pugilistic world, he was considered a genius, always the best and brightest amongst those his age at the dojos in high school. He was the best and brightest once he had become a warrior. Entering Earth's most prestigious dojo, he was still considered the best. Just 21 years of age, and he had become a star traveler spirit reader, one of the 6 big investigators. He was even on par with the 3rd chairman. However, from Babata's words, his worth was beyond pitiful. He knew himself that what Babata said was true. Only that Babata's horizons went beyond Earth. Babata, if I do not do the soul transfer, how long will it take for me to reach the star level, and how long before I reach the universe level? Luo Feng questioned. 50 years to the star level, definitely. Babata confidently said. 500 years to the universe level, no problem. As for the domain lord level, with the preparation my master left before he died for his disciples, 5,000 years, 10,000 years should be enough. These 4 levels. I'm definitely confident. As for the sector lord training, for about 100,000 years should be able to barely make it. You may even need a longer time than that. 50 years for the star level, 500 years for the universe level. Luo Feng blinked hard. The amount of time required seemed forever from the time he was born till now. Luo Feng had only experienced 20 years, 500 years seemed too long and arduous. The famous journey to the west had a story about Sun Wukong being trapped under the 5-Finger Mountain for only 500 years. The entire Chinese culture has only been around for 5,000 years. It was too long and endless. What, resenting the length? The black-robed child Babata was so enraged, he jumped up, baring his fangs, roaring. Luo Feng, you have to be clear. Earth is in the Milky Way and should only get a single universe-level fighter through normal evolution. Do you think the universe level is so easily attainable? What's more, your aptitude is so low. If I wasn't trapped here in Earth looking at the universe, countless geniuses from the many races and species would kneel before me and beg me, Babata, to become my master's disciple. Do you know the position and rank of my master? Mo planet's master. He wasn't just an undying being, he was a champion among the undying. He had a total of 9 strong undying beings under him at the universe level. Even a middle-level civilization, such an enormous power, had to bow and respectfully bow to my master, not daring to utter a sound. Even the universe's high-level civilizations had to be polite around my master. The master was one of the most powerful people in the universe. Do you not understand? With master's careful preparations for you, even with such a weak and low aptitude, 50 years to the star level, 500 years to universe level, 5,000 10,000 years to domain lord, and 100,000 years to a sector lord. You find it long? Babata was angry to the point of shouting. You really are living in fortune and yet are oblivious to it. Luo Feng actually knew it himself. When he was in the 9th archaeological ruin, he believed he didn't stand a chance of ever entering the universe level, even more so the domain lord or sector lord level. Hell, it took 1,000 eras of normal evolution for a sector lord to appear within this 1,000 eras, the number of geniuses from the other human races and species were countless, far above his own aptitude, yet out of this tens of thousands of geniuses that were above him, they may not even become sector lords. The difficulty in becoming a sector lord was beyond one's imagination. Babata, what did you say before? 9 undying beings as servants. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Don't tell me those corpses outside were all servants. 50,000 years and not a shred of decay, even their hair and skin were still lifelike. Luo Feng guessed that besides the one that had turned to golden bones, the rest were undying beings. But he never imagined they were servants. Hang. Babata lifted his head, full of pride. Do you only now understand the position of the master? This ship, the UNMO planet spaceship 7 corpses, had one that was left in bones. The remaining 6 were undying. Babata looked at Luo Feng. You should have seen the 6 undying beings. One of them had a large crevice in his chest, but no internal organs within, right? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. That was the enemy, an undying being from the automaton race. Babata sneered, but him coming in here was like sending himself to death. Did he think that an injured master was one he could deal with? Automaton race. Luo Feng quietly memorized it. That was a race that was completely opposite from the human race, bodies that weren't made from flesh and blood. The other 5 undying corpses were all master's servants. The master actually had a total of 9 undying servants. However, the war that year involved too many of the universe's strongest. 4 of his best servants perished in that war. Even the master's soul was severely damaged. Even this UNMO planet ship was heavily damaged. Babata shook his head. Luo Feng was shocked. The big 4 undying servants perished. UNMO planet's master soul was heavily damaged. Actually, the master, even if his body and soul were to be wiped out, so long as a single cell existed, he could be reborn only during then. The enemy was more vicious and stronger than the master. He shook his head. Was it a human? Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Both body and soul destroyed. Even without a soul, he can be reborn from just a cell or fragment. Don't be surprised, when you get the master's level, every cell contains a soul imprint, spirit imprint. Of course he can be reborn, Babata proudly said, and master's self-preservation methods didn't just limit itself to one. There were many more methods. However, it was a pity that within the vast universe, endless time and space, there were others stronger than the master. Luo Feng slightly nodded his head. There's always a mountain taller. One must never get complacent. Babata, you said that Earth was considered a low-level civilization belonging to the Silver Blue Empire. And under the Silver Blue Empire, there are 8,000 or more galaxies, and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. What about the high-level civilizations? Luo Feng questioned. Babata smiled. Luo Feng, within the universe, one starfield has 1,020,000 galaxies. Of course, there are some specially small starfields and some specially large starfields. The Black Dragon Empire starfield has 8,000 or more galaxies. Above the starfield, there are star sectors, the universe's biggest unit of measure. One star sector, average level, is about 10,000 starfields, about 100 million. Galaxies, of course there are bigger and smaller ones. Your Earth belongs to the Ganwu main star sector, Black Dragon Empire. Starfield, Milky Way Babata continued, and this Ganwu main star sector has about 13,000 star fields, galaxies numbering more than 100 million, it is run by the high-level civilization Ganwu universe, with 1,000 or more medium-level civilizations under it. This can be considered, in the vast universe, the human race's highest-level universe civilization. Luo Feng took a deep breath. The universe's highest-level civilization. 13,000 galaxies in the starfield. The Black Dragon Empire alone has about a 1,000. The Silver Blue Empire, such a low-level civilization, like grains of sand, were undoubtedly nothing but ants to the master of the UNMO planet. A high-level civilization in the universe, middle-level and low-level. Luo Feng committed these to memory. My Earth belongs to the Ganwu main star sector, Black Dragon Empire starfield, Milky Way. Do not be ambitious. Babata said, the Ganwu universe civilization has existed for countless eras. With vast territories, even undying beings cannot hope to cover all of it. Luo Feng nodded. The diameter of the Milky Way is over 100,000 light-years. The Ganwu universe civilization has over 100 million galaxies. Just how huge is it? Luo Feng. Babata looked at Luo Feng. In the vast universe, the race of man is one of the leading races. Do you know why? Luo Feng was suspicious. There's a wide diversity. Babata emphasized. There's many different types of man. The Menka person from before, Lonka, are the strongest bloodlines. However, as there are many different bloodlines and clans ranging up to the tens of thousands, there'll be the strong and the weak. Like Earth's bloodlines are considered generally weaker, but don't despair. Within the universe, there are many more weaker ones. With the many species of man, the population is greater too, hence they became one of the universe's leading clans. Besides the leading clans, there are many more different and unique forms of life in the universe. These groups don't ever think they are easy to deal with. It's just because they are small in population, hence their positions aren't high in the universe. If it came down to power, there are many forms of life that are very powerful and shocking. Different strange and weird forms of life, up to tens of thousands, very peculiar. While most are weaker in battle power, there are many that are stronger. Man's Menka bloodline become domain lords. When they become adults, they are one of man's leading bloodlines. However, in the vast universe, there are special forms of life that are even stronger than Menka people. One of the most reputable would be the space beasts. Space beasts, once matured, can all wander the universe without any protective gear. Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. Space beasts have many types. The weak ones are star travelers at birth, star travelers at adolescence, and universe level at maturity. These are the weakest space beasts. Some are closer to the Menka people, star travelers at birth, star level at growth, universe at young adults, and domain lords at their peak. The scariest of the space beasts, star travelers at birth, universe level at youth, domain lords at young adult, and sector lords at their peak. These are the leaders in the universe. Babata looked at Luo Feng. The undying level is unattainable just by relying on bloodlines, so the best bloodline is those that can reach the sector lord level. Man's best bloodline can reach the domain lord level. It is considered very good. In the universe, some can actually grow straight into the sector lord level. That was like taking a step and reaching the heavens. Of course this had its cons. Their numbers were shockingly small. Babata laughed. Let's take the leading group of space beasts bloodline, flaming star beast. They are born within a star. The high temperatures can't even harm them. They swallow countless stars and spend lots of time before becoming sector lords. Once they become sector lords, they don't have the need to swallow stars anymore. One flaming star beast's lifespan is extremely long, but from its birth till its death, it wanders the universe, probably never ever meeting another flaming star beast. There are several more types similar to the life of these space beasts. Without exception, pitifully small in population. Babata shook his head. However, if you ever meet one in the universe, you have to be extremely careful. Luo Feng nodded his head. My God, a creature that eats stars, what an abnormality. However, it may never meet one of its kind with its extremely small population. Generally speaking, there are countless races and clans of man, along with countless other forms of life. The vast universe, even undying beings, have a hard time fully understanding it. Even if you are as strong as my master, you can still fall. Babata looked at Luo Feng, before my master died, he said, no matter how strong you are, you still must treat the universe with respect. Luo Feng nodded. Yun Mo planet's master, with 9 undying beings under him, still perished. Luo Feng, you decide whether or not you'll call my master your teacher. Babata looked at Luo Feng. If you do, then you'll be able to receive what he prepared for his disciples. Of course, you can choose not to. Babata smiled, revealing his 2 fangs. If you don't, to protect my master and his secrets, I will have to kill you. Choose, the decision is yours. Within the huge octagram-shaped hall, Luo Feng stared at the enormous crystal coffin. The white blonde man in a black robe that was lying peacefully within was almost like a god. This was the man who walked parallel with the universe, with 9 undying servants. Yun Mo planet's master. In his heart, Luo Feng had always respected and worshipped such a warrior, and he was very clear of the difference between having a teacher and guidance versus not having one, 2 roads that were vastly different. What's more, with the black-robed Babata staring at him, what choice did he have? How do I pay my respects? Luo Feng looked at Babata. Very good, your choice is the right one. Babata raised his head. Because of your choice, the entire earth will benefit with the help of Demon Babata. Luo Feng, your name will resound throughout the entire Milky Way, even around the countless planets in the Black Dragon Empire. Countless humans will worship you and look up to you. Your one word will determine if an entire planet's culture rises or perishes. You. Luo Feng had mixed emotions as he interrupted the excited Babata. How do I pay my respects? Following tradition, when the master accepts a new student, he should have his closest friends around, with a lavish event. However, now that he's dead and Yun Mo planet is gone, everything is simpler. Babata looked at the crystal coffin, his voice suddenly dropping deep and low. You only need to kowtow 8 times in front of his body. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the crystal coffin, the one who had lived for over 60 million years, Yun Mo planet's master, had been dead for 50,000 years, and now he was taking him as his teacher. Pung. Luo Feng knelt down, knocking his forehead against the ground heavily 8 times. From today, you'll be the master's 5th disciple. and his last, the only living. Disciple Babata looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng immediately understood. His teacher was Mo Planet's master, and his fellow disciples were all dead. What kind of enemy did his teacher actually fight with, so much so that the entire Mo Planet was destroyed? Luo Feng, as the master is dead, he cannot personally teach you, therefore I will take the place of teacher to teach you. Babata looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Rest assured, before his death, Master assigned everything to me. In fact, as an AI who has always been beside Master's initial teachings and instructions to his disciples, I can display them to you on a screen. Don't worry, Babata confidently said. Hearing that, Luo Feng didn't worry at all anymore. I'll first give you a spatial storage item. The black-robed Babata waved his hand casually, and a silver light flew out. Luo Feng caught it, opening his palm. It seemed like an ordinary silver ring. This spatial storage item can be made into many forms: rings, wrist guards, and many more. Babata smiled. However, to build a spatial ring is very difficult even in the universe. It's considered a luxury good. The spatial ring's material is very unique. It can enter and stay within your skin. Luo Feng put on the ring on his left middle finger. Without a sound or trace, just like mercury flowing, it entered his skin. Luo Feng felt a chill, and the ring on his finger had disappeared completely. You can use a little spiritual energy to permeate into it. Let your energy imprint within you. Just need to do it once, never again in the future. Babata said. Spiritual imprint. Luo Feng was suspicious. How do I do it? Stupid. Babata was angry. Spiritual imprint, every person's soul, no matter how strong, will always have its own innate differences and weaknesses. No two souls are completely the same. You just have to use your spiritual energy to permeate into it and print. Don't care about anything else. Oh, Luo Feng's intent shifted. A thread of spirit energy quickly flowed from his hand down to his finger, permeating the ring. The ring slightly changed, quickly. Luo Feng felt something. The ring had become like his hand itself, without the use of any spirit energy. He could feel it there. This ring had an empty space within it, extremely high capacity. Just feeling it, almost like a space that was 100 m tall. This ring space is a cuboid shape, following your Earth's measurements. It's about 612 m long, 521 m wide, and 108 m tall. I won't go into the decimal points. Babata looked proudly, almost as though he was hoping to see Luo Feng's shock. Oh, Luo Feng nodded. Damn, don't you know how hard it is to actually cut a piece of the universe's space and input it into an item, and such a big space at that? Babata was unsatisfied with Luo Feng's reaction. If any of the universe's warriors knew, you'd be dead. However, as long as you don't tell anyone, no one will know. Luo Feng was secretly shocked. To build a space within a ring was to actually rip space from the universe. Unbelievable. It was no wonder, even in the crazy and proud Babata's words, it was an extremely difficult task. Let's go up, Babata said. Oh, this crystal coffin. Luo Feng looked at the coffin. The black-robed Babata looked at the body within the coffin, a complex look on his face. Softly, boss, from today on, I'll be following your disciple. Don't worry, I will handle everything very softly, so soft that Luo Feng could barely hear it clearly. Babata raised his hand and pointed to the ground. Ka, ka, ka. The crystal coffin began to slowly descend into the ground, and the ground began to seal up. Up, Babata, calm down. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng followed behind Babata through the pathways and up into the round hall. The lights were shining brightly in the round hall. Luo Feng looked at the 6 corpses with a sense of sorrow. These 6 corpses, 5 of them were undying beings. Luo Feng Babata pointed towards the golden bones. This was Master's second disciple, also Master's most exceptional student. However, in that fight, as Master was being pursued, the enemy's attack actually broke through the defense of the UNMO planet ship and into the interior of the ship. The undying beings were fine. He, however, died instantly. Past the exterior, straight in. Luo Feng was very shocked. This second senior of mine, what level was he? Luo Feng asked. Sector Lord, Babata said. Luo Feng was silent. A Sector Lord, attacked by a super undying being breaking into the ship's interior, died instantly. That undying being's main target should have been UNMO planet's master. Ah. Luo Feng suddenly stared at Babata. Babata, universe fighters, could all battle on the white dwarf planet. This Sector Lord could destroy one with a flip of his hand. This enemy's attack broke through the ship's exterior and killed him, yet this ship hasn't been destroyed. Just what was it made of? You are finally becoming aware. Babata pointed at the surrounding walls. Look, there are dents in the walls and ground. Those are all imprints left from the undying fighters' battle. Even if one wasn't an undying being, he could leave probably only one dent. This Yunmo planet ship, the product of my master's endless hard work, is an immeasurably prized ship named the UMO planet. Price-wise, even if we sold your entire Earth, it still wouldn't be worth even half of the ship. Babata raised his head. Right, didn't you pick up a red shard before? Oh, yes, Luo Feng nodded. That blade shard has a ridiculous amount of power. That was a piece of the ship that broke apart when the ship fell into Earth a long time ago, lodging itself deep in the ground. Babata laughed. Don't think it was caused by the impact. Even if the ship hit a middle-sized planet, it would still be undamaged. That was actually caused by an attack from an extremely strong enemy, causing the hull to be damaged, and hence led to a piece breaking off. Only initially, the shard was still caught within the ship's protective barrier. Once it crashed into Earth and the barrier was gone, the shard flew out. Babata explained. It's just a piece of the ship, so sharp? Luo Feng questioned. Let me show you how this ship's exterior looks like. Babata pointed towards the space in front. Who? Immediately within the space, a 3D image appeared showing a small replica of the ship. This was a blood-red triangular spaceship, just 3 points, with their own arcs. In addition, the ship's periphery was extremely thin, very sharp. A very malevolent appearance. Once the ship picks up speed in the universe, with the sharpness of its periphery, even a meteorite zone can be cut through without any problem. Without any detriment to its speed, Babata proudly said. You used it to cut your armor. Is like big materials for a small job. That is a material that even undying beings have difficulty destroying. Oh, Luo Feng was stunned. So it was actually just a piece of the ship, and he thought it was a knife's blade. However, the damage it received was critical. Now it cannot even fly. Otherwise I wouldn't have had to wait on Earth for 50,000 years. Babata shook his head. It can't even fly. Don't even mention fixing its body. You can keep this shard. I'll teach you in the future how to use it. It's much stronger than your soaring shuttle. Luo Feng asked. This shard has its own special usage. Of course, Babada laughed. Your Earth's training and battle methods are too primitive and raw. Oh, now for your inheritance from your master, Babada said. Luo Feng listened intently. The Muya crystals from before, you've kept them all? Babada asked. These crystals, what use do they exactly have? Luo Feng asked. They are training devices, and also taming monster and raising plants. They have many uses, he continued. Just one crystal can let a student level 8 or 9, with 1 month of training, go into the Star Traveler level 1 stage of course in the universe. We use it more to cultivate and tame monsters and raise plants like the cloud contact vine Han has. With the crystals, they will grow extremely fast. From today on, you shouldn't be absorbing energy from the universe. Its results are too low, wasting more than half your time on absorbing energy. You'll never reach the universe level that way. From now on, you'll use these crystals to train. I have many of them here, Babada said. Plenty. That's extravagant. Luo Feng could feel from Babada's tone of voice how wealthy and overbearing he was. Luo Feng, I'm not scolding you, but as Mo planet's only living disciple, you have to set your sights much further. Don't always have the foresight of an ordinary human on Earth, Babada said, dissatisfied. If Master was still around, as his only disciple, your position would be higher than the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire. Set your sights on the vast universe, disciple of the Undying, who doesn't use countless treasures to train. You must understand. Usually within 1,000 planets, one sector lord will occur through natural evolution. Hence, to guarantee becoming a sector lord, one has to surpass others from the start. Your aptitude is very low. Using these crystals doesn't mean a thing compared to the other Undying disciples. Your rank is much lower. Babada has followed the master of the Mo planet all over the universe for countless millions of years. His sights were plenty and high. Luo Feng, I understand. Okay. Babada continued, when you train, you can rely on the crystals for defense. During the Star Traveler stage, your teacher prepared the Black God set for you. Since you already have it, that's good. Also, I still have a young cloud contact vine. When it's time, it can be used to protect and attack. It's the best companion to have. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng had heard of this from Hong and Thunder Gods conversations. The cloud contact vine is the universe's most popular plant life, especially amongst powerful fighters and their disciples. Babada continued, in cultivating it, the cloud contact vine continuously evolves and gets stronger. It has many paths of evolution, the main component being what treasures it gets to absorb. If left on Earth, it can only absorb the universe energy, peaking at a Star Traveler level 7 or 8 power. However, if you have countless Muya crystals for it, it can definitely grow to universe level. Babada's eyes lit up. Master spent more than half his wealth on cultivating his cloud contact vine. That particular one ultimately became an undying master, has relied on it many times to escape trouble only. This last time, the enemy was too strong. The cloud contact vine also died. More than half his wealth. Luo Feng couldn't imagine. One who has 9 undying servants, more than half his wealth, must be really shocking. It was reasonable to say that this Mo planet ship was already expensive beyond comprehension. However, it seemed that it was only worth a small fraction of the master's wealth. Babada, with the crystals we have, can we let this cloud contact vine grow to the universe level? Luo Feng asked. You must be dreaming. Universe level, that requires countless crystals. Babata shook his head. These are good for you to train, just enough for you to reach the star level. For the cloud contact vine, which has such a voracious appetite, it's definitely not enough. Relax, I'll tell you in time how to cultivate this. Cloud contact vine, there are many ways to do it, knowing how to do it is easy, acquiring the treasures required for it is difficult. Luo Feng listened carefully. The master also left you a spirit weapon, suitable for a star traveler to use. It is called the arc cutter blade. However, it's a basic weapon. Comparable to your soaring shuttle. On the way back, you can decide for yourself which kind of weapon you want to use. Babata smiled. Between the arc cutter blade and the soaring shuttle, these are both secondary. Your strongest weapon right now is actually the shard from the ship. Luo Feng nodded. He definitely understood that shard was something even the Undying had trouble destroying. Its worth was something one could imagine just by closing one's eyes. Luo Feng, listen carefully. Babata grew serious. This concerns your little life. Luo Feng was shocked. This shard's material is extremely valuable. Domain lords will all vie for it crazily, while sector lords may not be as crazy for it, they might still eye it. Babata continued, once discovered by an informed warrior, snatching away the shard is simple, he might even kill you to see if there's any more treasure. That's the big problem. Luo Feng's heart trembled. My God. Domain lords will crazily come snatch this thing, just this shard. Relax, domain and sector lords who recognize hybrid copper essence are few. What's more, if you meet a domain lord in the Milky Way, you can go by the lottery. Babata said on the way back, you should ponder on how to change the form of this shard to something that even those who know what the Scarlet Mother is wouldn't recognize it. Luo Feng nodded. It's hard to meet a domain lord in the Milky Way, so what's there to be afraid of? Master prepared the arc cutter blade for offense. Black God set for defense. Enough Muya crystals, a spatial ring and training manuals for your Star Traveler level. Babata said. That's it. Luo Feng looked at Babata. Yes. Babata nodded. When one's power is weak, carrying a bunch of treasures would be akin to courting death. Master has left you 3 bank accounts in the Universe Galaxia Bank, separately for when you reach the star level, universe level and sector lord level. Once you reach the sector lord level, you will be like a tyrant, able to take huge wealth and treasures. Luo Feng nodded. This deceased master had indeed very meticulously prepared for everything, even leaving 3 accounts behind. Only what suits you is good. There are many treasures that you will acquire that you will not be able to use. Acquiring them will only spell disaster. Babata said. 15,000 m deep underground, at the entrance of the UNMO planet ship. Luo Feng was extremely satisfied with all his earnings. While it wasn't extremely shocking, whatever was left behind was indeed very useful, from the attacking weapon to the defensive armor, training abilities, spatial storage equipment, combat companion cloud, contact vine, and the training manuals. Everything was very well prepared. Luo Feng, actually these corpses are the real treasures. The black-robed Babata looked at each body. These are undying bodies. These will make the sector lords go crazy for them. Oh. Luo Feng looked towards the bodies on the ground of the 4 undying bodies. On the ground, besides one that was similar to the humans on Earth, the rest were other forms of humans. The 5th undying was more machine. However, if you dare to take any of the undying corpses out, it'll be courting death. Also, you have no capabilities of using these bodies. Keep them. We'll do as we see fit in the future, Babata said. Yes, Luo Feng's intent moved. A formless special energy enveloped the surroundings, quickly keeping the 5 bodies. There was only one set of golden bones left in the big hall. Your senior's bones, Sector Lord's bones, are also very valuable. He's also your senior. Once you leave Earth, you can leave his bones to the vast universe, letting him return to the starry skies, or you can find a secret place to bury him. Babata looked at the golden bones, expression complex. He was the one who followed the Master throughout the universe. He was also the one who bullied Master the most. Now the Master is dead, Yunemo planet is gone, the once bright and powerful force had dissipated. While Babata's words were still crazy and proud, he was clear he was only an AI life form now, without any power, a virtual existence. His only pride would be knowledge and experience. So he understood. Without the Master, seniors, and elders to protect Luo Feng, the road to becoming a powerful force was a hard one. He had to be extremely careful. Including the corpse at the entrance, 6 undying bodies and 1 senior's bones, all were kept in the ring. At the entrance of the ship, the black-robed child and a youth stood. This Yunemo planet ship has suffered heavy damage and will never be able to fly again. Babata shook his head. To fix this unique and leading ship, even the entire Silver Blue Empire doesn't have the ability. Maybe the Black Dragon Empire can. Damaged, no ability, Luo Feng asked. The ship's main energy is light, but within my own spatial storage space I've stored energy. Babata shook his head. The main point is the ship's vital system is damaged critically. The self-repair system is also unable to repair it. Luo Feng, I am now a virtual existence, so to leave with you, I need the help of equipment. Babata flipped his hand, revealing a black wrist cuff. This wrist cuff is common in the universe, not worth a lot. However, in the left wrist, there is a crystal core. That's where my consciousness is currently being stored. This core has its own spatial storage space, and within it is a large amount of Muya crystals, the arc cutter blade, etc. I'll pass them all to you now. Babata looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Babata was now his substitute teacher. Wear it, Babata ordered. He immediately put on the cuff. The black-robed Babata laughed, turning to what seemed like soap bubbles, before disappearing. Who? Luo Feng, who was originally standing at the entrance of the ship, felt his body tremble. Rumble. The enormous Yunemo planet ship disappeared immediately, creating a huge crevice, causing a large number of rocks to fall through. A black-robed Luo Feng used his spirit energy to envelop his surroundings, not allowing any of the rocks to get close. Luo Feng, a sharp and clear child's voice sounded in Luo Feng's mind. All Luo Feng was startled. Why are you shocked? Real AIs all communicate with their masters through their minds. Babata proudly spoke. From now on, your mini-quantum computer is useless and can be thrown away. That rubbish, I have all its capabilities. And I'm hundreds of millions times stronger. Also, whenever you enter the virtual space, don't wear a helmet, that's very lowly. Those with position in the universe, mini-quantum computers, consciousness sensor, livelihood caretaker, etc., and other systems, are all combined in one. Babata continued, when you want to speak to me, just send some spirit energy into the crystal core, immediately through the mind link. Luo Feng tested it out. That wrist cuff didn't resist Luo Feng's spirit energy, it had already recognized him and let it flow through. Luo Feng felt as though he saw within the core, a black-robed child Babata was sitting in a palace throne, smiling at him, revealing his two cute fangs. "You are saying I can enter the virtual war god palace," Luo Feng said. "Of course, I can let you into the war god palace, and also into the virtual space I Babata have built." Babata was proud. "Your Earth's war god palace was built by an intelligent processor, compared to the amazing virtual space of mine, it's too far away. It's a pity. You are an Earthling, your consciousness is unlicensed. Even if I connect your consciousness to the universe network, it'll still be unauthorized. For someone like you, you need to be present to open an account, to be able to connect to the universe network." Babata was somewhat helpless. "Also, keep that cloud contact vine beside you into your bag. It is a form of life, so it cannot be stored in the spatial storage space. Keep everything properly, and we can leave." Luo Feng spread his spirit energy around, sensing on his left, about 100 m away, a bottle gourd plant, about 2 m long. Directing his spirit energy forward to open a path, he went straight ahead. "Luo Feng, this cloud contact vine is going to be your companion for life." Babata sighed. "Of course, I, Demon Babata, will also accompany you for life. Only if you die will I leave, following the Master's command until you become a domain lord. I will be your master." Babata's words sounded in Luo Feng's mind. Oh, Luo Feng suddenly realized. In the 3 bank accounts left behind in the Universe Star River back, each account held different treasures for the different levels, mainly the Star level, Universe level, and the Domain Lord level, meaning the biggest and last treasure can only be attained once he reached that level. The living AI Babata will also only recognize Luo Feng as his master when Luo Feng reaches the Domain Lord level. Obviously, his teacher will only approve of him after he reaches the Domain Lord level. Carefully placing this bottle-shaped young contact cloud vine until his bag, Luo Feng rushed straight to the sky. Pung 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 pung. From the depths of over 10,000 m underground, he broke through countless rock stratum layers, through the surface of the lake and into the sky. The sky was blue and clear, clouds as smooth as silk floated around. Once in a while, a huge flying monster would pass by. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, soaking in the sights and surrounds. He was in a good mood. Luo Feng looked at his communicator, a missed call. He called back. "Hi, Luo Feng, what happened earlier? I called you 2 to 3 times, but was unable to get through." Lu He's voice transmitted from the watch communicator. Luo Feng was shocked. Suddenly, Babata's voice ringed in his mind. "Luo Feng, when you were in the Yun-Mo planet ship earlier, all outside communications were blocked." "That's weird." Lu He seemed troubled. Luo Feng quickly thought about different answers. Communication systems these days were extremely efficient and reliable. Almost under no circumstance would there be a situation where a call couldn't get through. "Oh, is that it? My communicator watch was almost out of power, that's why I shut it off. I've just left underground, getting ready to go back. I can charge my communicator in my autojet, that's why it's on now." Luo Feng quickly came up with an excuse. "Oh, turned it off. Doesn't it tell you when the other person's phone is off?" However, it does have problems at times. Lu He didn't pursue the matter further. "Luo Feng, you said you were getting ready to return. We are still underground looking. I feel like I can't find any more, so I've stopped. Luo Feng laughed. Alright, we'll keep searching, who knows what we might be able to find. Lu. He hung up. Looking for Muya crystals, there's no way they'll find any more. Babata laughed. Luo Feng flew straight towards his autojet, controlling it to take off. You are saying there's no more crystals? Luo Feng was shocked. The ship swiftly stopped in mid-air, opening its cabin door for Luo Feng to enter through. Number 1, return home, Luo Feng ordered. Of course not, in his mind, Babata's voice resounded, those crystals were all left there, because I put them there. I threw them out from the ship's cabin door up. I relied on the ship's energy to emulate a virtual shape, and because of that, I cannot leave the ship. I initially threw the crystals up to attract the strongest geniuses of Earth, to test their mental aptitude. Test. Luo Feng was shocked. When we were searching for the crystals, you tested us all. Luo Feng remembered back in the archaeological ruin 9, that test took pretty long before it completed. Do you think my efficiency is as low as that outpost's AI? Babata proudly said. However, you Earthlings' aptitude are seriously too low. So many star travelers and a large number of war gods. Mental capacity-wise, you are the best with 22, the next would be a war god with 16, the third is a star traveler. Level 2 with 15. 16. Luo Feng asked, who's that? The fourth representative, Eastbourne, mental capacity 15. Luo Feng wasn't surprised. But there was actually someone higher than him. It's a kiddo from India, Babata answered. India? Oh, Luo Feng didn't question further. If he was from China, Luo Feng would train him, since he was from India. Forget it, he can rely on himself, but since he's already a war god, he seems to be doing well. The autojet was cruising in the Australian skies, quickly heading towards the Asian region, Jiangnan City. Inside the ship, Luo Feng, the cloud contact vine, is very loyal. It'll recognize its master for life. This is also why when my master first died, the cloud contact vine also died. Once it's recognized its master, no one else can use it. That's why the process of it recognizing its master is extremely important. Before that, let me make a few changes to your autojet system, Babata said. The autojet system? Luo Feng was shocked. Several buttons and consoles lit up within the ship. Lights filled up the consoles for a good 15 seconds before returning to peace. Now it's good, Babata said. Why change the system? Luo Feng asked. This autojet system answers first to your dojo of limits head, Hong. Second to you. That's why as long as he wishes, he can find out whatever you do or did in this ship. He can also take it back whenever he wants, Babata said. Now that I've changed it, Hong won't even notice. It will listen first to you and second to Hong. Luo Feng was shocked and understood immediately. If he had bought an intelligent warship on his own, he would have left something within it too. This cloud contact vine is much stronger than what Hong has, Babata sighed. During the Great Nirvana, before Earth began to generate stronger warriors. In order to attract these warriors, I tossed a cloud contact vine out which began to grow also, after absorbing 3 Muya crystals along with 2 crystals that I made into powder. They got absorbed into the plants, becoming what you call the spirits of nature. It's a pity. Hong and his underlings immediately took away the cloud contact vine and spirits of nature. I could only use the Muya crystals to cultivate an emperor level monster to attract you all over. After that, I used the crystals one by One to attract the countless warriors so that I could pick out the one with the highest mental capacity, Babata explained. Initially, I piled a small number of crystals at the ship's entrance, throwing them out. 3 of them I purposely threw to your side, and the 8 crystals were left close to you on purpose. However, just by throwing a few, I reached my goal. As I am unable to leave the ship, I could only use the ship's natural spirit energy emitter to invade your thoughts, subtly influencing you to where the shard was and to pick it up later on. I subtly instructed you to come to the ship's entrance, Babata said in one breath. Luo Feng was shocked. Damn. From the start to the end, the entire Misty Island saga was orchestrated by Babata. Spirits of Nature, Cloud Contact Vine, Monster Emperor, Muya Crystals. Luo Feng was initially suspicious. Why would the Monster Emperor not collect the other crystals? They were in fact thrown only at the time, and he acquiring the shard, discovering the ship, were all inception by Babata. Spirit energy emitter, why would it influence me? Luo Feng urgently said. This thing was too scary. It's not as strong as you think, Babata said. By itself, it's very weak. It can only subconsciously attract you. You were previously blindly searching underground. Under my suggestions, you naturally headed in the right direction. If I had suggested to you to, for example, kill yourself, you would have definitely noticed, don't you agree? Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, when he was talking to Su Xian earlier on the phone, his mind was wandering. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's make the cloud contact vine recognize its master, Babata said. You just have to slit your wrist. This cloud contact vine requires quite a bit of fresh blood. Slit my wrist. To a star traveler, this wasn't dangerous at all. Luo Feng was initially shocked, but went ahead and slit his wrist. He cut it right next to the cloud contact vine, fresh blood flowing out straight into the vine as it absorbed it. With Luo Feng's regeneration level, the wound quickly regenerated, and he had no choice but to cut it open again. A blood-red fruit like a grape appeared out of nowhere, falling onto the vine's body, large amounts of vine curling up. Sila sila sila. Blood-red storms of light began to peek out from the vine's body. What's up, Babata? Luo Feng asked. That fruit earlier was definitely the handiwork of Babata. Other than himself, only Babata had a crystal core for a storage space. The first time feeding the cloud contact vine, Babata explained, I've always been afraid of feeding the vine's young body, as feeding it makes it stronger. If you are weaker than it, then you cannot tame it. That's why throughout these years, I've been laying the foundation. Now that it's recognized its owner, it's the best time for its first feeding. It's like your earth infants. Mother's milk is very important for this first feeding. What it eats is also very important. Firstly, this treasure. Next, it has to be something the vine can swallow. Babata explained. That fruit earlier was something your master specially left for your cloud contact vine. If you do a price comparison, it's worth more than even your red shard. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Babata had easily thrown out a fruit that was more valuable than his red shard, proving that Babata had his own private stash. Are you saying the master left me just these? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. I'm only giving you these within my storage space. What's there is for the vine? Don't think about the treasures I have. I'll adhere strictly to my master's instructions and planned to train you within that space within his wrist. Babata's face was filled with pride. While they were talking, The cloud contact vine, which was originally green, began to change to a dark red, and its surface had traces of red silk flowing around. You can keep it now, straight into your skin. This first feeding the fruit I gave was too powerful. It'll take a long time to digest, Babata said. Luo Feng curiously raised his hand to rub the vine, their minds linked, and the vine's thoughts went into Luo Feng, teaching him the methods to use the vine. Its usage was really simple. With a thought, the vine quickly shrank, like a half-a-meter-long whip, swiftly entering Luo Feng's skin and vanishing. It felt like he had another layer of icy clothing, very comfortable. The vine's simple and innocent reliance on Luo Feng was conveyed in that mind link, like that of an infant towards its parents. Luo Feng could feel the vine was like his child. Since its first feeding was so good, its initial step will be way above other cloud contact vines. Once its first evolution has completed, it'll become your helper. By then, your black god set will be useless. Babata was proud. I dare say, within the entire Black Dragon Empire, there aren't that many as extravagant as to feed something so good the first time. Luo Feng was already used to Babata's haughty ways. Babata, if I use the shard, what levels can I fight against Luo Feng? Finally asked the question that was egging him. Your usage as a spirit reader right now is very raw, and you use the hybrid copper essence shard too simply. I calculate you should be able to fight normal Star Traveler level 6 warriors. This thing is, after all, something even undying beings have trouble destroying within the space. The black-robed Babata shook his head. However, once you get home and receive the manuals and training from the master, along with some basic training, you'll be able to deal with Star Traveler level 8s. That Thunder God, no matter how much he tries, won't be your match. Luo Feng's heart trembled. Thunder God. What are you shocked for? Can't you see who I, Babata, am? You are the only disciple from the Yunmo planet, using the hybrid copper essence shard. Dealing with some guy who hasn't properly trained, even if he is 7-8 levels higher, should be very normal. No, Babata was proud. Your teacher was an undying being and a champion amongst the undying. Luo Feng's heart grumbled one sentence. In the end, he still perished to an even strong undying being. Right, Babata, how did Master die to the enemy? Luo Feng was very curious. Someone who was walking parallel with the universe, how did someone like that die? You really want to know? Babata asked. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. If you want to know, then first become an undying being within the space. Babata's small fair face revealed a mischievous smile. Undying, Luo Feng said hoarsely. Too far away. To become a sector lord required 100,000 years. How long would it take to become undying? China's culture was only 5,000 years old. The dark blue triangular autojet was flying towards Jiangnan City in the middle of the night. The bright moon shone down on the little district. Luo Feng's house's lights were still lit. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard was his little brother, mother, and others. Luo Feng had called earlier to inform them about his arrival. Dad, Mom, look at the fighter jet, Luo Hua kept saying towards his father, who was in a wheelchair, and his mom, who was looking at the side. Little Feng has returned. The family all went out excitedly. A dark blue fighter jet began to descend from high above, stopping about 100 m away on a grass patch away from the house. The cabin door opened. Luo Feng, donning a black armor, walked out, excitedly shouting, Dad, Mom. Luo Feng's return made his parents very happy. However, Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlong didn't know that within the short span of 3 to 4 days, Luo Feng had experienced so much early the next day, just as the morning mist had permeated the air. Luo Feng bid his family goodbye again, preparing to head towards the Hongning headquarters city. "You just got back and you are leaving." The dining table was filled with breakfast. His mother got up to push the wheelchair to send Luo Feng off. "It'll be quick, I'll be back for lunch," Luo Feng laughed. "Back for lunch? Mom will personally go get ingredients and cook a delicious meal of your favorites," Gong Xianlong said happily. Luo Feng nodded. Even though he's had luxurious delicacies within the virtual war god palace, much better than what his mother cooks, whenever the smell of his mother's cooking permeates the air, Luo Feng would feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. "Dad, Mom, I'll be leaving when afternoon comes. I'll give you all a surprise." Luo Feng laughed mischievously and ran towards the auto jet. Surprise. Sitting on the wheelchair, Luo Honghua and his wife Gong Xianlong looked at each other curiously. The dark blue triangular auto jet swiftly flew from the Mingyu district, heading straight towards West Asia, towards the Hongning headquarters city. "I've always wanted to let my parents use the spirits of nature. This time, I can finally trade for some of them." Luo Feng was excited and filled with glee. "Luo Feng." A clear crisp voice resounded in his head. Babada. Luo Feng channeled a thread of spirit energy into the space within his wrist guard. "Luo Feng, this is a good chance to exchange," Babada continued, "while the spirits of nature may have some benefits and powers, its sum is too little. It's only useful to normal people and student levels. To a star traveler, it hardly does anything." After obtaining some spirits of nature, let's see if there are any other treasures we can exchange for your head. May have been hiding some good stuff. "Oh, okay. Anyway, I officially have 4-5 crystals. I can exchange for a total of 90 stars worth of stuff." Luo Feng's thoughts flowed. "I'll exchange for a few spirits of nature, whatever else you can decide." "Haha, relax, let me handle it," Babada said. Location: Hongning Base. A large spaceship is in construction. Donning an expensive black fur clothing, wearing a hat, and looking around 60 years old, a silver-haired old lady walked out from the ship's entrance. The 3 underlings, who were waiting below from earlier, immediately went to receive her. Chairman, are we returning now?" Out of these 3 underlings, 2 of them were actually war gods, and the last was a butler. "No rush, we'll stay in the Hongning headquarters city for 3 days, while our negotiations with Hong didn't succeed. We can still look for other investigators and guards." The silver-haired old lady's voice was prominent, and her face expressionless, yet when she surveyed the surroundings with her gaze, no one around her dared make eye contact. Even though she was a woman, she was the king of the entire Earth's underground, the HR alliances. "Chairman, pay attention to Hongning headquarters city. If you discover any of the 3 guards or the 6 investigators, let me know," the silver-haired old lady ordered. "Yes," the butler beside her acknowledged. "Let's go," the old lady ordered. Very quickly, a lavish Maybach car, seemingly filled with history, under the underling's protection, rolled up. This old lady entered the car. As the wheels began moving, the car left the dojo of Limit's headquarters. Approximately 1 hour later, a dark blue auto jet descended from above, landing in the landing pad beside a Youth donning black casual clothes with a backpack jumped out and the cabin door closed behind him automatically. Investigator. Investigator. The base's guards saw Luo Feng, bowing with respect. Luo Feng had on a backpack, walking briskly towards the entrance. These spaceship bases, even within the dojo of limits, few higher-ranked personnel had the authority to enter. Barging in without access permission would only result in the defense systems shooting and killing, yet obviously Luo Feng was one with permission and clearance of the highest degrees. Investigator. Investigator. Under the greetings of a few personnel in blue, Luo Feng went straight to look for the head. At the same time, Chairman, Dojo of Limits Investigator Luo has just entered the base. News swiftly reached the chairman of the HR Alliance, walking to the entrance of the ship's construction. This is an interstellar transport ship. Babata's voice was filled shock and curiously as it resounded in Luo Feng's mind. I wonder what damage it has received. I would really like to survey it, but its system is completely locked down. No way I'm getting in. What will you get from surveying it? This is the head ship, Luo Feng communicated. Simpleton, since the UNMO planet ship is beyond repair, I now have to think of a way to leave the Earth without a ship. How will you leave? Babata retorted. This ship can still fly, Luo Feng asked. Nope, this interstellar transport ship is damaged and hasn't flown for too long. I estimate several parts have rusted and corroded over time's endless flow. Even the strongest masters will decay. A completely perfect condition interstellar transporter, left underground for thousands of years, will also have problems, much less one with damage. Luo Feng nodded. Then why are you so stunned? It is damaged, but it proves a point that there's still many universe spaceship remains on Earth. Get more remains, we might be able to build a small ship from them, Babata excitedly said. Build a spaceship? Luo Feng was shocked. That's a small task. Don't you know who you are talking to? I am a living AI. My knowledge compartment has stored vast amounts of information, several high-level civilization information, etc., with enough machinery, materials, robots, etc. A large interstellar battleship is possible too. Don't even mention putting together a simple spaceship, Babata said confidently. Luo Feng was filled with curiosity towards the vast universe, especially the virtual universe network. According to Babata, entering the network would allow him to meet with the vast universe's countless cultures and clans. Universe. While his heart wasn't ready to wander the universe yet, building a ship capable of just that was always a good idea. Babata, I can buy a lot of machinery, materials for you to build, Luo Feng said. Oh. Within the virtual space, Babata's face had a helpless expression. Covering long distances in the vast universe demands a lot from a ship. It's not just the internal power supply system, etc. The body itself has to be durable. The material on Earth, strength and durability-wise, doesn't even come close. Hence, the best option is to get remains from spaceships and rebuild from there. This isn't urgent. Once you've reached the star level, checking out other planets occasionally wouldn't be too far, Babata said. Regarding the building of the spaceship, Luo Feng left it to Babata to plan, putting his own energy and concentration into his own training. Within the ship, the room was still. Head Luo Feng bowed. Luo Feng, sit. A black-dressed Hong sat, cross-legged on a praying mat. Luo Feng followed and sat cross-legged. For what purpose have you come? Hong looked towards Luo Feng. I would like to exchange for some things, Luo Feng directly said, using the Muya crystals. Haha, good. Hong couldn't help but smile. He was very clear on the Muya crystals. Abilities, be it for his own training, or to feed the growth of his cloud. Contact Vine, Hong needed them, thus, he was very appreciative of others coming to exchange their crystals. This is the exchange catalog, it's more detailed than what you saw before. Hong waved his hand. Who? Within the dark quiet room, a large screen appeared, displaying a large number of goods, with their explanations and their price. It's definitely more than before. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Whatever you want to exchange for, just exchange. Hong looked towards Luo Feng. You should be able to exchange for 90 stars worth of goods if you have more Muya crystals. You can also use them. Finishing his last line, Hong's face revealed a smile. He had already guessed that in the Misty Island treasure hunt, there would be people who secretly hide 1 or 2 Muya crystals. Luo Feng was glued to the screen. Spirits of nature, 3 of number 2, 2 of number 5, and 2 of number 9. Luo Feng immediately reported. Hong nodded as he heard that. He wasn't afraid of Luo Feng buying, in contrary, he was more afraid of him not buying. Babada, have you seen the screen? Luo Feng's used his thoughts to ask. I can see it. I knew early on that you Earthlings wouldn't have any treasure. And as I suspected, you guys sure are poor, using these toys as treasures. Despite having prepared mentally, Babada was still disappointed with the low level of goods Hong had displayed. Ah, there's a small treasure, Babada shouted. Luo Feng, the ancient apparatus right at the bottom, the gravity room. Luo Feng quickly looked below. Ancient gravity room, 1000 times Earth's gravity, price 90 stars. Luo Feng was shocked. Isn't this the renowned training device gravity room in the previous exchange? It wasn't there this time. Hong actually could bear to take it out. Looks like he really wants the crystals, however, it's priced so high. 90 stars, that was 4-5 Muya crystals. Looks like there's very little in the entire world. The head purposely priced it at 90 stars, obviously to lure Luo Feng to use all his stars to buy. Head, this ancient gravity room, I want it, Luo Feng said. Oh. Hong looked shocked at Luo Feng. Looks like you've really had some other findings. This ancient gravity room is very efficient for training. I've always been reluctant to sell it. Now that you want it, I'll sell it. Those spirits of nature, do you still want those? The price of the ancient gravity room was 90 stars. Officially, Luo Feng could only afford that much. Add on 2 more portions of dragon blood, and 2 portions of 100-year black crow root, sum it all up, Luo Feng said. Spirits of nature, 2 1000-year black crow roots equate to 3 stars. A total of 20 stars. Along with the gravity room, it's a total of 110 stars. Hong was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. 110 stars, that's worth 5 Muya crystals. 5 Muya crystals appeared from Luo Feng's black casual shirt, plus the 05 owed to him from Hong. TSK, Luo Feng, your earnings this time is not small at all. Hong smiled. Indeed it wasn't. No one else saw Luo Feng smiled, however, in an instant. My pocket is empty. Spirits of nature, you'll receive the moment you leave us for the ancient gravity room. You'll have to wait a few days. I'll have people to send it to your place. Hong was happy. The entire Earth's powers only attained a total of how many crystals, and knowing its capabilities, everyone was trying to vie with each other for more, who would sell them. And Luo Feng sold them. This made Hong's mood extremely good. As Luo Feng walked out of the cabin door, his hand held a silver briefcase filled with the spirits of nature. Investigator. Luo Feng was shocked. In front of him stood a silver-haired old lady in lavish black fur clothing, surrounded by 3 underlings. She smiled as she spoke. With proficient Chinese, "How are you, Investigator Luo? Allow me to slightly disturb you. You can call me Isadora. I wonder if I have the honor of having a cup of coffee with Investigator Luo." Isadora, the name immediately jolted Luo Feng's memory. The underground empress of the world, the HR Alliance's chairman Isadora. As a star traveler, Luo Feng was aware of Earth's important figures. Isadora. This was Earth's underground empress. Her stories could be written into a series of books. Within a private room of a quiet coffee shop in the Hongning headquarter city, Luo Feng and Isadora were sitting facing each other. Lady Isadora. Luo Feng opened the sugar packet, pouring into the coffee cup. Stirring gently, "I wonder what you need from me." Investigator Luo is so direct. "I too shall be frank." Isadora smiled, wrinkles appearing at the side of her eyes. The big misty island excavation. Everybody from every side fought for the Muya crystals. Invigilator Luo's power could actually match the 3rd and 4th representatives. It was definitely an eye-opener for everybody. Luo Feng smiled. The incident definitely raised him to the same level as those 3 representatives. Your earnings, this time, were not small either. Isadora looked at Luo Feng. My HR Alliance really want those crystals. Of course, the price can be yours to decide. Will be very fair. Luo Feng laughed. Muya crystal. He understood that the whole world and its powers were going to be fighting to acquire them. They had many uses. One was to raise a student level 8 or 9 within a month's time, to enter the Star Traveler level, meaning 1 crystal could create a new representative. The Earth only had so few representatives. To the 5 big countries, 1 representative was akin to a mobile nuclear weapon. Stupid. Another willing to use the Muya crystal to create another Star Traveler level 1 within the virtual space. Babada donned a lavish emperor robe, sitting at the dining table and eating while saying, cursing, actually using Muya crystals. Such a treasure, wasting them on creating level 1 Star Travelers. What a waste. It was indeed a waste. Muya crystals were nothing to the master of the UNMO planet, but he did collect a lot of them, and they were considered treasures within the universe. Yet within the universe, a Star Traveler level 1 was nothing but small fry. There were too many of them, and they were the weakest of the lot. Who would waste a crystal to create such a warrior? Even Hong, Thunder God, couldn't bear to go help out the war gods without the crystal. Reaching the star level would be very hard for them with it. However, their chances were better. However, on Earth, a Star Traveler was already amongst the elite of Earth. Muya crystals. My apologies, I just exchanged mine for these with my head. Luo Feng looked apologetic. Oh, it's like that. Chairman Isadora looked at Luo Feng. Investigator Luo. Are there any left? Even if it's 1 crystal, it can still create 1 more representative. Luo Feng gave a mysterious smile. Chairman Isadora immediately caught on, understanding Luo Feng still had some hidden. How about this, Lady Isadora? I'll personally go visit you next time. Luo Feng laughed. However, I prefer ancient civilization items, like spaceships or whatever's weird and out of this world. Oh, Isadora was shocked. To the countries, these ancient items were secret, as studying the science behind these items could lead to amazing discoveries. Alright, I'll prepare a list and document, awaiting your arrival. Isadora laughed. A few ancient remains for Muya crystal, she didn't hesitate. Luo Feng was clear, most of Earth's ancient civilization remains were already discovered, whatever could be taken have long been taken, whatever Hong and the others couldn't take away, he couldn't possibly take himself. Since that was the case, he could only come up with ways to work with the countries' HR alliance and dojos, to see if he can get materials and whatnot from them to build his ship. It was a good trade. Anyway, the crystals were treasures everybody wanted. That afternoon, Luo Feng sat in his auto jet back to the Yangzhou city where his house was. After lunch, Luo Feng's house's second level had Luo Feng, Luo Hua and his parents, the family of 4. Dad, Mum, Luo Hua, after swallowing you'll feel your whole body go limp and numb, you'll have a refreshing feeling. Luo Feng put the already sliced 3 pieces of green pulp in front of them. These were all from the same spirit of nature. Its medicinal effects were very gentle, non-damaging to the body. However, to give a spirit of nature to 3 ordinary people to consume, no one would ever do that. It was simply too much of a waste. One spirit of nature could help a higher-level fighter rise straight to become a middle-level war god or higher war god, and its large amounts of medicinal properties that would gather in the body, absorbing over time, raising one's power very quickly. That was why one spirit of nature was equivalent to a high-level war god. Giving it to normal people, the most it would do was create a warlord-level fighter. It's quite sweet. Luo Hong will lightly bit into it, putting it into his mouth. It's nicer than carrots, Gong Xian Lan commented. It's delicious. Luo Hua swallowed it down. Luo Feng looked as his family finished it, saying, "Oh, this may taste only a little better than carrots, but its price is much higher than a carrot. It's worth more than the 1,000-year-old black crow root by quite a bit." What? Worth more than the black crow root? Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan and Luo Hua were all shocked. The last time Luo Feng was trapped in the archaeological ruin 9, the family faced a predicament. It was Luo Hua who used the 1,000-year black crow root to become one of the leading 8 prominent business figures. The price of that root was already unbelievable. One bite was worth a few hundred million. Luo Honghua and the other 2 looked at each other. Dad, Mum, you cannot use money to measure its worth. There are many treasures on earth money can't buy. Luo Feng shook his head. These spirits of nature. You all just ate one. I brought in my briefcase 8 of them, along with 2 portions of dragon blood. Luo Hua, these will be left in your care. 8 spirits of nature, 2 portions of dragon blood. His little brother Luo Hua was too shocked for words. Luo Feng laughed when he saw this. Different positions meant one looked at problems with different perspectives. Just power-wise, once he accepted his master, he was on the same standing as Hong and Thunder God to these 2 who were high above everybody else. Stronger than the 5 countries by a little. This position meant that the Earth's currency wasn't worth much at all. And talking about position, as Yun Mo planet's master's only disciple, this position itself was greater than even the emperor of the Silver Blue Empire that leads 8 galaxies. It was a pity Yun Mo planet's master was dead. Whatever power he had before was gone. Luo Feng was still really grateful. If Yun Mo planet hadn't been Destroyed, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the disciple of Yun Mo, planet's master. Looking at his parents and little brother trying to move his blood-red battle knife, Luo Feng laughed. Babada, scan for me, my parents' and little brother's body conditions, Luo Feng ordered. What level? Your father is a student level 3, mother is a student level 2, and your little brother is a student level 3. Normal people's absorption efficiencies are really low. That spirit of nature, though split to 3, each portion was no less than 1 portion of dragon blood with 1 portion of dragon blood. Your normal fighter could become a beginner warrior, Babada said. Luo Feng was satisfied. As long as his family was healthy, that was enough. He never once expected his parents to go out in the wild to kill monsters. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you, Luo Feng said. What is it? Luo Hongua, Gong Xian Lan were still lost in the refreshing feeling brought about by consuming the spirits of nature. I've got news, we still have relatives that are LV, Luo Feng said. Alive. His parents immediately got excited. Little Feng, quickly, how many? Right now, I've discovered 2. Luo Feng said directly. One is Mom's younger cousin Gong Xian Hua. My uncle's little Hua. His mother was a bit happy and surprised, but clearly not extremely happy. During the Great Nirvana, she was still too young to remember much. Later, amidst escaping, only did she learn about such a relative from Luo Feng's grandfather. That's why she didn't have too vivid a memory of Gong Xian Hua. What about the other relative? Luo Hongwa asked. The second is your great-aunt Luo Hongqin, also my grandfather's sister. Her child Tangchen is also alive right now. Tangchen is married with a pair of twins. The twins are the same age as me this year, Luo Feng said. My aunt is still alive. Aunt is alive. Luo Hongwa's eyes opened wide. Seeing them made Luo Feng feel a sense of longing. When they used to live in an inexpensive rented place, he would often hear his father mention this great aunt, because before the Great Nirvana period, his dad could already remember things, and his impression of this great aunt was very deep. That's why when reminiscing about relatives, besides Luo Feng's grandmother and father, it was all about this great aunt. My aunt used to always bring good food when she visited. She even bought me a handheld game device. I still remember her appearance vividly. Luo Hong Gua's tears flowed. To think she's still alive. Right, back then, they were in Japan on holiday. When disaster erupted, they were trapped there. Later on, that area expanded and became Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng nodded. Japan is considered a part of China, the place with the highest survival rates during the Grand Nirvana period. Little Feng, do you know where your grandfather's sister is now? I would like to go immediately to visit, Luo Hongwa said. Right now. Luo Feng looked towards his mother and she nodded at him. How many years have passed? Who could wait that long? Then let us prepare to leave immediately. Luo Feng nodded. That afternoon 4 p.m., the dark blue auto jet was parked at one of the 8 great cities of Kyoto headquarters city, Tianjin City, at the dojo of limits neighborhood districts. Luo Feng didn't allow anybody to see him off, just his family of 4 sitting in a car, heading towards his father's aunt's house. Director, Tianjin City's report. A bald middle-aged man received a file from his underling, waved for him to leave before opening it and looking at the report. Luo Feng has come to the Kyoto headquarters city. The bald middle-aged man was shocked, immediately picking up the telephone and dialing on the secret line. Put me through to the #1 senior official. China's returns from the Misty Island incident were definitely not bad. However, Muya crystals were treasures no one would ever complain about. Having more, when Luo Feng reached Kyoto headquarters city, news spread. Quickly, China's top executives began moving immediately. Luo Feng was, however, keeping a low profile, sitting in a normal car with his family going to visit his great-aunt. An apartment in a small district. Ring, ring. Luo Feng and his family stood outside one of the several villas lined up. Together, Father Luo Hongwa pressing the doorbell. Don't bother, there's nobody home. The house's old lady has been hospitalized. Her son and his wife have all gone to look after her. An old man walking his dog shouted. Oh. Luo Feng spreaded his spiritual force to search the compound. There was indeed nobody. May I ask, sir, which hospital? Luo Feng asked. It's definitely Tianjin's People's #1 hospital, he said. The Tang family is rich, it'd be weird if they didn't go to that one. Luo Feng and his family took the car, one in front beside the chauffeur and the other 3 behind. My aunt seems to be doing fine, living in a villa, much better than what we used to live in. Luo Hongwa smiled. I can rest easy. My aunt's family's grandson, granddaughter were all very clever when they were young. They had good scores, and they went to college at the age of 15. Right now they are working in a government important research facility. That villa was given to them by that facility. Luo Feng said. This was all information included in the file sent over. Luo Hongwa and Gong Xianlan laughed. Brilliant, just like my 2 children. Luo Feng and Luo Hua couldn't help but look at each other. Waha, this is called talent within the wrist guard space. Babata, who was comfortably lying in a bubble bath, laughed. Luo Feng, looks like your mental aptitude probably came from your Luo family's bloodline, being born after the Great Nirvana period with the Luo bloodline. You 4, not bad. I mean, just look, your little brother is also really smart, being able to perform so well in the stock market by relying only on himself. Your aunt's granddaughter and grandson all has your aunt Luo Hongqin's blood, hence their cleverness. People with high mental aptitudes are naturally clever, Babata said. Of course they are nowhere near you, haha. Tianjin City, one of the 8 great cities of Kyoto headquarters city, the People's #1 hospital, in a special patient ward. An old lady with full white hair lay on the bed, her face pale and void of blood. Laying on the sofa beside was a middle-aged couple sleeping, and a pair of youths, a boy and a girl, by the side of the bed talking to the old lady. You people are the young girl, curiously said as she turned to look at the entrance of the room. There stood Luo Feng and his family. Luo Hongwa walked over, looking at the old lady on the bed whose breathing was a little uneasy. The old lady, too, looked curiously at the middle-aged man. Before her expression began to change, clearly agitated. You are this. Caused the middle-aged couple on the sofa on the side to get up. Mom, what's wrong? The couple ran over. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Luo Hongwa with some apprehension. You must be Tangchen. Luo Hongwa looked back, in a blink of an eye. We've grown old. You are Tangchen looked suspiciously at the person in front of him. Luo Hongwa couldn't help but stare, looking towards the old lady. She too began to struggle to sit up, looking carefully at him. You are Hongwa? Yes, that's me, Hongwa aunt. You still recognize me? Luo Hongwa was clearly emotional. It really is Hongwa, you look almost exactly like your father. that mouth. The old lady excitedly extended her thin frail hand, holding on to Luo Hong. Gua, Hongua, you are still alive. Your little aunt never thought that she'd be able to see you again in this life. You are my older cousin. The middle-aged man looked at him. Yes, Luo Hongwa nodded. My God, it's been over 40 years, cousin, the middle-aged man. Tang Chen was emotional beyond compare. The great Nirvana period had broken. Countless families, separating the survivors all over with the traveling. Functions broken and communications gone. Then, the country's lost many household names and they vanished. I recognized you from one look. The old lady was extremely happy. You look almost the same as my older brother Hongwa. Where's your dad and mom? Luo Hongwa shook his head. The old lady saw and sighed. Feng, Hua, come over. Luo Hongwa waved his hand and looked at the old lady. Little aunt, these are my two children. Hongwa, back then you were still a little kid. In a blink of an eye, you have two sons, and they are so big. Come, let me see. The old lady struggled hard to open her eyes wide. Luo Feng and Luo Hua walked close to the bed. The old lady looked carefully. Not bad, quite handsome. They have the looks of our Luo family. Yong Qing, Yong Yuan, Little Feng, Little Hua, come over, you four children. Should have a good talk. The old lady gestured. Pung. The ward door was suddenly kicked open, scaring a bunch of people within it. They all looked disapprovingly over. Three men walked in, a youth with a cold gaze along with two built men following behind. Seeing those three men, little aunt's entire family's expressions changed. What are you doing here? Little aunt's granddaughter, Tang Yongqing, stepped up, face filled with rage. I'm here to tell you you only have 3 days to choose. The youth with the cold gaze looked coldly at her. Yongqing, you should know my temper. You should leave now. Don't come here, Tang Yongqing said. Her brother Tang Yong Yuan stepped forward, angrily pointing at the youth. Wang Xing, and don't push it. My sister and I are top researchers at the research facility. You bullshit. The youth gazed coldly at Tang Yong Yuan. Your research facility isn't worth my attention. Don't bring up this bullshit research, punk. Don't think I won't hurt you just because of your sister. I've given her 3 days. 3 days later, if she doesn't submit to me, not just your sister, you punk who already scolded me 3 times, I'll deal with you all. 3 days. The youth raised 3 fingers at Tang Yongqing, smiling evilly. 3 more days, my beautiful Yongqing. I really hope such a beautiful flower won't wither this way. Tang Yong Yuan was trembling with rage. Yongqing, what's going on? The middle-aged couple beside asked. Dad, it's nothing. Yongqing consoled them. Old man, listen well. The youth stared at Tang Chen, smiling. 3 days later, if your daughter agrees to be my woman, your family will live a good life. However, if she doesn't, I'll see that your family goes to hell. Your fates now lies within Yongqing's hands. Haha. Luo Feng was standing quietly at the side. Luo Hua looked towards him. Brother, don't rush, let's see more of it. Luo Feng said calmly. Luo Hua nodded. Tang Chen and his wife were baffled. The old lady in the bed began to shout. Yongqing, just who is this man? What's going on? Wang Xing, and you already have so many women, why do you pester my sister? Tang Yong Yuan raged. I have no other hobbies. My only hobby is to collect the many different types of women. Wang Xing and smiled evilly. Look at your sister. TSK. Her looks get 85 points. that scholar attitude can probably add another 20. Exceeding the full 100, so alluring, my collection lacks such a woman young. Qing, if you resist, you know the outcome. With such a sentence, just close your eyes and enjoy, no point resisting. Wang Xingyan smiled, I really do not wish to personally destroy you, No, when I destroyed the women who resisted me before, my heart ached so badly, he grabbed his chest where his heart was. You pervert, Tang Yongyuan shouted. This kind of person will never understand me. Wang Xingyan's gaze had a look of grandeur, looking pitifully at Yongyuan, that expression of rage. TSK, in my eyes, you are just an ant. Turning to Yongqing with a more despondent look, Yongqing, we were so good back then when we loved each other, wasn't it? Do you have to force me to be like this? I'm not a person fond of using his fists. Yongqing bit her lip. Pa. Applause rang. Everyone in the ward turned over, even Wang Xingyan and his henchmen turned curiously over. Luo Feng, clad in a casual black shirt, was lightly clapping his hands, smiling at Xingyan. I really dislike people acting high and mighty in front of me. Wang Xingyan raised his head, gaze condescending and cold like a poisonous snake. He clapped his hands. Number 2, go break his hands. Yes. A sturdy man laughed. Stop, Yongqing shouted, looking at Wang Xingyan and crying, I'll promise. You, stop this, don't be like this. Haha, isn't this good? Wang Xingyan raised his eyebrows, laughing. Number 2. Come back, I'll be the bigger man and be magnanimous, I'll spare him. I never expected I'd encounter such a situation in Kyoto headquarter city. A voice sounded. Everyone turned. Luo Feng spoke. Wang Xingyan's expression began to turn really ugly, gaze as cold as ice. You must be looking for death. Don't interfere. Yongqing looked nervously at Luo Feng. He is Wang Xingyan, a member of the Kyoto headquarter city's Wang family, and they have great economic authority. He is their family's first heir, and his mother is from Kyoto headquarter city's main military sector. I should call you cousin. Luo Feng laughed. Yongqing froze. Luo Feng walked directly to Wang Xingyan, calmly pacing himself. Who are you? Wang Xingyan stared hard at Luo Feng. Who am I? Luo Feng let out a laugh. Show. Several pieces of paper suddenly flew from the bedside, breaking into 6 pieces that danced around, 6 pieces capable of destroying, with a speed so fast no one could react. It flew past Xingyan's 2 arms, legs, backbone, and lower abdomen. A trickle of blood flew out, actually gathering itself in the air and forming little balls beside Luo Feng. You Wang Xingyan wanted to struggle, but his entire body seemed paralyzed, only his head could move. The entire place was silent. The 2 bodyguards were dumbfounded. They were clear, their enemy was a spirit reader. Everybody else, including Yongqing and others, were staring at Luo Feng and his family. Just what did this family do? Where did this fierce person come from? You dare to lay a hand on me? Wang Xingyan gritted his teeth angrily. This expression of rage. Luo Feng overlooked Wang Xingyan. In your words, in my eyes, you are only an ant. You are courting death. Courting death. Wang Xingyan's gaze was scary. Courting death. Luo Feng looked at him. Tell me, who are you looking for to take revenge for? Your mom has connections with the main military sector. Oh, China's army's number 1 person is a person exceeding the war gods Jia Yi, and your Wang family is one of the 9 big families under the HR alliance, the highest Position in the HR Alliance is the chairman, Isadora. Luo Feng took out his handphone from his pocket, opening it, showing the screen to Wang Xingyan. These two numbers in the middle, one is Jiayi, and the other is the HR Alliance chairman Isadora, if you want to look for them too. Take revenge for you. Go ahead, don't look at the other numbers, the one on top is the dojo of Limits Head Hong.